Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the third day of competition here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We're finally getting started with round number one of men. Good morning, Bago.
Good morning, Lucas. I'm so excited to see the man finally. Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a great day. We had some very beautiful conditions, not so big, not so small, neither. It's super glassy, kind of like silky. And yeah, I'm going to tell you, I would like to share with you guys. I surfed yesterday here, and it is really good because it gives you that perspective of what's going on there. And definitely, this wave is way different there inside than what we see in our screen. It's powerful. It's got more than two peaks. You have the two peaks to the left and one peak, a very good peak to the right. And we're gonna talk a little bit more about it. But people, today, I think it's gonna be a very impressive day of bodyboarding with all the maneuvers. What do you say?
Yeah, I think it's we're up for a good day. The tide variations are very high with the full moon, and we have a high tide at 10:46 actually. So we have still some a lower moment on the tide right now. The waves are very good there, not too consistent, but that's up to the guys. They'll have to figure it out. But we'll probably have a very good day of competition.
Good tide as well,
Yeah.
because it's just getting actually as the week progresses, we're gonna have the low tide in the morning,
Yeah,
so that's actually
that's gonna be good.
perfect for here. All right, so you know what? We have a quick highlight from yesterday. It was a short day. We only did the rapid charge for the DropKnee division, but the highlight is really good. The boys here, the team is amazing. Highlights team. So let's check it out before we start.
Stand tall like Everest, I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in, go places they never been. We go higher, non stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. Non stop, stand tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. No stop. It's time to go higher.
Let's take it higher, huh? I
I
love
love
that
it.
song. All right, people, we're ready to go. And first heat is on the water. So let's hit it right now. We want to introduce that amazing heat number one, round number one of the men division, the so expected men division.
bit less than 3 minutes into this heat. Just one wave being served by the Hawaiian Sammy Morentino coming from Kauai. Fabian Tazar already served during the comp here in the DropKnee division on round number 1 that we saw yesterday. And we'll get to see what Roberto Gallardo and Juan Quillo will come up with to face those two legends. And check this out. There's something coming on the outside.
All right, so let's see this one for Juan Quillo, representing Chile. Let's see, looking for this beautiful right. Oh, did you say that was a chance? There was a chance to go for a maneuver in that leap?
Yeah, maybe right after the takeoff, just that half bottom turn, but it wouldn't be anything too expressive as well, Bagel. The right was pretty short. The right is shorter than the left, and in that case, the wave didn't really set up for Juan. So yeah, definitely good thing is that you can get back to the outside quicker, when you get the right. So he'll be back there in a few seconds to look for another opportunity.
Yeah, we haven't seen Fabian and Roberto still. And remember, people, 25-minute heats. This is the first round of the men division prime series for this division. Important event. It's the second, and let's check this out. Actually, Sammy was trying to take off very deep there, but yeah, he was blocked and not able to. None of them were able to, take any wave. So yeah, we did have a wave of Fabian. So there are a little bit of a tie, but yeah, things are just starting here. Third day of competition here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Thank you so much, Escondida BHP, for making this possible. Once again, supporting this event. It is so important to come with to count with the private companies. So important company here. And thank you, Ilustre Municipalidad de Antofagasta.
Well, and check this view, Bago. Nice takeoff for Fabian. Kind of late, goes for the pocket and hits a backflip, looks like, from this angle. That's going to be a good start for him, matching with that 3.75. Definitely going to set him up in the lead right now with 20 minutes to go.
In my eyes, the fact of competing in two divisions gives you that leverage, to get to know a little bit more of the area. Fabian did an amazing job the first day, actually impressed the whole world with a novelty, a maneuver that we haven't seen ever. And I think, yeah, look at that. This is the last wave of, White that unfortunately he couldn't find a section. And this is the last of Fabian. That for me is the best as of, actually, that's the first of Fabian.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. And this is the last of Fabian. I really loved that execution. He knew exactly where to hit it. So definitely with this wave, Fabian is going to be placed in the first position. It's a 5.5. And yeah, he went for a DropKnee to backflip in the front stance, if you might. And everyone was so impressed with that, right?
Yeah, just as I said yesterday, I've never seen that in my life. That was pretty crazy. And, he did it very good way. It wasn't like a bad maneuver. He did it in a clean way. So let's see. Sammy's seen something on that right. Takes off, looks for that lip section. A quick roll for Sammy Morentino, trying to recover that first position from Fabian Tazar that found himself a 5.5. So Sammy now looking for a 5.51 actually, and Juan and Roberto start to fall behind a little bit, despite having a lot of time, to recover. And this is just the first heat of the day. The guys are, unfrozen and breaking the ice over there and getting used to the conditions. So let's see.
All right, everyone, remember we have a pretty cool QR code for you to connect with us and subscribe to this YouTube channel. That is important for you to, be in the rhythm of things, get into the IBC World Tour world. We have all the information there. We have a lot of cool things going on, pretty cool podcast with our friend Paul Banco and juicy information there from your favorite writers. And we have a lot of pretty cool stuff going on in the IBC World Tour. So check it out right there, the link tree. And also, you can follow the scores right there.
And check this out. Sammy Morentino taking off on an insider, stalling to get that barrel time, but not really doing so, and finishing with a roll. So last wave for Sammy was a 3.15, not enough for him to take the lead back from Fabian. And I don't believe this wave will also be, enough for him to take back the lead. But anyway, these guys are starting the action.
All right, so let's check it out. Getting into that barrel, looking very good for Roberto Gallardo. Unfortunately, he was not able to come out, but did you see the size of that lip? I mean, the thickness. Man, I'm telling you, this place, it looks so small from here, but it's nothing like that when you are out there. It's way different, and this is the fact of, all these reef breaks here, they have a pretty good shape, and today it looks so good. Yesterday I surfed with like little windy conditions, and check this one.
One taking off on the right, goes for the roll under the lip. Not sure if he's going to make it. Yeah, he doesn't. And, Bago, I said in the beginning that the waves were not too consistent, but I believe that there was some, morning sickness just as we got here at first light. But right now I'm seeing very contestable conditions. The waves are kind of constant as well. It's tricky to find a good one, as we just saw the last one for, I believe it was Roberto pulling into the barrel. But that exit was very, very tricky, So, yeah, definitely hard to find yourself inside the water, but there he is.
Yeah, that was Sammy, just put in some points in his leaderboard. It's okay, classic combo and another one there. He's, definitely unstoppable. He really wants to find that barrel, set the difference. But yeah, just going for a couple of basics, which is okay. You need to try to keep busy in the first, I will say, we always repeat the same thing, the Brazilian technique or strategy is always to put two at least mid-range scores in the first 5 minutes of the heat. So then you find that ease of mind to, continue and probably try to do something different throughout the heat. And I think that's what, Fabian and Sammy have been doing. So, people just remember this is an elimination round in this format, the Men Prime Series. We don't have the first round as an elimination, as a non-elimination. That only comes in the point where the top 16 arrive, okay?
Yeah, so one more wave over here. That's Fabian, the leader of the heat, goes to the lip and nice backflip. Very good maneuver for Fabian. Doing an amazing job in this heat, we have to say. Bago, definitely, I believe he's going to change that 3.75 for something better. But it will be nice to see what the judges will score him on that wave, so we can have an idea. He did a backflip to the left, he did a backflip to the right, and we'll see the difference that the judges are taking into account to score that.
Yeah, I'm just loving how versatile he is. Check this out. Very good execution on that flip. He just came out clean, and there you have it. I mean,
Yep.
it was kind of like something that we knew, right? 6.25 for Fabian Tazar. Maybe in his eyes, he wants to do what Sammy did here, try to win both divisions. He has been training a lot and came in early. Some of the people that it's with us here, early in the morning for us is 7:28. Is the day that we have started earlier. And it looks like if we have good conditions, we will try to run as much as possible. Probably 2 rounds of the men division. We'll see. That will be good.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We have 8 heats for this round number 1. I mean, you guys can check all those names and the heat draw on the IBCWorldTour.com website. As soon as you guys enter the website, there will be a green bar on the bottom of your screen, and you click on Watch Live. And if you scroll down a little bit, you guys can see the whole thing, the results, the current heat scores, and be updated with everything that's happening and what's to come as well. So 13 minutes remaining right now. Fabian Tazar, building his house inside this heat, and a 6.25 is what he got on that last ride. Good to see, that there's a big potential on the ride as well, and the judges are definitely evaluating that well, because that was a clean ride for Fabian, everything on its place, a nice bottom turn, drawing a beautiful line to get that score. So yeah, now it's just improving from here, getting something better than a 5.5, and now Sammy is looking for a 8.01. So situation becoming harder and harder as time goes by for the other three guys, with 12 minutes and 15 seconds remaining right now.
Just a few words in Spanish for everyone that is tuning in. Buenos días a todos desde esta preciosa postal de Antofagasta. Gracias a Escondida BHP y a la ilustre Municipalidad de Antofagasta por hacerlo posible un año más presentando este evento. Oye, si estás acá domingo, está un excelente momento para venir a acompañarnos. Fabian Tazar in this one. Let's see. Yeah, it didn't look like it has much potential. I think it was just running away from the other riders and trying to, take something out of without the priority. Yeah, just going back to that Spanish greetings. Volviendo al español, gente, estamos empezando el campeonato más temprano, en unas condiciones bien lindas, y bien la ola no está muy grande, está súper limpio, muy bonito. Vamos a ver muy buenas maniobras. Estamos con la categoría masculina profesional y esta es la ronda número 1, que es una ronda eliminatoria, ¿ok? El formato no es como el de DropKnee.
Ahí viene el chileno Roberto Gallardo, hace un rolo para la izquierda, también un reverse, y seguramente esta va a ser su mejor score, su mejor puntaje hasta ahora.
Let's see this one for Sammy. Just scooping into that barrel, but yeah, those barrels, some of them are not opening, but it's okay. The good thing about the right is that you can paddle back really fast. The left is a little longer, lot longer actually, and you have that long way to paddle back to the inside. And some of the riders from Mexico, we have the pleasure of having 3 Mexican riders present here, and also the first time that we're going to have a Mexican event in the IBC World Tour. The IBC World Tour calendar this year, pretty cool, pretty I would say interesting. We're coming back to at Itahuachara for sure next, and then the 4th event for the men division will be Pascuales Bodyboard Pro. Looking forward to go to Pascuales, and yeah, just see how that goes.
That Sammy once again goes right, not too much potential on that wave bagel, but yeah, definitely so nice to see the calendar, and the World Tour, stretching to more and more places. We used to have a South American leg of the tour. Now it's become a Latin American leg. And yeah, after Pascuales, which is maybe one of the best beach breaks in the world, we may come back to Antofagasta for the Women Division Prime Series event over here. That's still to be confirmed. Then we have 2 events in Portugal, one in Aveiro, one in Sintra, Brazil for the ladies, and then Gran Canaria. And check this out.
All right, let's see this one looking very good for Fabian Tazar. Is he going to find a section? Of course he is, and goes for another backflip. Specialty of the house. Is he going to be able to pull it? No. That would have been a good score. He probably would have changed that 5.5. Probably, of course, we don't know. But yeah, the execution, he got stuck in that one. There's kind of 2 peaks there, I was surfing and I noticed those check that out. Those locals getting ready to enter the water for next heat. But yeah, we are actually in a very good moment in terms of tide, because right now it's exactly mid tide, and this place is really good, low to mid. It starts changing in the high tide.
Yeah, and checking up on this once again, a nice trajectory. You can see he's stalling there, waiting for that lip to set up as it hits it, but unfortunately misses the rail and ends up not completing that maneuver. That could have been a bigger score for him, maybe bigger than a 5.5, I'm not sure. The trajectory was very nice, and I know that it counts a lot for the judging criteria, drawing that line, but the maneuver itself wasn't as much expressive as the first one, maybe. But yeah, that was not a make for Fabian Tazar, that is sitting in a very good position anyway. So yeah, we can see the guys getting ready for the next heat there in the athletes area.
Yeah. I mean, these heats, we have the riders that has less ranked. The riders are ranked lower in the IBC World Tour, or riders that haven't followed the tour. So this is only starting people. Round number 3 will be the
Yep.
non-elimination round. That's where we're going to meet all the, the best riders from the IBC World Tour, the top 16. Looking forward to watch them surfing here. Yesterday, Amaury went out for surf and alongside with Leo, and I saw a couple of very good maneuvers. There's actually been a show here in the free surf. If you guys haven't checked it, you can go and check the riders' Instagrams. There's cool things there, so you can see this wave how it behaves on bigger days. It's actually when it gets too big, it's really really powerful. And one thing that I noticed yesterday, I was watching the channel to access the wave, to get out and in, and it looked pretty easy. But when I had to go out and in, the channel is really thin, There's only a small space. It's kind of like it is easier than, El Flopos in Arica. But do you know in Arica, when you get in or out through that channel, there's so much space, it's like a very small space. Let's see this one, split peak here. Nice looking right for Juanquillo. Got into a little bit of a barrel and combined with the reverse.
Yeah.
And it was Roberto taking off on that left, right?
Yeah, the Chileans finally making their first expressive maneuvers. Sami also insisting on that right, trying to get something better than a 3.15 to, improve his situation and make it harder for Roberto and Juan to get to that qualifying position. Remember, guys, this is an elimination round, so just first and second will advance to round 2. Third and fourth will be knocked out of the competition. There you guys can see the Mexicans, some of the athletes area as well. Pretty nice one, to be honest. We have a cafe kind of thing there, a restaurant, or maybe a cafe kind of thing with some nice breakfast for all the staff and the athletes. We have the exercising area. Let's check this replay. Blue takes off on that left, does a roll, and is there going to be anything else? He goes under the lip for another one, actually. And it just, just leaves it getting too close to the rocks, to the kraken, as we say here. And, not really worth taking it from there. So Roberto got 4.25 on that wave, still on the third position, but needs a very small score to take that second position out of Sami Bago. 2.66 is what the Chilean is looking for.
All right. So, that's getting hot. Closer to the end of the heat, 25-minute heats, and now it's 4 minutes and 20, and things are very hot. As you can see, Roberto, it's getting the scores he needed to actually put Sammy Moratino in a difficult situation. Not too difficult, of course. He is capable to find that 491, and check that out. That's La Máscara and Michelle Copeta, two amazing DropKnee riders that are watching. They're not competing in the men division. They're super focused on getting the title, which I think it's right? Of course, there's people that can cope with the pressure of competing in both, and actually helps them to study the area, and but in case of those two riders, they're just focusing on DropKnee. So we'll see. Now, Sammy Moratino has been knocked to the third position, meaning he is in a non-qualification zone. Let's see if he can get out of there. And Juan as well. Scores are dangerous right now because it's anyone's ball game with the level of bodyboarding that there is in this competition. So definitely, I think Juan and Sammy can get those type of scores.
Yeah, Bago, and you know what? One thing that really calls my attention is that, especially at these last minutes on the heat, these guys really have to pay attention to priority, right? Because you can become a hostage to other guys' priority, and this is the type of wave where you can lose your priority very easily, because you can see the guys that come all the way from the left side of the screen or deeper in the spot. Sometimes the wave doesn't really break where you are, it just break way further to the inside. And, if you don't know that very well, if you don't know the spot very well, you can lose your priority. And yeah, that can be a very big thing here as well.
Yeah, I mean, 4-man heats, a little slow in terms of waves, but there are chances there. So yeah, definitely at this point with 2 minutes and 20 seconds finding that priority and knowing how to use it is key, especially, I will say for those who are advancing, because they have to not think anymore about putting bigger numbers. They have to take care of that position that they have right now. Only if they find a very good wave and, they can use that in their favor. But right now, you see, uh, Sammy is looking for a 491, so he's very, very dangerous, and he's got the second priority. So Roberto with the fourth priority, it's tricky. Let's see. I mean, it's in God's hands, like we always say. It's a matter of Sammy finding that wave to get that chance, right?
Yeah, and as time goes by, it becomes more and more a matter of one wave, So Sammy can't really miss that one. He's holding that priority number 2, probably trying to get as far as he can from Fabian, who has priority over him. But yeah, definitely if in this 1 minute and 20 second he gets that chance, he really can't miss it. And let's see, maybe he's pedaling over here. That's it. That's Sammy. Takes off on the left. The wave doesn't really give him anything, and that's what we are talking about, Bago. He lost the priority, and it becomes much harder for the Hawaiian right now to get back to qualifying zone.
But so hard, right? What would you do? I mean, you need to put some points. You're capable of. It's not too much what you need. So you see a wave coming in, but check this out. I think it's going to try to stay there in the inside, but yeah, 2 takers on that one. Oh, nice looking little tube there for Juan Quillo, who's looking for a 565. Yeah, I don't really see that number there, but 35 seconds. And let's just stay in the water because, Sammy Moritino, and well, some riders there. Let's just go in the water to watch Sammy because these are stressful moments, momentos estresantes para quien ya tomó ha ganado aquí muchas veces, Sammy Moretino, que es campeón mundial de DropKnee 5 veces y quería avanzar en esta categoría, está en este momento siendo descalificado por Roberto Gallardo. Vamos a ver, y parece que no viene nada para Sammy. Wow. This is actually unexpected in a great way. So huge congratulations to Roberto, mainly because he managed to change the situation in the dying seconds from someone like Sammy, So yeah, unfortunately, we have the first upset of this division. Sammy Martino has been eliminated of the man division as well as Juan Quillo.
And that's the last wave of Juan taking a nice barrel over that. Didn't really see that score coming in, or if it's really going to make a difference for his classification. That's it. We're going to come back with official results right after the commercial break, guys, so stay tuned.
Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest, higher. You ain't gotta settle in, go places they never been. We go higher, no stop, take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest, higher. You ain't gotta settle in, go places they never been. We go higher, no stop, take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been, no stop, stand tall like Everest. My man, we go, it's time to go. Let's take this thing, woo! Let's take this thing higher. No stop, it's time to go higher. Woo!
Welcome back, everyone. That's the third day of competition here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We are currently at heat number 2 of round number 1, men division. So let's take it straight to the water right now to check up on the next heat that's to come. Good morning, Eric. How's it going?
It's going well. How about yourself?
Pretty good. I mean, stoked that we have some waves over here. A big heat to get started today, right? Sami already being knocked out, and Fabian, managing to be in the best position. He's been looking very good actually, right, since yesterday.
Definitely such a versatile rider, right? With that first DropKnee backflip he pulled the other day, and yeah, nice backflip on the right in that first heat. But yeah, let's start off with today's heat number 2, round number 1 of the prone division. So we're starting off with Gabriel Castro from Brazil. We have Gerardo Veas de la Fuente of Chile, Ariuna Esquivel of Chile, and also Cristian Barrera from Chile as well. So yeah, looking forward to getting this heat started. Most Chileans starting this heat. And yeah, let's see what goes down in this heat. There you have that nice aerial view of this beautiful morning in Antofagasta. We've been given some nice mornings, some sunshine in the morning. So yeah, tide's getting a little bit high for how slow it is, but hopefully the swell will come up and kind of offset that. So yeah, let's see what goes down.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some consistency over here, not unstoppable waves, but definitely we have potential out there. And Fabian, Sami, and Roberto Juan, showed that up in the first heat. But definitely the wave selection is going to play a big role over here, because one mistake can't get you out. This is a full elimination round. We just saw Sami, for example, holding that priority in the end. And check this out. That's the champion. We're going to get to hear from Fabian Tazar pretty soon. I mean, and yeah, such a nice guy. And in this case, we have Gabriel Castro coming from northern Brazil, and there's waves being surfed already. That's blue going for a roll, an inside wave, not too much of a strong maneuver. And check this lap.
So we have red backflip off that takeoff coming down. Yeah, not much after that, so decided to close it there.
Yeah, that was the Brazilian Gabriel Castro taking the lead on the heat with a 5-point ride, and blue with 3 points, and there's waves on the outside.
All right, we have Cristian Barrera. Little roll out of that kind of frothy lip and not any wall to finish off there. But yeah, it's a little bit slow, right? So hoping this wall will come up a little bit to make up for the tide.
Yeah, I mean, these guys definitely have to take into account the priority system, and that line will become very important. As we just said, that we don't see too many opportunities there. They are there, but there are not too many, so really can't miss it, right? It's how competition is. I mean,
definitely
whoever misses more, and commits more mistakes and fails more, will be out of the competition, right? And when we're talking about these types of riders, I mean, there's not much space for mistake.
Yeah, wave selection is key in these type of moments, right? You really, one little mistake, the wrong wave can just be a go or a no, right? You might just not make it. So here we have in blue, roll off the takeoff, kind of comes out in the white water, not much going on after that. Little claim to show he made it.
Yeah, Ariuna is coming from Antofagasta. His father, Diego, brought him into the sport. Diego Esquivel. This guy is he was started to surfing in Club Budeo. It's so nice to see the fruits from the work that Budeo has done. Starting to show up. And he's the second in the regional ranking and 10th in the national ranking. At only 16 years old, facing these big names. So yeah, a young guy there, but definitely wanting to start as strong as he can, and coming up hot for the heat. And it looks like we have the interview ready with Fabian down at the beach. Let's just wait a little bit to see if there's anybody coming on this wave, because there's something pointing out on the outside. Yeah, so not really. So let's take it to the interview with Bago. Bago, on to you.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, sun's coming out here. There's a beautiful morning. How are you feeling, Fabian? It feels to me that you feel comfortable in this wave. You feel in the rhythm of things. Is that so?
Yes, I feel good, and I keep calm, and yes, I like this wave because move a lot, but have a good peak in the left and the right, and good feeling with this wave. Yes.
So do you say that competing in both divisions give you a little bit of advantage, a little bit of a leverage over the rest of the competitors?
Yes, I love DropKnee, but I love to prone and yeah, I know that I have the potential and prone too. So yes, I just want to enjoy, you know, and it's perfect.
All right, so some words for you people back in Reunion Island.
Merci à tout le monde qui me regarde de loin. Là, je viens de loin et là, j'ai juste envie de tout faire péter en prone aussi, en DropKnee. Et là, c'est que le début. Et voilà, la réunion, elle est là.
Et tapete tú. Felicitación and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bago, Fabian, taking one more successful step, already qualifying in both divisions. So yeah, he's now positioned in round number 3 for the DropKnee division that we are going to be seeing next, maybe on the next few days. Possibly not today. We will confirm on that if we'll, keep following after round number 1 of men. And he's also qualified for the next round of men division, which is round number 2. So yeah, successful so far.
Yeah, exciting to see riders who are so versatile, right? And equally good in DropKnee and prone. Just, yeah, those are really entertaining riders to watch, right?
Yes, guys. And you guys can see the progression of heats all on the IBC World Tour.com website. You guys just click on that green bar that will be on the bottom of your screen, and there you guys can see the whole progression of heats. We have the top 16 going in on round number 3, and you guys can check what is the seating actually, with 2 riders positioned in every heat. And as usual, the guys that come from the first, second rounds will be meeting them there and forming those amazing heats that will be definitely exciting to watch.
Yeah, that's right. And well, oh, there we go. Look at that aerial view of this beautiful morning here in Antofagasta, looking at this new amphitheater, this new park that they've created, all because of bodyboarding, right? Just so nice to see how bodyboarding can change the city, right? And yeah, while we're waiting on some sets, I just want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, Escondida, BHP, La Ilustre Municipalidad de Antofagasta. We also want to thank our collaborators, Colboon, Antofagasta Minerals, Peri Chile, Carniceria Arauco, Abastible, Hotel RK Antofagasta, Ruta 1 Restaurant, Mirador Sandwicheria, and Costa Club Antofagasta, and also our media partners.
Yeah, we have a bunch of them. They are Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión, AS Chile, FM7, El Regionalista Diario, Antofa Despierta. Let's check if there's anybody coming. Looks like Gabriel setting up with this wave. He has priority number 2, but Gerardo actually comes with P1, goes under the lip and loses that section, not really completing the move.
Yeah. Bit of a gamble there, huh? Like like he kind of went for the roll, but I'm almost thinking it could have been good to go for that barrel, right? Though he's kind of deep.
You can't lose, right? You can't lose. So definitely trying to go under the lip and, doing those through the lip rolls will definitely make a difference. And there you guys can see Arturo Soto.
Yeah.
That's the founder basically of Budeo Club, which is the main root of the whole thing over here. I mean, Budeo was founded many years ago here in Antofagasta, and its main role is to take kids from vulnerability situations, either cultural or social vulnerability situations. They go to the schools, they present their project, they present the sports, and then they basically recruit those guys from 7, 8 to 12 years old. And there he is.
And then here's that replay of Yellow just kind of going for a roll out of the lip, but fortunately didn't really have enough speed and got caught in that lip and just into the white water. So not much luck there for Gerardo, but good effort regardless.
And there he goes once again. I mean, don't want to miss the opportunity, and now he makes it. Not too much of a strong wave, more of an insider, but definitely showing a lot of will, Gerardo, and he's looking for a 3.76 to go to the second position. And as you guys can see, the Chilean Ariuna Esquivel here from Antofagasta managed to take that first position from Gabriel, who has a 5 and just that. So let's check.
So yeah, here we have Gerardo again taking off with that roll on the takeoff. Just not much he could do there, but he absolutely made the best of that wave. And we got some sets coming in out the back. So let's see if this thing lines up. It looks like it could have some decent form with it kind of bending on the end. Let's see who takes off on this.
That's Gabriel, the Brazilian, takes off on the left. He had priority, attacks that lip with a sick invert.
Nice.
Oh my God, that's some good action over
Wow.
here to get started, guys. It's got to be a good score, but you know, he has to watch out because it's being dragged all the way to the rocks. I mean, definitely not holding back at all, Eric. What about
Wow.
that invert? Oh my
Yeah,
God, I
that
love
was
it.
solid. You just saw that set coming in and lining up perfect with that bending end bowl. And yeah, as you're saying, oh, here we go on a roll. That was Ariuna taking off on that little insider and busting a roll. So good wave for Ariuna, making the best of it. So good to see the Groms on tour, just 16 years old, right? And competing with the, you know, a lot of the older riders, more experienced riders. So yeah, really good to see the Groms showing up and putting on a show. But yeah, it's so hectic. I can imagine when the swell gets bigger, it's going to be pretty intense, seeing guys. And let's look at that replay again. And bam, nice invert off of that. Yeah, good. One of the better waves in the heat. Maybe not the best, but definitely one of the better ones, I'd say.
Yeah, I would say that was the best wave. Definitely, you know, check this out. He kind of comes under the lip,
Yeah.
but then he gets projected all the way, you know, in the flat. So that was an amazing maneuver. I mean, definitely the biggest punch that we have seen throughout the day. And that's it. 7.54 Gabriel,
Wow.
really showing what he came for, doing a very good you know, role in this first heat. With 7.5 and a 5, now it becomes very hard for the other guys to get closer to him. You see Ariuna in second, looks for 9.51. So let's see if anybody will get closer to Gabriel or if the rest of the heat will be a battle for that second qualifying position, right?
Yeah, that was a nice one for him. Yeah, the Brazilian leading the heat right now, right?
Bueno, gente, entonces 11 minutos y 20 segundos. Tenemos 3 chilenos. Ariuna Esquivel, que es aquí de Antofagasta, es un alumno del club Budeo y está competiendo, tiene apenas 16 años, está muy bien clasificado en el regional, en el nacional, y ahí está un rolito para derecha. No es una ola muy fuerte, pero está muy bien y está muy motivado, y ahora con la segunda posición. Acuérdense que esta es una ronda eliminatoria, entonces apenas primero y segundo avanzan para la próxima ronda, tercero y cuarto están fuera de la competencia.
That's right. It is a elimination round, so a little bit more tension, a little bit more stress. You know, if you don't make the top 2, you're out, right? So, yeah, while the conditions are a little bit slow, I can imagine it's a little stressful out there, and definitely have to have that strategy of wave selection, right? Just choosing the wrong one can be a matter of making the heat or not. There we have the next riders heading out for the next heat.
That's it, and you guys can check the progression of heats on the IBCWorldTour.com website. All of the heats are coming up there. You guys can see also the rankings, the 2026 rankings after the results of Morocco, where we had different names in the top of the ranking, you know, in the top of the podium in Morocco. From last year, we had Tristan Roberts taking the win. Shazri Badreddin was probably the biggest promise coming from Morocco actually in the tour. PLC in third with Gabriel Braga on the same position. Armide and Amaury Laverne in the 5th position. And Eder Luciano, Christopher Bayona also in 5th. Uri in 9th. I mean, Uri is maybe the guy that is now competing that has had the best results here in Antofagasta throughout the years. You know,
Yes.
he went to the podium 5 times already.
Yes.
He already won this event. You know, and he also went to the podium back in 2015 when this happened. This event was held here in La Nilda for the first time. So definitely Uri is one guy, you know, to be looking up to and to watch out, you know, for the other athletes, because I mean, so consistent. Became world champion after 16 years, you know.
Wow.
In 2025. So this year is going to be interesting because usually we see that the results in Morocco, which is the first stop of the tour, really sets up the pace, and the way for the world title battle. So it's going to be interesting since we had some different names, getting the best positions in Morocco in the beginning of the year. And it will be really good to see the progression of that throughout 2026.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, Uri, I believe he won the 2014 event here in Antofagasta in Cupola, right? So yeah, he's yeah, definitely someone to look out for. And yeah, always getting up on that podium, right?
He actually went to the podium on the first event ever. The first ABF was in 2012. He finished third. In 2014, he was a winner. In 15 here in La Nilda, he finished second.
Wow.
When Louis Finnegan won the event. 17, he finished third, and 2019 he finished third as well. So yeah, definitely a guy to be watching.
Yes.
He's super consistent, and he was the last Brazilian world champion, of course, in 2025, and before that he was world champion in 2008. So 16 years.
Wow.
With that gap, and the guy's still so consistent. So yeah, next rounds are looking amazing
Still,
for sure.
yeah, still killing it. Yeah, still on it. And yeah, it's so epic to see a wave like this on the comp, like just a wave that most of these competitors haven't even competed at. So it's
or maybe never surfed that.
Yeah, haven't even surfed for that matter. So that just adds a little bit more of a interesting element to the competition, right? Just seeing a new wave for most riders, right? So it's a little bit tricky, but they've been on it. They've been out there practicing on the off days. So yeah, good to see.
And we have to say, this is not an easy wave to figure out. It's not a wave like Punta Dos, for example, which is much more like perfect and predictable. We can say that.
Definitely.
But that's a wave that changes so much. The reading is reading the wave requires a lot from you.
Yes.
It just changes from one moment to the other, especially with the tide rising or dropping. So definitely that plays a big role, especially in competition when you have such a small gap. In 25 minutes you have to perform against those beasts. So yeah, so these are the Budeo guys there, coming from Antofagasta, Chile, and representing this amazing club that is basically the responsible for this whole transformation that is happening here in Antofagasta, right?
That's the roots. That's where it started. Club Budeo by the man Arturo Soto behind the dream, right? Like you were saying earlier, just he had a dream of, helping kids out, getting them off the streets, getting them into the water, getting them to do something healthy and positive. And yeah, it's just amazing to see this dream come alive and, just see the impact that it's had, not just on the sport of bodyboarding, but on this community itself, with that beautiful park that was created. And it looks like we have someone taking off on this. We have Christian Barrera going for that little inside section and a little roll off the end pole. Not much projection, but definitely made the best of that.
Yeah, the other two Chilean guys, in this case, Ariona going right and Gerardo taking off on that left. Not much for Ariona in blue here, but I will surely check the wave from yellow in a replay pretty soon. And Gabriel just staying there with the priority number one. We could see that he really wanted to go on that past wave, the first one that came up, but he didn't have priority over Christian. So yeah, Gabriel just waiting there, holding that priority number one. He has two relevant scores already under his belt, a 7.5 with an amazing invert that he managed to do previously, and a 5-point ride, which he still can improve, in these 4 minutes and a half. So we'll see what Gabriel will come up next with.
Yeah, and here with that replay of that left that Christian took with that roll off that end bowl. So yeah, just not much happening there on that one.
Yeah, and that's the ride from blue that didn't really do much. And let's see this one. That looks good. I mean, he went for a pocket roll. Kind of late going to the lip, not hitting that 100% on the timing. But yeah, definitely that was his best wave. That's a 3.5, if I'm not wrong, for Gerardo Vez de la Fuente. So yeah, he's sitting in the third position, looking for a small score. I mean, that second spot on the heat still pretty open, I would say. 3.91 is what blue is looking for. Yellow looking for 3.41. And check this out.
And we have Ariuna on the right. El Rolo kind of right off the inlet, but yeah, just not much power on that with the tide coming up. So that was kind of tricky. The right's just so quick, right? Like when you land a maneuver, it's just when the tide's higher like this, it's easy not to get that power to continue pushing. And there we have the riders getting ready to paddle out through that narrow little channel. And I believe the next heat we have all Chileans, so it should be interesting to see the Chileans putting on a show.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we are seeing, let's check this replay. That's a left. Blue took off on the right, yellow taking off on this left. That didn't really provide anything for him. So still sitting in the third position, Gerardo, looking for 3.41, and stressful moments right now for the Chileans, with less than 3 minutes remaining, looking for those small scores. I mean, under than 4 points, it's what they are looking for. And we have another replay.
So as a yellow, that replay with the roll off the end, a little reverse after that. So yeah, just doing the best he can on that. Just not much power to work with. It's really a matter of luck, just getting those waves that hit the reef right. And what do we have here on this one?
That second place, Christian Barrera, not really finding anything, but I'm not sure if yellow's wave came out already, because he's looking for 3.41. He did a
There
roll,
it is.
he did a reverse, and that could be a wave that makes a difference. And yeah, it's a 3.4, right? Oh, he's just so short of what he needed.
So close.
3.41.
Yeah.
That was not enough for him. So still gotta get another wave to qualify and advance to round number 2. And there he goes.
Well, there we go. Little roll off the takeoff. Going for the end, little reverse, a little bit of a face to work with. And yeah, just kind of ending it there. Now let's see if he can get that 3.41. He's so close on that last one, just 0.01 points away from making it into the number 2 position, right? So
yeah, I don't know, because that on the previous wave he even get a bit more projection than what he got on the last one. It was kind of a forced maneuver, the wave didn't set up nicely for him, but he just did what he had to do. And yeah, check this out, 3.55.
Wow.
The leader right now takes off on the left, not really providing anything, and we are down to the last minute. And check this out, yellow takes the second position with just a bit more than what he needed. A 3.55 is what Gerardo gets, and now Christian is looking for a 3.31. So still very open. This will be definitely decided on the last second, Eric.
wow, that's some tension, right? Just that last 2 minutes of competition. Let's see what we have here with Gabriel going for that end section. Backflip, and yeah, looks like he pulled it off. Kind of rode to the side, but yeah,
landed out the back.
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he was like still going, but a bit out the back.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he's just having fun, That was probably like he just wanted to get one more wave, during the heat. We're down to the last seconds. Let's see what's coming up. Yeah, not really. The other guys are just waiting on the side for this heat to end. And yeah, I think we can say that the official results is Gabriel Castro in first position, Gerardo changing things into his favor on the last few seconds and qualifying in second, and Christian and Ariuna will be knocked out of the competition. Guys, let's just see this replay. Nice bottom turn, goes for that backflip, and that's just a cherry on top for Gabriel. We're going to call a quick commercial break before we come back with heat number 3, so stay tuned.
Cross the line, I feel there's no one turning back. The fuse is ready,
We're taking it to heat number 3 of round number 1 in the men's division. So, yeah. Morning, Bagel.
Good morning. Let's just hit the water, yeah. And check the conditions right now. Let's go to the water. Heat number 3, round number 1 right here. So there you have it. Look at that. We have Jean-Pierre Silva from Chile, Cristóbal Paoa, also from Chile, representing Rapa Nui, Jorge Barrera from Chile as well, y Pedro López. Un hit de chilenos aquí en este hit número 3 de la categoría masculina profesional. Y ya tenemos un 6,5 de Cristóbal. Un excelente rider que ya tiene bastante experiencia en el Tour Mundial. Lo compite desde que era muy joven. También lo conocemos como Tufi. Un saludo a Cuquín, que estoy segura que está sintonizando desde la hermosa isla Rapa Nui.
Yeah, good to see the island riders on tour, right? We got a few island guys on tour, I believe. We have this guy, Cristobal Paoa, and we also have Tahiti from Tahiti representing French Polynesia, and then we also have the Ecuatoriano, right, Jerico. So, yeah, good to see the islanders on tour, and of course Sammy, can't forget Sammy, right? He's but a little bit of an upset for him on that first heat, but you know he's got the DK, so
he's gonna give it all. I think it's gonna come back stronger at the DK. All right, so set is approaching. A little set is approaching. Remember, as the tide fills in, it will be probably a bit slower. We're gonna see what happens, but glassy conditions. Jean-Pierre Silva, local. Let's see, scooping into that barrel and trying to stall there, and just combine with that reverse. You know, little extra salt.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Adding a little bit of flavor to that, right?
Yeah, why not? I mean, you know that I think the judges, they just love to see that the rider is active, you know, and trying to put more maneuvers, and you know, kind of like it comes down to entertaining at the end of the day, you know, putting some maneuvers and doing some cool things.
So yeah, see that replay pulls in, gets a little barrel, a little cover up, a little bit of spit coming out of the thing. You think it's over. He's going to go for another little reverse and add a little bit extra salt, like Bego says. So yeah, good to see the guys making the best of it, adding the most action possible. So yeah, we're just waiting on a set coming in. Looks like we have a little bit of a line, but yeah, not much going on. Oh, let's see what we have here. So we have a blue taking off. We have Jorge taking off on this right. And yeah, those rights are just so quick, right? Like on these high tide, smaller ones, there's just not much happening there. So yeah, we're just waiting on a set. And while we're waiting on that, let's just, oh, here we go.
Gabriel.
Yeah, he's stoked. He was just sitting comfy in first position on that heat, right? Just getting a couple good scores right off the beginning.
You know, when he was a junior, and he was so impressive when he was a junior, and right now, you know, as a professional rider, he's definitely putting on a show. We're loving that. You know, we're loving to see the progress, the evolution of the riders. You know, when you get riders like Socrates Santana, who won here in the junior division back in 2015, you know, and seeing him, you know, surfing so good, and last edition Socrates end up in this as a runner-up of the event, and very close to win. Maybe, you know, he wants to repeat what he did here, you know, in 2015.
Yeah.
But he was in the junior division, and he was facing someone really, really tough, which was Tanner McDaniel at that time, you know.
Wow.
So yeah. All right, so situation in the water, Cristol, he has a 6.5, which happened while we were in the commercial break, but he's leading. Jean-Pierre Silva, his last wave is a 5, and the rest of the competitors haven't served anything yet. You know, we have Jorge Barrera, also known as Psycho. You know, he's
really?
He is the first generation of Budeo Club students, you know, and let's check this one. Rolling. It was 2 inches outside, I think.
Not much wall on that one, right? If that would have had like an end ball, that could have been pretty good. It was having a good wedge off the takeoff, and now this one's the opposite. There's just too much wall on the end and no wall on the beginning, right? But yeah, it's kind of a tricky wave, right? It's like So you got to get it to line up. You got to get like the. So yeah, looks like.
Let's
We're-
just see if this one has a taker. You never know. But I think after this wave, yeah.
Yeah, let's take it to the interview. Go ahead, Lucas.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about that wave and the heat in general, but that invert was on point. Let us know.
Bom dia a todos aí do Brasil. Muito feliz. Tava esperando há bastante tempo para entrar na água, né? 2 dias aí a gente vindo bem cedo e só o DropKnee. Mas é isso, eu sempre me conectando bem com Deus e falando que quando fosse no momento certo, minha hora certa de entrar, eu ia. Então, me mantive ali calmo, porém um pouco ansioso também, né? A gente com muita vontade de competir, a gente batalhou muito para estar aqui. E tô muito feliz, a minha onda lá do set foi muito boa, uma série legal. E um detalhe também foi no final, né? Que tem uma pedra no final da onda aqui, ela me jogando pra cima e eu puxando pra direita. Mas deu tudo certo, graças a Deus.
So he's super stoked. He's saying that he was getting a little bit anxious, you know, from coming all these days early here and just seeing the DropKnee division not going in the water. And now happy to be in the water, you know, and finding that invert that was on point. He just said that after that, the rocks become very complicated, but everything went fine and he's stoked. Let us know a little bit more about the next stops that you are competing. Are you going to Itacoatiara? Are you going to Mexico? What are the plans this year for you, either in Brazil or in the World Tour?
Minha vontade é de competir todas as etapas, né, do circuito mundial. O que pesa mais é mais o financeiro, mesmo tendo alguns patrocínios, apoiadores. Mas é isso, vai depender muito também dos resultados nas competições e seja o que Deus quiser daqui pra frente. Mandar um beijão para todo mundo do Brasil, minha namorada, minha família, minha mãe, meu pai, todo mundo lá da igreja, da Sara. Um beijão para todo mundo e tô muito feliz. E é isso, é só o começo, o primeiro passo e vamos que vamos, Deus abençoe.
Yeah, so about the next events, he says that, as usual, you know, just the financial thing is the biggest thing for the athletes. But depending on the results he gets here, he will be able to make it to the next events. And just sending a big hug to his family and sponsors as well. Parabéns, Gabriel. Good luck on the next one. Back to you guys at the booth.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, Gabriel, man, check this out. Looking very good for this rider. Cristobal, not really able to do much. And has some intel about these riders. Do you know? Cristobal is from Rapa Nui, but the other 3 are from Budeo Club. Jean-Pierre, Jorge y Pedro. 3 competidores que pertenecen al Club Budeo. En el caso de Jorge Barrera, que también es conocido como Psycho, lo queremos muchísimo, lo conocemos de Nanito. Él fue de la primera generación de alumnos de Budeo. Llegó al club como con 7, 8 años más o menos.
Wow.
Y hoy en día es técnico en turismo y localazo de Budeo y de esta ola también. Y además él fue uno de los niños que, bueno, vamos a ver esta ola justamente. Cristóbal va por un rolito para poder hacer un poco de puntos, un bonito reverse, y con eso va a conseguir ese backup o esa ola de respaldo que necesitaba.
Yeah, making the best of that wave, Cristobal on that insider. But yeah, as we have a little lull in sets right now, so
Yeah, no, I was trying to just to speak a little bit about the riders in Spanish for everyone that is tuning in.
yeah, so here we have that replay of Cristobal on roll on the takeoff. He has a little bit of wall to work with, a little reverse, doing a little bit of a carve there, just making the absolute best of what he could with that wave. And yeah, he's sitting comfy in first right now with a 6.5 and a 4.5. Leaving him with a total of 11 with Jean-Pierre Silva needing a 6.01 and Pedro Lopez needing 1.01 and Jorge Barrera needing a 4.51.
Ok, y volviendo un poquito a la idea, porque yo estoy aquí haciendo el trabajo de estudio. Con Constanza Soto me manda información, lo estuvimos conversando y digo, Connie, mándame info de todos los chicos de acá, porque quiero hablar de ellos. Obviamente yo los conozco, pero no sé tanto. Entonces, nada, Connie me mandó esta info de los chicos. Pedro López, profesor de educación física. Vamos a ver justamente en esta ola que viene Jorge Barrera. A ver, consigue un rolito o no lo logra completar, qué pena.
Yeah, it was a hard one to pull off. Not much lip to work with.
All right, so I'm just I had some intel about these riders, Pedro, Jorge, and Jean-Pierre. The three of them are from Budeo Club, and I was just saying that Jorge is he belongs to the first generation of Budeo students. You know, he actually started he was part of the club when he was 7 years of age, and right now he studied tourism. He got a degree on tourism, and he was one of the children that Budeo took, I mean, he was. I won't say he was a risk children, but let's see this one.
All right, so let's see Jean-Pierre taking off on this left, pulling a roll off the lip, landing out in the whitewater, coming out to the flats. So yeah, he pulled that off. It's not sure if he's going to get that necessary 6.01 to pull him up a position, but yeah, it was a good effort. And yeah, here we have another set coming in, and yeah, not really looking like it has the best direction, but oh, that thing kind of barreled pretty nice, little spit. But yeah, I'm curious about so Jorge Barrera. I believe you said they call him Psycho as well, right? And I'm curious,
Psycho killer.
what is that like? Is that because he's a charger, or he hits big ramps, or do you know the story behind that?
I don't know exactly the story, but I remember when I met him. He was so small, man. I remember because I've been coming here since 2012.
Yes.
He was a little kid,
Mm-hmm.
and I remember he was crazy, like fearless. So I am
Okay.
guessing he was like going for those crazy sections, and
Yeah.
they just called him Psycho, Psycho killer. I love it.
Awesome.
No, but he is, and for me, being involved with the bodyboarding community all my life, and living here in Chile for more than 14 years now, um, watching the evolution of the kids and watching the effect of what Budeo Club has done, it is so positive. These kids, they coming from, you know, uh, neighborhoods that are poor, and there's a lot of risk of, not going for the right path.
Yes.
So what Budeo has been doing is trying to prevent them from that.
Yeah, so we have Cristobal taking up on this left, and yeah, he's kind of hoping to get a ramp off that takeoff, but yeah, it just wasn't. Timing is so essential, right? You kind of like going down the line, hoping for a ramp on the end, but yeah, just not enough power. So yeah, but good effort there. But yeah, going back to what you're saying, Bigo, yeah, it's really such an amazing thing that Arturo is doing, and his dream from the beginning of taking kids off the streets and giving them something positive. And let's take a look at this replay, Biggs.
Yeah, this is Jean-Pierre Silva, with a very good and well executed role there. Jean-Pierre, he is also well known here. He's actually coming from Mejillones. Mejillones is part of Antofagasta, but it will be, I think, I dare to say it's like 45 minutes from here, maybe. And they don't really have a wave, they need a big swell.
Okay.
So they drive, they used to take the bus to come here and surf, and check this out. He's coming in hot in this one. Yeah, so, for me, it's super remarkable as well. That's the case of Marcos Silva. Oh, wait a
And
second.
then we have Cristobal taking up on this insider. Bro, I almost tried a backflip there, but just not enough power to keep him on the face. But yeah, go ahead, as you're saying about Mejillones. So it's a little bit of a protected area, so he'd probably have to travel quite a bit to get some waves, get down here into these more exposed zones in the city,
That's
right?
the case, and when you're a kid, you don't have a car, right? So
Yeah.
what you do is that you take those bus ride. You don't even have money. So imagine the effort that these guys from Mejillones had put. And he is he takes really good care of him. He's actually a lifeguard, Jean-Pierre Silva.
Oh, really?
And he's instructor in Budeo Club.
Oh, wow.
He works as an instructor. So yeah, he has been surfing. He has been part of the club, and part of the Antofagasta bodyboarding is seen since 2011, and he's currently holding the 9th position in the national ranking. So yeah, Jean-Pierre Silva, it's an amazing rider, and people sometimes we see a heat and we see these riders that probably don't tune in with the conditions, and you don't see them doing their best. But I always say you can't judge a rider level or rider's performance by I mean, a rider level by their performance in one single heat. Because
Definitely.
it's only 25 minutes. There's other 3 people, conditions are changing. So, yeah. Let's just see this one for Pedro Lopez. Pedro, who's also, he studied physical education, and he also has been part of the Budeo club, and he's also an instructor. And
Okay.
there, and at the club. So
Okay. We got 2 instructors in this heat then
Yeah,
from
that's-
Club Budeo.
that's dos instructores, gente, del Club Budeo, Pedro y Jean-Pierre Silva. Estamos hablando un poco en inglés para que la gente los conociera. Jean-Pierre es de Mejillones. Para quienes son chilenos saben que Mejillones no tiene una ola, hay como una ola que necesita como full swell. Ellos desde chicos están viniendo a Antofagasta. Yo conversaba con Marcos el otro día que vino a Iquique y me decía, no, nosotros, imagínate, gastábamos un montón de dinero en tomar buses, no teníamos auto, nos íbamos así como podíamos, pasábamos todo el día en Antofagasta para surfear. Recuerden que Antofagasta también es la región, pero está la ciudad de Antofagasta y Mejillones es parte de la región de Antofagasta. Creo que queda como 45 minutos más o menos, 40 minutos de aquí, dependiendo, ¿no? De si vas en bus o lo que sea. Y nada, Jean-Pierre es de allá, es salvavidas, es instructor del Club Budeo y actualmente es 9º del ranking nacional. Y Pedro es profesor de educación física, se inició y se formó en el Club Budeo y es local de esta ola junto con Budeo.
Mhm.
Y bueno, fue también uno de los niños intervenidos con el propósito del Club Budeo, como fue Jorge Barrera, nuestro psycho.
Yeah, the psycho. And here we have taken off on this left, kind of hoping for a little inside section. Here we have Jean-Pierre Silva, and not much to offer him there on that inside. And yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of a line coming in, but yeah, not much there. And yeah, while we're waiting for some lines coming in, I just want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors, Escondida, BHP, and the Municipalidad de Antofagasta. And of course, want to thank our collaborators. We have Colbún, Antofagasta Minerals, Peri Chile, Carniceria Arauco, Abastible, Hotel Arque, Antofagasta, taking care of the staff. We have Ruta 1 Restaurant, Mirador Sandwicheria, Costa Club, Antofagasta. Also want to take a moment to thank the media partners, of course. We want to thank Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión, AS Chile, FM7, El Regionista Diario, Antofa Despierta, Puro Surf Chile, Latin Wave, Cura Tres Puntas, y Región 2. And here we go. We got some action coming in. Let's see if this can bring us some entertainment in these last 6 minutes of this heat. There we go. Yeah, looking like there's something. Okay, who do we have here? We have in blue, we have Jorge Barrera going for that ride, but yeah, just too quick. No wall to work with. And out the back, yeah, it looks like they weren't really in position for that thing. But yeah, that left looked kind of decent, right? A little bit of a wall. And here we have the riders getting ready to paddle out in the next heat in that tiny channel there. But yeah, as of now, we have Jorge in 4th place, needing a 8.61 to get up there, with Pedro in 3rd, needing a 5.61, and Jean-Pierre Silva needing a 6.01 to take that first spot away from Cristobal, who's doing quite well. You know, sitting up there with 11. And there we go. Riders amped, getting ready to head into the next heat. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what goes down in heat number 4 just after this. Yeah, a little bit of a lull right now, but yeah, it's always good to see a wave at a competition that most of these guys haven't surfed before, right? It just makes it much more challenging for most of these guys. So, yeah, adds a little bit of salt to the entertainment, like you say, or sugar,
Or
whatever.
spices,
Spice it up, right?
some chili in there,
Some ají chileno, right?
some pebre. Bueno, todas las personas que están sintonizando, hoy promete ser un día bonito de competencia con la categoría profesional masculina que está haciendo su estreno en este gran campeonato, esta edición que volvimos a la Nilda, tan contentos de estar acá, un holón para Bodyboard, después de 11 años que no se tenía en Tour Mundial aquí en esta ola, porque por supuesto hemos tenido la BF, así que la Nilda nos está recibiendo bien. Mejor que no esté muy grande, gente, mejor que no esté muy grande, porque muy grande estamos hablando de otros 500 pesos, como decimos. Eh, ¿Sabes? Muy grande no lo quieres ver. Créeme que los riders están tranquilitos. Lo único que obviamente falta un poquito más de constancia de ola, pero no lo quieres ver tan grande. Así que nada, por ahora las cosas están pasando bastante bien. Ya hicimos 2 ronditas de DropKnee, ya tenemos la ronda número 3 lista de DropKnee, que ya a partir de ahí es full eliminatoria. Explicarles un poco que el formato de Prime Series, que son los de la categoría masculina profesional y femenina profesional, la ronda de no eliminación solamente está en el momento en el que entran los top 16. En DropKnee tuvo la primera ronda de no eliminación solamente porque es un formato de un solo evento que define campeón mundial. En el caso de los Prime no es así. Los Prime es un tour. No podemos poner la primera ronda de no eliminación. La ronda de no eliminación es un beneficio que obtienen los riders que están rankeados. Por eso, la ronda de no eliminación es a partir de cuando ellos empiezan a surfear, que en el caso de este evento es en la ronda número 3. Ese es el formato que está descrito y que todos los riders conocen.
All right, taking off on this right, just scooping into that thing. That was Pedro Lopez, and yeah, good performance there. He got under that thing, made it out of it. Didn't have like a clean exit, but he made it out of it. So, yeah, I think that might give him a decent score. And we have Jorge taking off on this next one, hoping to get a right that's good as well. Little El Rolo off that end part. Yeah, a little bit of action in these last 3 minutes, right? So yeah, waiting for the scores to drop on Pedro Lopez. I'm thinking that should be a pretty good score, Biggs.
Yeah, looking good. You know, you never know with these riders. As you can see, they're locals, but they have been, probably not finding themselves. But let's check this out. Looking very beautiful. He knew exactly when to stall. He knows this barrel very well, and did a great job in that one. So yeah, and this was the last of Blue. Also knowing very well backdooring in that wave and finding that section. Psycho killer.
The psycho. Yeah, those rights, you kind of got to take off behind it, yeah, because it ends so quick. So yeah, that's good. These two locals, Pedro and Jorge, they know this wave very well, and yeah, they made the best of those waves down in those last few minutes. There you could see that background, that tiny little channel, right? Like a little easier to paddle out than coming in. I remember Bago mentioning how challenging it can be to come in after surfing, especially with all that current. You really gotta aim well, and if the current sucks you away, you miss it, you have to paddle all the way back around. Not the easiest spot to get in and out of the water. Would you say El Gringo versus this wave, which one would you say is trickier to get in and out of the water, Bago? As far as like the exit and the entrance from the water, La Nilda versus
yeah,
Gringo?
I was thinking about it because yesterday, when I got there, I thought it was easier, I thought it was more like a beach. There is a beach there, but it's not sand. It's like a lot of like mini rocks.
Mm-hmm.
But then there's a beach.
Yeah, you got to get that long E.
Yeah, I'm
get
so
that Y
sorry,
in there.
people. I know there's a thin line there in that pronunciation. All right, so I thought it was a sand break. And, when I got there, I found out that the channel was super thin, really narrow, And then I was like, okay, so what am I supposed to do? And then I said, you have to, and the waves are actually breaking towards all those rocks. And I was like, okay, so what do I was with Connie and some locals, but yeah, I'm going to go back to that after announcing that this is the end of this heat. And official results is what you see on your screen. Is Cristobal advancing alongside with Pedro. Congratulations to Jean-Pierre and Jorge. We're going to come back with a lot more. And the organizer of the Pascuales event, Jim Blaney, is going to be joining me here, so don't go anywhere. We're going to come back right after this. Welcome back, everyone. We're here at the third day of competition of the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. And next to me, I have the pleasure of having Jim Laney from Mexico. He is the promoter of the Pascuales Pro event. How you doing, Jim?
Very good. Very excited.
I'm guessing so. And we're super happy to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation.
It's my pleasure. Let's just hit the water because we have one of the Mexican riders alongside with some other excellent riders in this heat number 4 of round number 1, a full elimination round. And check this out. This is the first taker. This will be red. That I think is Agustin Figueroa. And
I'm
just
doing
going
an RS.
Yeah.
Very good maneuver.
Very good maneuver. Yeah. So let's just introduce this heat. We have Agustin Figueroa, Luis Mata from Venezuela, Tomás Araya from Chile, and Brian Lopez from Mexico. All right. So, what do you think about the event so far, Gene?
Well, I think that it's the DK, the DropKnee, was pretty excited to watch. There was some days that we needed more waves, but right now it looks like it's kicking. It's actually getting pretty radical out there, so we can ride it. Good tube rides. I was watching the backflips, and it's pretty exciting to watch right now. The waves are picking up, and this is good.
Yeah, good conditions, glassy. I'm so happy that we started early today. We're going to pick your brain about the event for sure, but let's just check this one out. It's actually your rider. Brian Lopez is going to try to attack that section, goes for a huge flip.
Nice.
What a good performance.
Well, that's his specialty. He's been practicing a lot for right and left, so he could do the maneuvers in both directions of the waves, which is left or right, and he's been practicing every day, 3 hours a day. After work, he works. He cleans pool. So after that, he runs to the beach, and then he starts practicing in Secret and Pascuales. We got also El Paraíso. That's a good place to go practice on. We got Blue.
Yeah, these are the last waves that we have. We're going to get back to that idea, but that's last of Blue with the roll. And this is the first of Agustin Figueroa from Iquique. That was a very good backflip to the left. Which, you know what? He actually, it's not, in this one.
Here.
Take us through that one.
I like that one. He comes down. He projects right there. Nice air. Clean maneuver.
Very clean.
He loves it.
he just sent you a kiss.
Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. No kissy.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not just because he's your rider, but he definitely marked some difference with that last maneuver, a 6.75 and looking sharp. I would like to know, let's just wait for this set right here, but I'm going to pick your brain about the event and about I know for a fact you have a lot to tell the world, but let's check this one first, and it's coming in with
yellow. Mata. Nope.
Oh, you're rider again.
Oh, he's looking for it.
Oh,
nice.
Beautiful. Oh, did you see that? He actually went for the...
He was trying to do an air forward, but it looked like it didn't have enough pared.
Say, como wall.
The wall, yeah. He needed more wall. Looks like I've been too long in Mexico where my English slowly is going out. So
I mean, yeah, but your English is perfect.
Thank you.
You're coming from American family, right?
Yes. I grew up with the English and then going to school with the Spanish. So, it's been interesting growing up in Mexico.
All right, Jean, let's just, these riders are so active that we can't find spaces. And check this out. Split peak, we have Luis from Venezuela, but living in Iquique. Luis has been training so hard for this moment, He is, he has been training, competing as much as he can. It's his dream to try to advance as much as possible in the World Tour. Now it looks like probably after the replays, we can start speaking about the Pascuales Pro. Oh my God, you're making the whole world so happy with bringing the World Tour there.
Yes, a lot of people are so excited in Mexico. They're like so stoked. They're like, wow, finally we get something big here in Mexico. So we're working hard for that. It's going to be the first time and hopefully more times in the future. In the meantime, people are so excited. upstairs. They've been asking me where they could stay and stuff. So Red doing he's trying to do a Rolo.
Yeah, he did one. That was a complete move. It not the most
Not too clean.
Yeah, but still, he wanted to when the heat starts, you need to try to get some scores under your belt at the very beginning, and that's what actually Brian's doing, man. Brian's super good.
Yes, he is. Yeah, you should watch his video on Instagram and Facebook. He's wild. He's wild. He's a little bit nervous. He actually competed in 2015 in Iquique, La Isa, the World Championship.
I was there.
With Pari Pineda, was two of them from Mexico. So I think Brian got to the second round, and then he's or third round. I forget. It's been so many years, But he's been national champion so many times. He in the locals, he's always winning. There's others participants. We got good riders in Mexico.
All right, Jean, let's just see if someone's gonna take this set right here, because we do have the winner of the last heat ready to go for the interview, but still, I mean, we don't want to miss any of the live action.
It looks good.
Yeah, maybe someone's gonna take this one. It looks like they're in position. It's blue. Yeah. Oh, not taking it, but there's another one on the back.
I think he lost priority on that one.
Yep. It's gotta do. All right, so now it's safe to send it to Eric with the winner of the last heat, so take it away.
Orana Cristobal, so happy to see an Islander win this heat. Tell me, how was it out there? How were the conditions? Was it a little bit challenging out there?
Bueno, sí, la verdad es que las condiciones están difíciles. Ahora en la mañana tenemos lo que es la marea alta y como está al lado de la hora, la marea hace que esté un poco difícil de encontrar la rampa. Sin embargo, igual hay buenas olas para izquierda y derecha, así que algo de hecho se puede mostrar.
Yeah, he said it's a little bit tricky out there with the upcoming tide. It made it a little bit hard to find the lips, but yeah, he made the best of it. He did a great job making, getting the best waves he could out there. And I'd like to ask you, what did you do different this year? What did you do to prepare for this contest? I mean, what was your training like this year?
Bueno, la verdad es que para entrenarse para este campeonato es más que nada hacer bodyboard todos los días. Acá, bueno, yo vivo acá en la ciudad ahora y nada, trato de venir siempre acá a la Nilda o la cúpula, surfear siempre, empujar siempre fuerte. Aquí el nivel es súper bueno, entonces cada freezer siempre hay mejora.
Yeah, his best method of training was just surfing every day. Now he's living here in Antofagasta, so he's getting familiar with this wave, surfing as much as he can. And honestly, that's probably the best training you can do. So, yeah, great job. Congratulations. And I'd like to ask you, you want to give a saludos, a shout out to anyone?
Sí, obvio, mandar un saludo a la gente de Rapa Nui, a todos los bodyboarders ahí en Chile que están apoyando. Así que eso, agradecido y nos estamos viendo.
There we go. Back to you guys.
Cristobal, congratulations to Cristobal, excellent performance there. All right, so we're expecting, we're waiting for the moment to speak about the Pascuales Pro people. We're back in Mexico. It's been so long since the World Tour is not in Mexico. So, Jean, tell us a little bit what we can expect from the great Pascuales.
Pascuales, well, I can say is that it's a very radical wave. We got like Cicatela, for instance. Cicatela, we got in Oaxaca. It's one of the best tube rides right there for Mexico. It's international spot to go surfing or bodyboarding. But then again, in Pascuales, it's kind of like the Cicatela, but for me, it's more powerful. It's a more powerful wave. In July, which is like hurricane season, we might have waves from 3 meters to 7-8 meters. All depends. But it's going to be really good because the wave's starting to come out. And right now, it's kind of like digging the sand. And so I'm thinking it's going to be a really good condition for July for the first time.
All right, let's see this one for Tomás Araya. I'm sorry,
Ooh.
Tomás.
He's trying to get a barrel, then came out.
Yeah, we'll see if that, yeah.
Thomas Araya.
See, well, we'll go.
And we got White.
All right.
He's looking for it.
Is he more of a right bodyboarder? Like he loves rights better, I think?
Actually,
maybe he feels more comfortable?
actually, he's left.
Really?
Yeah, believe it or not, he's left. It surprised me he grabbed that wave actually, but he must be a little nervous as well. But we got red. He's looking for it. A Rolo.
Agustín Figueroa desde Iquique, un excelente rider iquiqueño local de la Punta 2, que es donde se hacía el evento donde esperamos volver pronto para otro evento mundial. Agustín Figueroa coming from Iquique, very good rider, one of the best from there, local of Punta 2.
There's a lot of participants from Chile I see.
Yeah,
in round number 1.
Yeah. What about, do you say we're going to have a lot of bodyboarders from Mexico competing in your event?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That's so cool.
Everybody's calling up and they're calling me saying, "Gene, what do I have to do?" So I give them the page and say, go subscription. We got yellow and blue in this wave right here.
Yeah, we got the replay of Jello because we didn't have it. We saw live action is impossible to show both waves. So they were following white, and then I think it was Agustin, and then Luis took the left.
A little bit small wave, but the ones that are in the back looks like they're just waiting for the good ones. And it takes time, and it looks like it's not like frequently, but it's you got to wait for the good ones to come out.
Well, okay, so just going back to Pascuales.
Let's go to Pascuales.
Let's go to Pascuales. A lot of people has been asking us information about it. How about the area itself? I mean, to stay.
It's actually a good area. They got the Hotel Pascuales Real. They can stay there. Oh, red is going to the right.
Very good looking wave.
Nice
here for
wave.
Agustin.
Very nice. Backflip
Yeah, Agustin
with a
Figueroa.
360.
We also call
Good
him
maneuver.
Crapulito.
Grapulito.
Ese es Crapulito.
In red?
Sí.
Grapulito, why?
It was like a candy.
Yeah.
A candy name here. It is a very old candy called Crapulito. It was like a little vampire. And I think it was a little vampire. It's a kiss thing. So they call it Crapulito. He looks like the.
Here comes white. Here comes Brian Lopez. He's looking for it.
Oh, not.
Oh, yeah. Not enough.
Yeah.
Not enough
wrong.
fuerza. It's.
Yeah. No.
It needed more power in the wave.
That's right. So you were saying there's plenty of
So-
options to stay.
So there's a hotels where you could play. You could actually stay at. You could get houses. You could rent houses. Oh, here comes red.
Yeah,
with the backflip, nice and clean. With the 360.
Yeah, Agustin Figueroa is looking. He knows he's in first place, but he knows not comfortable at all.
Yeah, having that 675 from Brian.
Yeah, he's only looking for a 426. It's definitely a wave that he can do, and the other riders are a little bit further away. I'm sorry, but they have chances. So there's still 9 minutes and 30 seconds in the
Yes.
clock. So
Still time, but time flies.
Yeah.
Time flies. So, anyways, in Pascuales also, we got the hotels, and the hotels, there's restaurants. There's a little restaurant bar where you could watch there's like screen TV where you could watch the competition, eat. We got some good tacos. I don't know if you like tacos, but
I don't think there's someone in
there's-
this world that doesn't like tacos. Man.
there we go. And so, we got tortas. It's like sandwich, but it's a thicker type of a bread. So we got the tortas. We got we got all kinds of Mexican traditional stuff there, like the huevos a la mexicana with the vegetables. And I know
Chilaquiles.
chilaquiles too. Yep, we got
Oh,
chilaquiles. We got a lot of seafood there as well, like ceviche. I don't know if you tried ceviche, but it's really
for
good.
Sure.
Yeah.
Of course. All right, people, as you can see, we have Jean Blaney. ¿Cómo dice?
Blaney.
Blaney. Oh, my God. I used to
Yes,
call it
yes.
Blaney. Jean Blaney, he is the promoter, the organizer of the Pascuales Pro. We're going there after Itacoachara. We're going there in July. And he was saying, we could expect some. What do we do if we get big, super, ultra big swell? What do you think?
Well, I think that they're pros, just get the men's division out there, see what they could do.
All right, so start training in big conditions if you want to go to Pascuales. The thing that I don't know, I haven't been there. I've been in Puerto Escondido many times, and the last time I went to Puerto, I found out that it was closing out a little bit. They said the sun breaks have changed a lot, but what they say about Pascuales is that it's perfect A-frames everywhere. Is
Yeah.
that so?
A-frames.
Como triángulos, perfectos por todos lados.
Yeah. Well, it all depends. It all depends on the swell and what side of the swell will come in. So, yes, we got a lot of those. We got like a point here, a point, like everywhere almost. But sometimes it's hard to go in. You got to go through the current, but you still have some waves coming down on you. It's not like Hawaii where you have a
Channels.
space and a channel to go in. So it's a little more complicated, but it all depends. If it's big, then we're going to have to use the jet skis to get the riders in.
All right.
That way, they're not wasting their time. Like I don't know how much time they're going to give them, but it's.
I mean, minimum 25 minutes per heat, but that depends on the conditions and the number of riders. But it's mandatory to have minimum 25 minutes.
25
Yeah.
minutes, okay. And then if it's big, maybe they'll give it more, maybe
Yeah,
less.
yeah, for sure.
But it's going to be pretty excited. I cannot wait. I'm so stoked about this, and it's just going to open more doors for next year. In the meantime, I got to pass this and do my best. Just yeah, I can't say 100%, but I could try to say that I want the 95% minimum of the competition, and that way, next year we'll have more. The government could maybe help us out more, or we got more sponsors.
Yeah.
But they got to see my work. So with you guys, we're like a good team, and I think we're going to do well.
Think so too. It will open a lot of doors. You'll see.
I hope so.
You'll see. Una actualización en español para quienes están acá sintonizando. Tenemos el placer de tener a Jean. Él es el organizador, el promotor del campeonato de Pascuales. Bueno, primero vamos a dar las situaciones. El iquiqueño Agustín Figueroa está primero. Bastante bien su performance, pero no está muy cómodo porque el mexicano solamente necesita un 4.26 para tomar esa primera posición. Luis Mata, venezolano, que vive en Iquique, necesita una nota un poco más difícil, un 6.01, y Tomás Araya, que también es chileno, necesita un 5.51. Ahí va uno de los locales, que es una figura increíble para nosotros. Manuel es el local con mejores resultados en este evento, porque él ha tenido 2 terceros lugares en DropKnee y un segundo lugar en masculino profesional. Claro que Moisés Silva ganó este evento el año pasado, pero de los antofagastinos el mejor colocado. ¿Tú te has bañado en esa poza? ¿Te bañaste?
No. Aquí está muy frío para los mexicanos. No tengo ni wetsuit, pero no. Yo prefiero estar afuera tomando fotos. Pero, ¿qué te puedo decir? Pero qué bonito. Es una área muy bonito, una playa bonita, una ola increíble. Pero el agua sí está muy frío. Eso.
¿Cómo es el agua en Pascuales? A ver, cuenta.
Oh, ahí sí estás a gusto, y más como en julio hace mucho calor. No ocupas wetsuit para nada. Ahí ahora sí es como... Está tímido el agua. Está a gusto.
Está templada.
Templada. Sí. No, está a gusto, la verdad. Cuando van a participar ahí, o cuando vayan a buguear, tenemos azul.
Vamos a ver esta bolita de Tomás que está buscando
Un rolo.
rolito. Bien, lo concretó. Muy bien, que tengan
Se
esta
perdió un
oportunidad.
poco ahí en el espuma.
Sí.
Y el rojo viene para abajo.
Los dos.
Y tenemos amarillo.
Oh, bonito rolo de Luis.
Y se perdió.
Ah, qué pena.
Y ahí tenemos a mexicano Brian López.
Bueno, todos tomaron olas. Good exchange there. All of the riders took a wave, and we'll see how that goes and who got the best out of that. But yeah, Jean here telling us that it's super hot and nice in Pascuales. So if you're planning to go there, forget about the wetsuit. You don't have to pack a wetsuit.
Yes, no wetsuits. No wetsuits. So don't take it. They're just going to charge you in the airport, for the 25 kilos. But just to, take your licra so you won't, rash your stomach.
yeah.
So it's, take the wax. Oh, here comes Blue and doing his Rolo.
Yeah. Good.
Not
Yes.
too clean, but
And crap.
oh, look, here's an ours. He got stuck in the white water.
And the last of
And we
yellow.
got the Rolo. He got stuck in the white water as well. But it's really good maneuvers. Oh, here we go.
live action.
Nice. I think that's going to probably improve his 2.75 maybe. See what
Oye,
happens.
Y me dices que él, Brian, es más izquierdero, pero se le está
Sí.
dando espectacular la derecha. ¿Ah? Ya te digo.
Sí, sí, había un día que le dije, ocupas practicar los dos lados, no, es bueno porque nunca se va a saber si vas a una competencia y nomás van a tener una derecha.
Míralo ahí.
Salió del tubito dando con un Rolo, a ver si le suben el puntuaje.
Mira, nosotros
Oh, 4.5 le dieron.
cambió la situación.
Ya,
Se
ya,
fue
primer
primero.
lugar. Y ahí va Kalani en blanco, otro mexicano para hit número 5.
¿Qué nos puedes decir de Kalani?
Kalani Favela.
Sí.
Es de Michoacán. Kalani, Brian es de Colima. Kalani igual, otro talento de México que tenemos de los mejores, uno de los mejores. Hay mucho talento, la verdad. Te puedo decir, si yo podría traer a todos, lo podría traer, pero a ver qué pasa el próximo año. Pero sí hay mucho talento en México y aquí también los de Michoacán son muy bravos. Kalani, por ejemplo, está con el BHM junto con Alfonso Aguilar. Alfonso Aguilar allá en México es la figura.
Claramente.
Sí, y viven ahí en Playa
Es el
Azul.
Jeff Hubbard de México.
¿Puedes decir eso?
We're talking
It's-
about the Mexican riders. There's 3 here. We have Brian right now changing the situation, putting Agustin Figueroa in second, and the rest of the riders in a tough situation and not really looking sharp for Tomas and Luis. And coming up, we have Kalani, also from Mexico, but from the Michoacán area. See, this one
Ooh.
not happening for these riders. Yeah, good
Yeah.
goal, actually.
I think they lost priority doing that.
Yeah. You'll see. We'll
But
change.
they only got 20 seconds, so somebody's got to do something.
Let's see
Here
this
comes
one.
Blue, looking at.
Ah.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
17
think he needs
seconds.
some wax on his board. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Oh, and speaking of wax in Mexico, you got to take the for the hot weather wax.
Okay, that's
Yeah, it's very important that for the riders that are listening to this transmission. It's because you got wax for the cold water, for hot water, or for tímida, warm water. So, I recommended the warm and hot weather water kind of wax for the boards.
All right, Jean, we have to go to commercial break. We would like to thank you, and you guys are going to keep seeing him because it will be throughout the whole event. We're gonna have you in another hit, so let's just hit the commercial and we'll come back right after that.
Falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña.
2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Let's take it straight to the water right now so we can check up on heat number 5 of round number 1, men division. So let's see who's coming up inside the water right now.
All right, so let's see who we got in this heat. We got Marcelo Faundes from Chile. We have Manuel Cepeda from Chile as well. Marco Silva from Chile and Kalani Favela from Mexico. So yeah, good to see a good variety of riders with the Chileans and the Mexicano in this heat. So yeah, let's see what goes down in this heat. There's still clean conditions. Tide is coming up, so it's a little bit challenging, but still some action going down, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have big names over here. Manuel Cepeda, you know, local legend, also reaping on the knee, you know, and yeah, craving to see what Manu is going to come up with. I mean, we're very used to see him charging La Cupola, you know, and where he is a local. And it will be nice to see what he comes up with here in La Nilda as well. As you said, tide is coming up, so we are starting to lose some consistency over here, but there's still potential. And I mean, same situation, same condition for all the 4 riders. And yeah, they're still bringing the entertainment for us.
Yeah, still making the very best of it. These riders are doing a great job at choosing the best waves. And yeah, looks like there might be a little bit of action on the horizon. Let's see if this wave hits a reef, right? It's just not really stacking up very well, but it looks like we have someone kind of paddling for that one, but yeah, not much there. But yeah, there we go, that aerial view looking at northern Antofagasta, looking at that beautiful peninsula out the back. Just such a picturesque town, right, where the desert meets the ocean in the Atacama Desert, the driest desert on planet Earth. Just such a nice place. There's beauty in every kind of, whether it's the south of Chile with the rainforest or the north of Chile with the desert. But yeah, it's that humble current, right? Just the difference of temperature between the cold ocean and the warm land, creating that dry climate. What do we have here? It looks like someone's going for this one. No, can't right get into that. But yeah, it's kind of
looking good. I mean, it's becoming a little, you know, the tide's coming a little up, maybe too much. Right now we have the tide completely filling up at 10:45. So we're still 1 hour and 40 minutes from the high tide, but we can see that is already different than when we got here, right? So
yes,
yeah, I mean, a very nice contrast over here, as you said, with the desert, you know, and the waves and the humble current, just bringing those abundant swells that we have in this region throughout the whole year, basically. And let's see, looks like there's activity on the outside. White, Kalani Favela representing Mexico goes right, attacks that lip, does a kind of clean roll. That's a nice maneuver for him, at least to get started, you know, and improve from. So yeah, first step from the Mexican.
Yeah, good to get a wave under his belt, right? That's always the best strategy, right? Just get a wave under your belt as soon as possible. Put some scores on the board, right? As it is a little on the slow side and you want to take as much as you can, but at the same time, you want to be very strategic and choose the best way. So yeah, there's a little left on the inside. Looks like we might have a little peak coming out the back, but yeah, just not quite enough wall there.
Yeah, I mean, and Kalani, you know, just entering the water and watching his fellow countryman, Brian, you know, finishing in first position. We'll get to hear from Brian pretty soon, but let's check this wave. You know, nice bottom turn, goes to the lip and executes a kind of a clean roll there. That's definitely going to be a decent score for Kalani. As you guys see, it's a 5.25. No better way to get started, you know. Now just a matter of finding a second score. And as you guys see, in the meantime, the other 3 riders, the 3 Chileans, didn't get any wave. But, you know, there's definitely action coming up because we're talking about Manuel Cepeda, you know. Also, Marcelo Faund is a very strong and consistent rider, you know. And, I mean, we're talking about locals, right? So, yeah, definitely these guys have that knowledge that makes all the difference.
And then here we have Marco taking off on this right, gets caught behind it. Yeah, it just didn't really quite open up. Not a good face for him. And yeah, looks like we have some action coming out the back. And who do we have taking off on this left?
Yeah, Marcelo taking off on the left. just that bottom turn, the lip just disappears for him. But we also had Manuel Cepeda taking off on the right, so let's see what he is going to come up with. Probably he missed the maneuver because we can see he's just coming up from that white water and getting back to the spot. So yeah, definitely not going to be a complete maneuver for Manuel Cepeda. Maybe we could check that replay pretty soon to see what he attempted, and it's up.
So it looks like we got that replay of Manuel going in, kind of pulling into that closeout, so not much to work with. It
complete closeout.
Yeah, I mean, these rights, you kind of got to take off deep, or else it just ends so quick. So you got to take off behind it, it seems, and it can be tricky. Sometimes it'll be too deep, and you just get closed out. But yeah, just making the best of it. You know, it's awesome to see the Mexicanos out here representing their country, and in reefs too. It's quite admirable because, you know, coming from mostly sandbars over there and having to compete in these reefs, you know, it's
the temperature difference. As
oh
well, right?
yeah, that's a challenge too. You know, if you're not used to it, you know, the cold water can kind of tighten up your muscles, right? So it can be a little bit tricky. So it was awesome to see one of them take out that last heat, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, and get to hear also from the promoter of the Pascuales Pro, the event that's coming up right after Itacoatiara Pro for the Latin America leg of the tour. So that's going to be amazing. I mean, anyone that knows anything about Mexico, you know, has heard of Pascuales and its amazing A-frames, and I mean, beach break perfection over there.
Yeah.
Great temperatures, you know, so I mean, it's the perfect spot to have a competition in, and a subject that is so much you know, talked about is you know, having world-class waves in the World Tour, you know, because it changes so much, right? Every year to make those events happen, it's so much into that, and sometimes it's not possible for some events to keep happening. So Manuel Cepeda just taking off on a quick wave and in and out. And, you know, having this novelty of bringing Pascuales into the tour, it's definitely something that made all the riders and also the public at home very happy, right?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing the Pascuales event. It's such a high-performance wave, super hollow, spitting barrels, ramps, just everything you could ask for on a bodyboard, right? So, you know, I know they had that last event quite a while back at Puerto Escondido, but yeah, good to see them holding something in Pascuales as well, because I've been there. I spent about a month there, and yeah, place is super high performance. Such a good wave, and it's good at every size too. I've seen it good at like 1 or 2. I've seen it like 10 feet. Like always something to offer. Always
super consistent, right?
Super consistent. I almost feel like it's I don't know, like yeah. So it looks like the interview is ready to go. So let's take it away, Bego.
Right, thank you so much, Brian Lopez. People, he is the first time he is competing in the World Tour, in the professional World Tour. We knew you competed in the ISA back in 2015, a long time ago, but the first time here. So how are you feeling?
Sí, por ser la primera vez, la verdad me encantó. Estuvo muy bien, divertido, complicada la ola de la Nilda, pero increíble, tiene buenas rampas y pues fascinado por pasar la primera ronda.
Oh yeah, he says he's very, very happy and like excited to be advancing. It was a bit hard for him to, you know, read La Nilda, and also, you know, his first time, but he's very excited to be here. And I want to say, you know, Jean was saying that you were actually better to left, but those rights, man, that backflip, that was really good. So have you been training those rights?
Así que pues no tengo una ola de izquierda o derecha, la verdad para las dos me hallo muy bien y se me facilitó tirarme unas derechas o izquierdas como sea, la verdad.
Well, he said he actually can surf anything, you know, he feels comfortable to right or left. He doesn't feel he has a preference, and this time he felt more comfortable to the right. I want to ask you about the event. You know, we're gonna have the Pascuales Pro, which I know it's not your wave Pascuales, but it's your state. So how are you feeling about having the World Tour back in Mexico?
Estoy muy contento porque va a haber una parada ahí en Pascuales, pues estaría bien ahí en casa, muy contento porque pues las olas ahí son increíbles, izquierdas, derechas, todos son bienvenidos ahí, agradable lugar para relajarse y pues ahí los esperamos.
Well, he actually welcoming everyone to Pascuales. He said the waves are really good. You have right, you have left, perfect A-frames, and very happy and excited to have the World Tour in his country. And he just wants to say that they're waiting for you there. So make sure to book your ticket. Do you want to say some words to anyone? ¿Quieres mandar algún saludo, agradecer a alguien?
Sí, quiero agradecer a mis patrocinadores, a mi familia, a mi esposa que me está viendo, a todos mis amigos, a conocidos. Quiero mandarle buenas vibras, que estén bien. Un beso. Hasta allá. Aquí estamos.
Bueno, felicitaciones y muchísima suerte en el resto de la competencia. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Pego. Great to hear from Brian, bringing Mexico to the top on this last heat, just as Kalani is doing right now. And check this out.
Wow.
Amazing
Some action
wave,
going
just
down.
an A-frame, both sides. Nobody was in position. As we have been saying, it's pretty tricky to position yourself and read this wave. But yeah, now we have White taking off on the right. A smaller wave. Anyway, he finds that lip section and lands out the back. That is Kalani Favela, just trying to improve his situation, which he already did, getting that 4.5 and, securing that lead so far. But we also had a few waves being served during the replay, right? We have some scores coming out. Marco Silva taking that second spot, and the other two Chileans are still in third and fourth position. Manuel Cepeda with a 3.5 and a 1, and Marcelo with 3 and a 1 point right. So there's some replays coming
So
up.
yeah, let's check out that replay. Here we have Blue taking off kind of a little bit deep, got shut down on that end part. A little bit of travel time. Yeah, these rights, they're tricky. Need a little bit. Feels like it needs a little lower tide, a little bit more size too, right? So yeah, some of those aren't really producing, but hopefully with the looks of that last set, let's check out this replay.
Yeah,
Lucas.
that's actually Marcelo Faundes. Goes to the lip, hits that roll. Not of a very expressive maneuver, but anyway, just getting those first points on the leaderboard, as it's pretty tough right now to be on the right spot at the right time. I mean, we could see just an amazing set wave with so much potential, but unfortunately nobody was in position, and that's part of the game, right?
That's the game, that's how it is when it's, kind of slow. You get out of position, right? Like if it was consistent like that, the guys would know where to sit, and there'd be a lot more going down. But yeah, just not too many of those good ones coming in, so it's easy to lose your positioning. But yeah, it looks like we have someone taking off on the left. We have Marcelo found this little Rolo off the takeoff, little spinner on the end part. Yeah, just pulling off there. But yeah, we got another one here. Who do we have here, Lucas?
Yeah, that's the local Manuel Cepeda. Goes for a roll on that peak, taking off on that right. I mean, these guys just want to ditch those ones that they have as a backup score, and try to get closer to the qualifying positions. But yeah, that's definitely something for now, because it won't take you too far in the heats when we're talking about world-class athletes, right? So yeah, basically with 10 minutes and 40 seconds right now, it's that paradox, right? You don't want to wait for too long. You have to be patient and wait for a good wave, because those insiders don't really hold too much potential. But on the other hand, you don't want to be sitting and just watching time go by during the heat and just float.
Yeah, we got a little replay here. Doing a roll off the takeoff, yellow. That was Manuel Cepeda, but yeah, kind of got caught up in the white water there. But yeah, as of now, Kalani's sitting comfy on top with 9.75 total score, with Marcelo needing a 4.26. Manuel in third, needing a 3.26, and Marcelo Faundes needing a 3.71. And there we go. There's that new amphitheater that was created because of bodyboarding. I haven't really, coming from Hawaii, a place where bodyboarding was invented, it's I can really appreciate what bodyboarding has done, what it can bring to communities, that dream of Arturo Soto starting the club Budeo, and look where he is now, having an effect on the city, this beautiful infrastructure, just all because of bodyboarding.
Yeah,
it's awesome to see.
The peak of our sport over here, right? Let's see an amazing wave coming up. The right just fades away for Marco Silva, but someone took off on that left. I believe it was White, Kalani Favela, the leader of the heat so far. Not sure if it was him. We're going to check on that. But you know what? Marcelo Faundes managed to get himself a 4.25. And that took him straight to the second position right now, taking it from Marco Silva, who has a 5.5, which is the highest score of the heat so far. But his backup score is still pretty low, so just 1.25. So let's see that replay from White taking off and swooping into that barrel, but just too deep on that barrel.
Yeah,
Right?
too deep and kind of bumpy. Not a very clean face to work with, right? Like hard to make it out of deep barrels when it's like that. But yeah, just making the best of it. And yeah, it looks like we got not much action coming in out the back. So just want to take a few minutes to just give a thanks to our sponsors with Ilustre Municipalidad de Antofagasta, I'm sorry, and Escondida BHP, and also the collaborators. We have Colbún, Antofagasta Minerals, Peri Chile, Carniceria Arauco, Abastile, Hotel Arque Antofagasta, Ruta Uno Restaurante, Mirador Sandwicheria, Costa Club Antofagasta, and of course our media partners.
Sí, tenemos a Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión, AS Chile, FM7, a El Regionalista Diario, Antofa Despierta, Puro Surf Chile, a Latin Wave, a Cura Tres Puntas y Región 2. Muchas gracias también por hacer este evento una realidad. Sin el apoyo de los auspiciadores jamás sería posible. Este año tenemos la Municipalidad de Antofagasta una vez más aquí con nosotros. Tuvimos al alcalde de Antofagasta unos días atrás en la colectiva de prensa también, hablando un poco de la importancia del bodyboard, de la parcería de verdad entre BHP, Escondida BHP, Club Budeo, la Municipalidad y toda la infraestructura que fue construida aquí en Parque Trocadero, una zona que era un descampado, que no había nada, solo arena, rocas, un espacio que era más peligroso durante las noches también, ¿no? Y ahora está un sitio realmente increíble, un verdadero estadio aquí para una cancha para el bodyboard.
Yeah, like you're saying, it's an amphitheater for bodyboarding, right? Like a coliseum, just a nice spot to check out the action. And what you're saying in Spanish, I really like how, the community gets together. So much people show up for bodyboarding, like it's pretty rare around the world to see like mayors come to bodyboarding events, right? And represent. It's just so admirable to see how the community, the local government and the community comes together to be a part of this event. And just look at that view.
And even more, seeing that type of infrastructure just facing the wave, right?
Right there.
That infrastructure was built, as Arturo Soto, the promoter of this event, says, taking into account the vision of a bodyboarder, right? That place was built to face the wave. It was built to offer this structure for the events that are so important, in Antofagasta, happening for more than a decade, for so many years, and it's consistently been one of the best events on tour, the Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival. Giving the best prize monies, giving the opportunity for so many divisions. Like this year, we having the DropKnee Championship back on tour. Last year, we didn't have the opportunity for that. And up until a few years ago, we used to have all the divisions in this event. It's pretty crazy. So amazing to come back one more year.
Yeah, and let's take a look at this left of Marcelo going for a roll. Oh, ARS right there. Kind of gets caught up in the white water. Unfortunately, could not really get out of there. But yeah, good effort there by Marcelo, making the very best of that. Looks like some guys are scratching for the horizon, hoping to score something coming in. And yeah, looks like we have Marcelo turning around. What's going on here, Lucas?
Yes, Marco Silva actually taking off on that right, takes just that bottom turn. He's looking for a lip section that comes for him and does that roll, completes the maneuver. Not a very radical roll, kind of a quicker one, but anyway, he's going to ditch that 1.25, and he just needs 1.81. So
not much.
Definitely that wave will take Marco back to the second position, and Marcelo Faundes will have to look for a few more points to get back to qualifying zone. So that's it. 3.15 for the Chilean in blue, and now Marcelo Faundes looking for 4.41.
So yeah, let's check out that replay.
Yeah, so it takes off on that left. You see he's stalling, just waiting for the wave to set up. Actually attempts a very nice ARS, but that landing was kind of tough for him.
And then Marco Silva on that right, just pulling a roll and, yeah, giving him that second position, bumping him up. You know, that's always such a stoke, like in the last 5 minutes of the heat when there's that tension as it's an elimination round, and just getting that score that brings you into the second position just must be so relieving, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely coming. These guys are anxious already, you know, so many days coming to the spot very early, you know, waiting to see if there's going to be a competition. And check this out, the local Manuel Cepeda using his priority to go on this right that didn't offer anything for him. So yeah, tough one, lost the priority, gonna have to go back and face that line once again, and look for quite of a good wave. 5.16 is what he's looking for.
Yes.
Taking into account that there's only 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
Becomes a tough situation. I mean, it would be a big upset, you know, for the local people here
Yeah.
in Antofa to lose Manuel Cepeda.
I know.
Right in the beginning, right? But definitely he's still there on the DropKnee division. So yeah.
Yeah, you never know, right? With a little under 3 minutes, something could come in and totally change that. You know, it just needs a decent, mediocre wave to bump him up into to advance on to the next round. But yeah, guys, be sure to check out our IBCWorldTour.com website. Be sure to click the link at the bottom, the green bar. You can keep updated with our scores. And also be sure to check out our YouTube channel and be sure to subscribe. And yeah, there's a QR code right there to make it a little bit easier for you guys. Just pull out your phone, give that a scan, pull it up right away rather than having to open up Google Chrome and enter that in. So yeah, check it out, guys.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of cool information there, actually. I mean, IBC is coming up with a very nice podcast series. You know, we already had Jeff Herbert, I mean, Maury Laverne, so many good guys over there. And let's see the leader, Kalani, scoping into that barrel, and he
Nice.
comes out on that left. He's just doing his thing and throwing a lot of water for that reverse that he didn't make. But yeah, that was beautiful to see. I mean, I wanted to see the drone view, you know, from the channel.
Yeah.
That was probably sick. I mean, and let's see how far he will get, you know, because he's
Yeah.
exchanging at 4.5 to improve his situation on the lead. So yeah, just wait on that.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to claim it, but that might have been one of the better barrels I've seen today, right?
pretty
Just kind of
clean
scooped
exit as
under
well,
there.
right?
I remember there was a right early. I don't remember who it was. Someone got a really good right. I think he was one of the Budeo guys. But yeah, this guy just got one of the better barrels of the day so far. So yeah, it regardless of whether or not he landed that last move, it was just good to see some barrel time. Let's check out this replay of yellow. We have Manuel Cepeda hoping for something, but yeah, that right just fades off super quickly, right? And taking a look at that replay of Kalani scooping under that, even got a little bit of spit on that thing, little carve to reverse. Fortunately, didn't complete that, but I don't think that'll affect him too much. That barrel, I'm thinking that should be a
6-point
decent
ride.
score. Yeah, 6.0. So yeah, it's solid score from Kalani, right?
Yeah, 6-point ride for the Mexican, just improving everything on the last minute. I mean, it was a quick barrel, but it was a very clean one, and
Yeah.
that's the tough thing to find here in La Nilda, right? We already saw some guys scooping into some barrels, but the exit becomes very hard, and that wave set up really well for Kalani, just you know, imposing Mexico supremacy over here, you know, because Brian just made the last heat in first. Kalani right now finishing this one in first as well in the last seconds. And what an upset to lose Manuel Cepeda for the local audience, right?
Yeah, definitely an upset for Manuel, but awesome effort on his part. And yeah, it looks like, yeah, 2 back-to-back heats. The Mexicanos taking him out, right? Like winning these last 2 heats. So that was a good representation from them. And yeah, what do you say we...
That's it. We're going to call a quick commercial break. We'll get to hear from Kalani in a few minutes. And stay tuned for more action on heat number 6 to come.
Donde las personas disfrutan del deporte, donde nuestro compromiso promueve el desarrollo de nuevos talentos y los espacios públicos se transforman en lugares de encuentro. Nuestro futuro
Es con más deportistas.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Conoce más sobre cómo imaginamos nuestro futuro con todos en bhp.com. Nuestro futuro es con la región de Antofagasta. Con una Antofagasta donde las personas disfrutan del deporte, donde nuestro compromiso promueve el desarrollo de nuevos talentos y los espacios públicos se transforman en lugares de encuentro. Nuestro futuro
Es con más deportistas.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Conoce más sobre cómo imaginamos nuestro futuro con todos en bhp.com. Nuestro futuro es con la región de Antofagasta. Con una Antofagasta donde las personas disfrutan del deporte, donde nuestro compromiso promueve el desarrollo de nuevos talentos y los espacios públicos se transforman en lugares de encuentro. Nuestro futuro
Es con más deportistas.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Conoce más sobre cómo imaginamos nuestro futuro con todos en bhp.com. Nuestro futuro es con la región.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. We're going to be heading into heat number 6 of round 1 of the men's division. Let's hit the water.
That's it. We had one more Mexican winning the last heat. And on this one, it's a full Chilean heat, guys. We have Gabriel Brantes in the red jersey, Harold Zapata in yellow, Fabian Hernandez in blue, and Cristobal Tobar, the youngest guy on the heat, wearing white jersey. So, yeah, Chileans come up at the place here at Antofagasta at Parque Trocadero to watch all these guys. I mean, we have so many Chileans in the first round of the competition, right? Trying to get their spots, on the non-elimination rounds and trying to escalate themselves in the comp.
And then, yeah, we have Cristobal Tobar going for that left and pulling a roll off that section, pulls it off, coming out into the flats. And, yeah, good decision to pull off before hitting that inside section, right? Yeah, good to see an all-Chilean heat. Look at all the spectators just out with their umbrellas enjoying this sunshine and this new park that was inspired by the ideas of Arturo Soto, just having bodyboarding change the community in a positive way.
Yeah, I mean, Sunday and pretty sunny day here. I mean, good weather at this time of the year. It is not that cold as we are usually, accustomed to here in Antofagasta. So good weather, good food here in Chile. We have a very nice structure as well. And let's check up on Fabian Hernandez. Takes off on the right, hits that white water when he's going up for the lip, and finishes up with a reverse spin. He is currently in the second position, but you know what? We're still waiting for that score by Cristobal Tobar. That's probably the best score of the heat so far, and it comes out 4.5 is what the young Chilean gets, and that's it. You see, nice line he is drawing, goes for the lip, nice landing as well, bumping throughout that last section of La Nilda, and then managing to exit it as soon as possible, not to get to Kraken zone and danger zone over there. So yeah, Cristobal taking that first position with the 475. Now just looking for something better than that 0.5 to improve his situation. In the heat.
Yeah, looks like we have a little insider with a roll by Cristobal Tobar, just making the very best of it, catching anything that's coming in. Looks like we have a little lull out there. Not much going on, but yeah, getting that view of the drone, seeing the city in the background. Yeah, it's such a beautiful desert city right by the ocean. A lot of variety of waves in this city too. It's much like Iquique, having that kind of like a bodyboarder's paradise, just nice weather, glassy mornings on the daily basis, right? So good spot. A lot of training grounds for these bodyboarders here in Chile.
Yeah, I mean, Chile is such a dear place for us bodyboarders, right? It's been in the World Tour forever. We used to have Arica as well. It was one of the most expected stops of the World Tour. And definitely this coastline. I mean, Chile is a coastal country, right? It has
Yeah.
maybe one of the biggest coastlines in like on the planet.
Yeah, I think it's like 4,000 something kilometers,
Crazy,
like
right?
one of the longest coastlines in the world, right?
And not
One of
just
them.
that, I mean, it has so many good spots, and
Yeah.
more than anything, the consistency of swells. You
I
know, there's
know.
always waves in this place. I mean, if you go to places like Iquique or Arica, there'll always be something. I mean, even if there's no swell, there will be a few good waves over there. So
I agree.
that's a big advantage when it comes to holding events, right?
Yeah, definitely. And here's that replay of Cristobal Tobar going for the little inside. Not much of a lip, but doing the very best to bring a little bit of action. And yeah, as you're saying, Chile is such a consistent coastline. I think 365 days a year, you could get a barrel in this country. You could get a ramp. You know, you just got to know where to go and when to go there. But just so much variety. You know, there's south swells hitting year round. You know, much like unlike the northern hemisphere. You know, where you get a lot of lulls in the off season. You know, here you can come here in the middle of the Chilean summer, January, February, and get like pretty good sized waves. You know, of course, in the Chilean winter, you know, from May until September, there's going to be more action. But you just can't go wrong with swell here. You know, there's always some action to be had.
Yeah, I mean, and we didn't have Iquique this year on tour, but Antofagasta is definitely better than ever, you know, with the structure and also bringing La Nilda up, you know, in the different spot. We had it once. Hold on, let's see. Action by Fabian Hernandez. Takes off on the right, that just fades on him, not providing any section, but there's still something on the outside.
Yeah, and it looks like we have Harold Zapata taking off in this little izquierda, and let's hope for, just ends so quick, right? Especially with this high tide, there's just, if you don't hit it at the beginning, there's just nothing to be had, right? So thinking at lower tide, the wall might go a little further down, but yeah, it's tricky. It's always like a gamble, you know. But yeah, a little lull out the back, but yeah, be sure to check out our website, guys, ibcworldtour.com. Be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. And so it looks like we're going to check out the interview of Kalani. So let's take it away, Biggs.
Kalani Favela coming from Michoacán, Mexico. I want to know, Kalani, how you feeling here? I know for a fact for you guys it's super difficult to actually adapt to these conditions because the water is so cold for them, people. It's so different from, you know, their home spot. So how you feeling, and also how you feeling about advancing and dominating the heat and also watching your fellow countrymen advancing in the previous one?
Bueno, más que nada es difícil porque estamos acostumbrados al agua caliente. Aquí es un poco frío. Las condiciones fueron un poco buenas. Me mantuve siempre intentando asegurar las maniobras. Pues es un poco difícil esta ola, vaya, porque es totalmente diferente allá. Igual le estamos echando muchas ganas. Estoy feliz de que mi compañero Brian haya pasado también igual que yo. Estamos intentando conseguir lo que allá en México no se ha podido, que es llevar la bandera mexicana al podium. Más que nada, ojalá que sea el primer lugar y estamos aquí felices representando a México, a mi estado de Michoacán y más que nada a toda la gente que me está viendo de allá, le mando un saludo.
Well, he said it's been hard for them, you know, to adapt to the cold waters, and the wave itself, you know, is very different from what they're used to surf back at home. But yeah, he's very happy to see his partner, fellow countryman, advancing himself as well. They have been training really hard, you know, for them. It's a huge opportunity. They really want to put Mexican flag in the podium. This hasn't been done. So they're looking, I mean, the first goal is to try to be in the podium and put that flag there. So yeah, it was just saying that, you know, sending some greetings to his friends and family. Having the event there gives you an opportunity and gives an opportunity to all the Mexicans to you know, have a spot in the World Tour. So how are you feeling about having the Pascuales Pro?
Soy muy contento de que por primera vez se va a llevar el IBC a México. Pascuales, qué mejor playa que Pascuales. La verdad, hay unas increíbles olas que el mundo del bodyboard, me imagino que ya los conoce, pero con este torneo van a conocer la calidad de olas que hay ahí en México. Y sí, estoy muy contento de que pues se tome en cuenta el México y más que nada vamos a estar todos los mexicanos representando ahí, defendiendo nuestra ola y echándole todas las ganas.
Boy said the thing that likes him that he likes the most is to bring the World Tour there to show the world what the quality of the Mexican waves are. You know, he said a lot of Mexicans are going to be representing them, welcoming everyone, and he's really looking forward to have the event to bring the IBC World Tour for the first time to Mexico. You want to say some words to anyone? ¿Quieres mandar algún saludito para alguien?
Sí, para mis hermanos que me están viendo, para toda la gente de México que seguro nos están viendo y nos están echando muchas porras, y para los salvavidas de Playa Azul, Michoacán.
Oye, ¿y en México tienen algún grito así como ¡Viva México? Lo otro me lo sé, pero no lo vamos a decir. ¿Tienen algún grito así como de guerra, como de...?
Sí, pero no se puede decir aquí. Nos van a censurar.
No, felicitaciones y best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bago. Great to see the Mexicans. I mean, since the first day we got here, hold on, the section in Harold Zapata takes off on the end of that wave. Actually, that's probably not gonna be anything else for Harold over there. But yeah, since the first day we got here, it was bigger than today. And first thing I heard was that the Mexicans were going crazy in the water, like throwing huge air reverses and this type of stuff. And it's so nice to see how they are being able to materialize that inside their heats, you know, and bringing that performance, you know, even though in not so consistent conditions, but, you know, showing themselves very adaptable to the situation.
Yeah, and then we have Momi on that right, doing a little backflip, coming to the inside, a little reverse. And yeah, just making the very best of that wave. And who do we have? Oh, thought someone was going to take off on that thing. But yeah, going back to what you're saying, it's epic to see these guys, you know, putting on a show, especially coming from a place with warm water, all beach breaks, you know, totally different game, surfing these reefs. And especially a reef like this where it's a little bit on the tricky side, right? Not always breaking in the same spot. Sometimes you have the more southern peaks and then you have kind of like the northern peaks, you know. So, yeah, it can be tricky for them. So good to see that's quite admirable, seeing them pull this off. And, yeah, looks like we have someone taking off on this. Yeah, we have that left of Harold Zapata. Yeah, just not much being produced there with that wave. But, yeah, it's always kind of a gamble, right? But, yeah. And there's a little left coming in. But, yeah, with this tide coming up, yeah, it's kind of hard to score a good one. But, yeah, it looks like some action. This one looks like it's kind of lining up.
So yeah, looks like it's going to become hollow. It doesn't really get too much. So Fabian really takes that outside path to go on this wave. Not really finding a section for any maneuver. So just updating you guys on the scores. I mean, Cristobal Tobar, the young gun on this heat, managed to get himself a 5.75 after that first wave in the heat where he got a 4.75. So best score so far. Gabriel Brantes coming from Iquique managed to get a 5-point ride on that last wave with a backflip and a 360 in the end. And he is securing that second position right now. So Fabian in third is looking for a 5.11, and Harold Zapata looking for 5.86 in the fourth position right now. Just not anything. I mean, it's not a very defined situation. You know, there's still 11 minutes, a lot of time to go, and yeah, Fabian and Harold looking for those 5-point rides to stay in the competition.
Yep, and let's check out that replay here of Harold Zapata. I mean, Gabriel Brantes, I'm sorry, with that backflip and reverse on the inside. Yeah, Gabriel's, yeah, he's one of the older generations, one of the first generations of bodyboarders here in Chile. I remember meeting him back in 2001 in Iquique. Such a friendly guy, and just good to see he's still on it, still involved in the sport, and, you know, working as a lifeguard in Iquique, just working in the ocean, you know, staying close to the ocean. It's just such a good job for him, you know, because he's such a waterman, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely a big guy. I mean, and a charger as well. And guys, we have some news after the finish, after that last heat, which is heat number 8 of round number 1. The competition is going to be put on hold, and we'll have another check-in at 12. So probably we'll keep going with the DropKnee division after that check-in. So check-in at 12 after round number 1. Competition is going to be put on hold, and we might be continuing from there with the tide dropping, which is definitely going to offer us, a few more hours of good waves here at La Nilda and improving conditions with the tide dropping. Of course, until it gets too dry, and it probably gets a little gnarly.
Especially with this full moon tide, like super low, super high. So, I think it's a good call as the tide fills in. It's just getting too high. It's not really throwing much, not many lips to hit, just forcing it, right? It's a really tricky. But, there Gabriel just making the best of that wave, not much lip, but still pulling it off, still pulling a little roll there. So, I think that's a good call. Like, put it on hold and check back in at 12. And hopefully, as the tide starts dropping, if this wind doesn't pick up, or even if it picks up, this wave's, it is wind sensitive, but it's not, the wind doesn't hit it as bad as Cupola. It kind of hits it from like a side angle rather than a straight on angle like Cupola's positioning. So, I've seen a little bit of wind out here. It tends to handle the wind a little bit better than Cupola, I think.
Yeah, if it's not too strong, it definitely holds. I mean, the wave becomes a little more bumpy, but it doesn't really like mess up the whole wave. The wave's still like shaping really nice, still hollow when the tide is right. So just as we saw earlier today, the waves were much more consistent, hollower, and we'll probably get to see that later as well, just like happened yesterday and the day before, during the afternoon with the tide dropping. All the guys said that they had like a few nice waves. And I mean, all these athletes, they are anxious, to go in the water. They are expecting it for so many days already. Sometimes the waiting period starts and there's the competition starts right away, but not this case. So let's see, Blue taking off.
Yeah, Fabian taking up on that right and roll out of it. Nice. Nice roll, making the best of that, Fabian. And then looks like we have some more action on the back. What do we have here? Oh, went for it. Not much on that right. Good decision to pull off of that thing.
7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, guys. And remember the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. This year being held in La Nilda. It's provided by Escondida BHP, Escondida BHP, and Municipalidad de Antofagasta. They are the main sponsors of this event, but we also have Colaboran, Antofagasta Minerals, Pere Chile, Carniceria Arauco. Let's just check this replay for Fabian. Did a roll in that pocket. Quite a clean maneuver as well for Fabian Hernandez. Probably going to improve his situation. He's looking for a 5.26. Let's see if he's able to get that. So,
let's see what we have on this next one. Looks like we have someone taking off on the left and the right. We have Cristobal Tobar taking off on that left, hoping getting a little lip to hit, but just with that high tide, just not much producing on the wave side. But I think it's a good decision to end things soon as the tide fills in. But just again hoping that wind stays nice. And also just want to give a quick thanks to our media partners, right? Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión, AS Chile, FM7, El Regionista Diario, Antofa Despierta, Puro Surf Chile, Latin Wave, Cura Tres Puntas y Región 2. And here we go, replay of Gabriel taking off on that roll, little reverse on the inside, just making the very best of it there.
Yeah, and that's a left-hander for Cristobal Tobar. Not really finding anything, just getting a lot of speed, but that's tricky because sometimes on the left you have to just stall, because it provides a quick section. I mean, in this type of tide, when it's that high, it just provides like a quick section, and you can't be, releasing the brakes too soon. Otherwise, you just pass by that section. But, a 5.5 came up for Fabian Hernandez, and he managed to jump to that second position and knock Gabriel Brantes back to third right now. So Gabriel's looking for a 3.26. And you know what score he get on that last wave? 3.25.
Yes.
So very short of that. That was a roll attempt there by Fabian, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that's
Yes.
him. Trying to improve his situation because he knows how dangerous Gabriel Brantes is.
Yeah.
And that 3.26 is nothing for the Iquiquenian, you know.
Yeah, things are getting a little stressful there for Gabriel being knocked out of the advancing position. And look, on this right, we have Cristobal Tobar pulls under it. Not much to hit, not much speed. So, yeah, not much to do there. But, yeah, as we have the tension building, just 4 minutes and 43 seconds left in the heat. Look at everyone just enjoying that little tide pool right there. And, yeah, a little slow out the back. There's that view of the bodyboarding amphitheater, right? With the city in the background, with the Atacama Desert mountains in the background. Such a beautiful setup. It's so nice how they made this infrastructure.
And you guys can see the flags there that we have some wind, you know, but as we were just saying, you know, if the wind is not that strong, the wave becomes a little bumpy indeed, but it doesn't really, you know, mess up everything. There's still opportunities there, and I'm sure that if the wind stays like that, we'll have a nice afternoon, you know, watching the show, watching DropKnee guys go in the water, maybe a round of man as well. I don't know. Let's wait on that. Stay tuned, guys. We still have a lot to go. We're just getting started with the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival in this 2026 2026 edition, you know, and having the pleasure to see La Nilda one more time on the calendar here on the tour, and a wave that already brought so many emotions, you know, in the tour in 2015, where Louis Finnegan won his only event in the World Tour.
Yeah.
I mean, such a strong guy. And we had people like Uri Valadão as well on the podium. So, yeah, we still have a lot to watch and to witness here in La Nilda.
Yeah, a lot to witness. So stoked to have this spot back on the tour, right? So, yeah, just such a new wave for most competitors. So that always adds a little bit of interest to it. And here we go. Gabriel, unfortunately, not much there. That right just died out quick, right? These rights are always such a gamble, right? Yeah, things are getting pretty tense, right? And yeah, there we have the kids just enjoying that little tide pool right there.
3.26 is what Gabriel Brantes is looking for. Only 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, guys. A lot of tension over here. This is a full elimination round. That means that just first and second will advance to round number 2. Third and fourth will be knocked out of the comp. So, I mean, less 2 minutes and 20 seconds for Harold and Gabriel Brantes. As Eric was saying, you know, full water man, very respected guys. I mean, he's a charger back in Iquique, a place that is, you know, home for such champions and machines. And check this beautiful view of Cerro Moreno here in Antofagasta. That's exactly where the sun sets every day, providing us a beautiful view here with those orange skies. And yeah, we're waiting on that later on.
Yeah, some beautiful sunsets to be seen here in Antofagasta, right?
That's it. So situation's still the same out there. Cristobal Tobar taking that first position since the beginning of the heat. I mean, the young guy really managing to you know, overcome the challenge of facing much more mature guys on the heat, you know, like Fabian in second, looking for 5.01 to take the lead. Looks like there's something strong coming up, and check this wave. I mean,
oh, how's that right?
Oh my God, it just got to be in the right spot. And,
Yeah.
that's very tough because the outside zone is very wide, huh?
Tricky, huh?
So yeah.
Yeah, here we go on this left. We have Cristobal Tobar going for a roll off that whitewater section and pulls off. And, yeah, he's already sitting in first position, so he's not worried, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably wanting to improve that situation, you know, and improve that 4.75 because he's been leading, but you can see the scores are not too distant. You know, he has 10.5 total score, but Fabian in second has a 8.25. Gabriel Brantes has the same exact 8.25. The only thing is that Fabian has a 5.5, which is the, you know, the criteria for when we have like a draw situation with the same scores. The one that has the highest single score or the best wave will be put in the first position. So Gabriel looks for 3.26, but less 5 seconds. And
Yes.
actually the outside, and that's Fabian. And Harold Zapata, Fabian takes off, goes to the roll, and it's a seal deal. I mean, he's just going to improve his 2.75 and get through. So, yeah, Cristobal Tobar and Fabian Hernandez advancing to the next round number 2. We're just going to see the replay for Harold Zapata, and we're going to call it off for the commercial break. So let's see, let's wait for Yellow. That is looking for a 6.26. That's quite a lot, I would say. And yeah, let's check up on that.
Yeah, so here we have Fabian taking off that right, pulling a roll, and yeah, just letting the judges know he landed that. And then we have Yellow coming to this inside section, and is he going to get anything to hit? Yeah, unfortunately not much happening on that end part. So yeah, let's
That's it.
take it
That's
to
the
a
finish. I mean, heat is over, and we're going to call a quick commercial break, guys, before we come back with heat number 7. Stay tuned.
top even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. No stop, then tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. No stop, it's time to go higher. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places they never been. We go higher. No stop. Take it to the top even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. No stop, then tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. No stop, it's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places they never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. No stop, then tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. No stop, it's time to go higher. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome back. If you're just getting here, this is day number 3 at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We have an information for you. We are going to stop the competition, put it on hold. It doesn't mean that we are not going to come back, all right? This is not the end of the competition. It's just that the conditions are going to get better later because of the tide. So we're coming back at 12, all right?
Yep.
So for a possible 12:15 start. So en español, vamos a poner la competencia en espera, ¿vale? No la vamos a terminar, solamente que va a haber mejores condiciones alrededor de las 12. Y a las 12 en punto vamos a hacer un check-in aquí y vamos a tratar de comenzar a las 12:15.
That's it. And just a few hours from here, I mean, less than 2 hours from now, we will probably be getting back. We saw very consistent waves in the morning, right, Bagel, with the lower tide, and we'll probably see them in the afternoon as well. So we have the interview with the winner of last heat, Cristobal Tobar from Chile, and Eric down at the beach. So take it away, Eric.
Thank you, guys. Congratulations, Cristobal. How did it feel out there? It looks like it was a little bit tricky with the conditions, tide coming up, kind of hard to find the good sections, good barrels. So how did you manage to win this heat? It's pretty complicated.
Las condiciones estaban buenas, la marea lo que sí un poco llena, lo que hace que la ola estaba un poco más gorda, pero más allá de eso hay olitas a la espera de estos días que no hubo. Ya empezamos con la Open, mi primer campeonato en Open siendo junior, así que eso, feliz.
Yeah, he said it was a little bit tricky with the tide coming up, but still had some waves. So, yeah, he made the very best of it. Now, I was just about to ask him, how did it feel to compete in your first Open Men's event? How does that feel?
Me siento feliz ya que pasé primero en la categoría Open. Yo tengo 16 años, mi primera vez que compito en el Mundial Open. Ya que no hubo fecha junior acá en Chile, decidí venir con mi profe y unos amigos a competir acá con los grandes. Mis amigos tienen 15 y 17, también somos junior. Y nada, a seguir para adelante, a representar a Chile junto con todo el team que estamos acá. Y feliz, eso, muchas gracias.
Yeah, you know, he's there wasn't much options for junior men's this year. You know, there wasn't really anything open for a 16-year-old to enter junior events. So, yeah, he was stoked to compete with the big dogs. You know, compete in the open men's and represent. And yeah, he was stoked to get first in his first event, his first heat in an open men's. So, good accomplishment there for Cristobal. And Cristobal, any shout-outs? ¿Algunos saludos para algunos amigos, alguna familia?
Un saludo para toda mi familia en general, mi mamá, mi papá, mis primos, mi abuela. Un saludito a mi abuela, a mi abueli Maggi, que está en la casita, que tuvo una lesión y está ahí reposando en la casita, que te amo mucho y que te recuperes luego. También agradecimiento a las marcas que me auspician, a Green Filter, a RS, Apu, Loco Bluff, a Pantera Gin y a Budeo Skate Shop. Así que eso, muchas gracias por su apoyo, gracias a ustedes estoy acá.
All right, congratulations, Cristobal. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Eric. Great to hear from this young guy. Such a nice guy as well. He loves to do the drop knee as well. You know that. So that's it, guys. We will be on hold for the next few hours, and we'll come back at 12 local time here for the next check-in, and probably keep going with the competition.
Así es, en español vamos a poner el evento en espera hasta las 12, ¿vale? Vamos a dejar, no vamos a cortar la transmisión. Va a quedar prendida, va a quedar abierta. Ustedes en casa hagan lo mismo, es dominguito. Pueden irse a desayunar algo, a comer alguito. A las 12 vamos a estar volviendo acá con la información de teoría vamos a comenzar a las 12:30. ¿Y con qué categoría vamos a comenzar? Tal vez vamos a continuar con la categoría masculina, tal vez vamos a dejar eso hasta mañana y hacer DropKnee, eso solo lo vamos a saber en el momento que volvamos. Así que no nos dejen su teléfono prendido, que vamos a volver a las 12 y la transmisión se queda abierta, right?
That's it. The transmission, the live stream will be still open, and we will come back at 12 local time here in Antofagasta. So stay tuned. Don't go away. To the top, even when the ball drops, my man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. No stop, that tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. No stop, it's time to go.
veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña.
Donde las personas disfrutan del deporte, donde nuestro compromiso promueve el desarrollo de nuevos talentos y los espacios públicos se transforman en lugares de encuentro. Nuestro futuro
Es con más deportistas.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Conoce más sobre cómo imaginamos nuestro futuro con todos en bhp.com. Nuestro futuro es
Stand tall like Everest, I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in, go places they never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. No stop, stand tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. No stop. It's time to go higher.
Well, welcome back, all of you. We are here to start the whatever is left from round number 1, right? I think it was really good that we had this little break, you know. The tide was actually super high, and we wanted to, you know, offer better conditions. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely we were losing some consistency and especially constancy, right, in the ocean. It was cool to see the guys going for a free surf session as well. There was still something there. But yeah, now with the tide dropping, we can have at least 2 more heats, heat 7 and 8 for round number 1 of men. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, so let's hit the water so we can show you how the wave changed. That's how it happens here. You know, the wave changes a lot. And still glassy, man. Makes me just want to go out. And as you can see, heat number 7, round number 1. Who do we have?
We have Jerico Rosero from Ecuador, from Galapagos Islands. He's going to be wearing red. Xavier Andriot from France in yellow. Jordan Vilalba with Jordan, sorry. Vilalba with the blue jersey, and Jorge Huerta in white jersey.
All right. So a very multinational heat here. These riders, you know, Jordan Villalba coming from Arica, you know, local from El Flobos, in a packed area, packed beach. We have beach. Right here, it's a lot of people. It's Sunday, you know, noon. There's so many things you can do around here. You know, there's food. There's gonna be some bands. I think bands on around 6 p.m. Si eres de Antofagasta, oh, mira Solita, qué linda. Bella. Si eres de Antofagasta y estás por aquí, vente a dar una vuelta. De verdad que hay un ambientazo, está toda el área llena. Me gusta mucho el hecho de que es playa y al mismo tiempo ciudad. O sea,
Sí.
cruzas una calle y estás en una playa hermosa. Hay una poza exquisita. Gente, en el resto de Chile, claro, no en la zona norte, pero de aquí para abajo ya hace bastante frío. Y mira la gente bañándose en la pocita. Yo me bañé ahí ayer y es exquisita, no les puedo explicar. Y más allá hay otra poza más grande y hay 3 pozas. La que tiene ahí espumita, esa es un poquito más peligrosa, dicen, y es más honda, más profunda.
Sí.
Donde se está bañando la gente es más tranqui y hasta el final, después de la Nilda, hay una más grande, como una piscina. Así que vénganse, ¿o no?
Sí, es increíble porque el borde costero aquí es muy rocoso, entonces muchas veces no hay un sitio ideal para sentar con conforto y todo, y con esta infraestructura increíble que construyó la municipalidad aquí se puede tener de todo. Tiene, como dijiste, tenemos como una feria también por ahí que está muy interesante, donde se hacen conciertos por la noche muchas veces y, en fin, está increíble y acaba de empezar la manga, Bego.
All right, so he is starting right now. Maybe you can hear the beach announcer. He's very energetic.
Special one.
Yeah, and yeah, look at that packed area here. We were just saying a lot to do, just saying to everyone from Antofagasta to come and visit. Thank you so much, Escondida, BHP, and Ilustre Municipalidad de Antofagasta for making this possible. We wouldn't be here, and your support is key in order to have this World Tour events, and you at home as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. In the water, we have the man that still has the higher score of the competition. That will be Jericó Rosero. Qué performance de Jericó Rosero, el último hit del día 1. Todos quedamos boquiabiertos. Qué niño tan increíble. Vamos a ver cómo le va en esta categoría masculina profesional acostado. Nosotros le llamamos prone, a ir acostado en el bodyboard. Él se sacó la nota más alta y nadie se la ha quitado aún todavía. 9.50 en el último hit del primer día de competencia. Jericó Rosero nos dejó loco.
Yeah, just as Bego was saying in Spanish, Jericó still holds the highest score of the competition so far. That was a 9.5 on the DropKnee division, and now he is debuting here on the man division as well against 3 legends, 2 Chileans and 1 Frenchman, Xavier Andrieu. So it's gonna be exciting to watch. We still have some pretty good waves over here. We're gonna see if there are still that constancy over there, but I mean, 4 riders, the same conditions for all of them, and it's all about seeing who's gonna be able to overcome the challenges and come out on top,
Jorge Huerta, que también comenzó el bodyboard gracias a los talleres de la municipalidad. Vamos a ver, y hablando de Jordan Villalba desde Arica, hermoso rolo para Jordan, que le fascina las derechas, que él es de los que mejor surfean las derechas del flopo. Jordan Villalba viene de la misma generación de los hermanos Silva, muy amigo de ellos también, y que por un tiempo siguió el Tour Mundial, pero bueno, paró un poco y ahora se motivó por tener el campeonato aquí en Antofagasta. 3.75 para comenzar las cosas, para el ariqueño, Jordan Villalba. Vamos a ver cómo se desarrolla este hit, que tiene un francés con muchísima experiencia y 2 chicos que son bastante jóvenes, Jericó y Jorge.
Yeah, so let's check this replay for the Chilean in blue. The wave sets up a pocket section for him. Not a very strong one, but anyway, he manages to complete it cleanly to get a 3.75 and take the lead. And as Bego was saying, Jordan is from Arica. He is from the same generation than the Silva brothers, Moises and Rodrigo, and he actually followed the tour for a few times, but now he's not anymore. But anyway, these stops off the tour are so nice because some of the local riders, and some legends or maybe unknown legends, always come up to compete at least in one event of the World Tour, just to get that feeling, just to participate in the competition, to test themselves. I mean, for us bodyboarders, it's always a thing, right? Trying to prove yourself either to others or maybe to just for yourself. But yeah, just trying to improve and to evolve, and overcome your limits. It's probably the biggest thing for us bodyboarders. And great to see the Chileans just filling up this round number 1 and performing so well as well against the other riders. And looks like there's some action there by Jericó pedaling into this one.
Let's see this one for the Ecuadorian. Just starting things with a break, through the lip roll. That was good, the classic thinking of trying to put some numbers in the first 5 minutes. It's important, you need that peace of mind. let's see, one here for Jorge Huerta, Jorge Antofagastino. No, decide no ir.
Yeah, Jericho actually on a solid wave. You know, it wasn't too clean because we can see the wind has picked up a little bit since we had the event put on hold. But yeah, the wave's still there. There's still some shape for them to attack those lips. But you guys can see the flags up there with the onshore wind starting to pick up over here. So we hope that it holds for at least the next two heats. But usually in these past few days, even when the wind picked up, it didn't get too strong, not much more than that. So I believe it will maintain that shape for us to keep going with at least those two last heats of round number one. And then maybe we can have a check-in tomorrow, or, I mean, whatever the technical staff decides, it's better.
All right. Let's see how that unfolds. And just like to say, Xavier, he always, Xavier always comes from, also comes from the DropKnee division. So a very experienced rider, and it's always a pleasure to see him in the World Tour. He tries to follow the World Tour as well, especially in the DropKnee division. We've seen in Sintra a couple times as well, and one more look to this one.
Yeah, that was Jericho Rosero's last wave. As I said, pretty solid, you know, but it just had a bunch of water in its way, so it didn't look so clean. Looks like white is coming up as well, Jorge Huerta. But yeah, the wave didn't set up anything for Jorge, that's still in the fourth position, despite looking for a small score of 3.76 at this point. But we can see the score that Jericho got for that roll. That's a 6-point ride for him, the best wave of the heat so far. And now it's just a matter of getting that back up and improving from there.
All right, so let's see this one again. This happened while we were, you know, because it's a split peak, it is, of course, impossible to show in the streaming both of the waves, I mean, the sides of the waves. So that was the last of Xavier. And yeah, unfortunately, he couldn't get out of that attempt of a barrel. And yeah, I was just going to say that, you know, it looks like, I don't know, looks like the wind's kind of picking up a little bit. We'll see what the judges and the technical division, actually more than the judges, think. Xavier opting for one of these insiders. Maybe he can find something, and not really closing out again for him.
Yeah, definitely the barrel right now. It's not much of a choice, I would say, Vago. It's pretty risky, you know. I mean, there's no limits for this. We're talking about World Tour, you know. Never want to, you know, doubt from these guys, you know. But yeah, definitely right now, I would say that a more conservative idea, like just trying to go and do something under the lip, you know, just do those strong rolls through the lip, try to get something on the leaderboard is definitely a good call. But, you know, I would love to be surprised with something else as well.
Well, we'll see. You know, sometimes they take a little while to adapt. That's the thing that, you know, can happen. So yeah, if you're just getting here, si tu es français, c'est bon de se connecter, s'abonner ici à le chaîne de YouTube. If you are just getting here, just try to connect with us, follow us, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Suscríbanse a este canal de YouTube para seguir toda la información de la IBC World Tour. Siempre les estamos mostrando este pequeño gráfico que le vamos a mostrar, pero primero vamos a ver este público. Miren, además, qué lindo que les pasaron sombrillas a todas las personas. Lo amo.
Yes, guys, so make sure to pull out your phones right now and scan this QR code. This will take you to basically everything about the World Tour, the IBC World Tour website. There you guys can check a lot of stuff. I mean, there's the rankings, the calendars for this year World Tour. And I would highly recommend you guys watching the podcast series Beyond the Tour that IBC is coming up with. I mean, we had 4 legends already there, Tristan Roberts, Armides Oliveres. We had also Amoria Laverne. So very nice to watch and get to hear from these guys with so much to tell and teach us.
I agree with you. I mean, we have to learn from them, and, you know, it is a beautiful exchange right now. You know, we have some legends, but we do have a lot of new names, a lot of new nationalities. And check this out. You were completely right. The wave for Jericho Rosero, it's a 6. So he's holding the first position. Jericho looking really, really comfortable, really sharp. I just love the fact, you know, that he said that he trains by himself. You know, he's super dedicated to bodyboarding, and yeah, sometimes he's huge in his island in San Cristobal de Galapagos, and you will only see him out. You know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely living in a place like Galapagos Islands, you probably get used to surfing by yourself, right?
Do you surf solo many times?
I don't like to. I don't like to usually. I mean, it's just a matter of, you know, having a friend out there as well. It's better for me. But I mean, if I have to do it, you know, if it's pumping, it's hard not to go, right? Just because there's nobody. But yeah, I've pedaled out, like in my place. You have to pedal out quite far to get to the spot.
To the
But
slab.
I've pedaled out. Yeah, I've pedaled out like by myself a few times.
Really, to the
Yeah.
slabs?
Yeah, we do
Oh,
it,
that's
but
dangerous.
yeah, that's why I don't like to do it too much, you know, because
Yeah,
if anything happens, you're like a 30-minute paddle from the beach, so makes things a little more complicated. But yeah, it's hard to hold back.
Yeah, no, that's a different story. I was talking about like maybe some beach breaks or
Oh, yeah,
you know,
that's,
point breaks and stuff. I love to surf by myself, but yeah, definitely not dangerous waves. Like if Intendencia is breaking and no one's out, I will double think. I mean, I think I will, but that's kind of rare. You know, you're never gonna have that place without someone. But yeah. Anyways, going back to the action, Jerico Rosero is holding the first position. We don't have anyone with a backup score. This is Jordan. Let's see, Jordan, if he can find something, goes for another roll. Smart of Jordan, you know, just putting some numbers, looking for a 2.26. Of course, I think there's a possibility for him to get that and get the first position, but having the Jerico with a 6, you know, for sure, Jerico is going to find a backup score and get that first position again.
Yeah, definitely that 6-point ride is a pressure score to have right now. As we can see, pretty tough to choose the right wave, right, and to find that section and execute something clean, you know, because that's I would say the biggest challenge right now, executing a clean maneuver, because with this wind that we are seeing, makes everything much harder, you know, a lot of water falling from the lip. Let's see this one. Jerico Rosero takes off on the left. Beautiful view we're seeing. Goes under the lip for a roll. Looks for something else. Just a 360 going all the way up and closing it off with a reverse to try and extract as many points as he can from that left. And that's going to be his backup. Definitely going back to the first position, Bago.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty complete wave. He looked very in control, so let's see what the judges think about. But yeah, 1.01, it will be more than there. But take this one. Oh, back washing a bit. Did you see that? That's the thing with the tide here, you know. We had a little bit of a, you know, the water comes back because you guys cannot see it. Maybe we'll okay, let's just see that replay. That was the last wave of white because he took the right and we couldn't see it, but yeah, it was nothing really. So yeah, you see only the tip of that rock, but actually that's kind of like a wall. Lo llaman el muro de los lamentos.
Yeah.
I call it, I don't know, the well of the I don't know, maybe Eric can help me. El muro de los lamentos. Anyways, that thing, you know, the waves break against it and makes it come back. Kind of like what happened in El Frontón, you know, but the Frontón is, of course, a bigger wall, huge wall. All right, so this is the last of Jerico Rosero, his backup score. Simple roll combined with a simple forward, but definitely, and a reverse. Definitely, I would say, functional for him to get, you know, the backup score is a 5.25, and right now he's back in the first position.
Yeah, definitely very smart and consistent, you know, Bago. Guy that knows when to, you know, release the beast and when to hold back and be more conservative. We see two complete opposite behaviors, you know, in his heat right now in the men division with this type of condition, and on the DropKnee division where he pulled out the biggest score of the event so far. Just, you know, going all in. And in this case, being very conservative, the waves are not providing all that potential, at least for clean maneuvers. So you could see how he did that roll under the lip, managed to do 2 more 360s, just to fill it up better and, fill up those spaces on that left-hander. And yeah, just to get a 5.25. So doing very well. Now leaving Jordan in need of a 7.51 to take that first position. So I would say now that the battle will be more for that second spot on the heat with 10 minutes remaining right now, Bego.
Yeah, I was checking here my notes and remember that performance of Jerico Rosero back in 2022, man. That was so impressive. He was so young. I'm going to go back to that idea after this wave. Nothing. But yeah, he was so young back in 22, and he made it to the final with no one else than Dave Hubbard, man, in the DropKnee division. The whole world knew in that exact moment that this guy right here was definitely one of the best that we have seen in the history of bodyboarding for Ecuador. He was, I remember perfectly. You were there with us? No, back in 22?
No.
He was, putting those maneuvers and those barrels as if it was nothing. I was like, I didn't even know he dropped me. I remember him coming to, I think I saw him in the man division. I don't really remember when. I don't know if it was, before the pandemic. But when I saw him, back in 22 in DropKnee, I was so impressed.
And there he goes once again, takes off on that left. Not much potential. He knows he wouldn't provide anything more than a 525, so just pulls out and getting back to the outside. But yeah, Bago definitely being used to those big waves plays a role. And checks out Xavier takes off on an insider, just trying to insist on that wave, but really you got to pick something better right now because, that will not provide any section, at least for projective maneuvers, But going back to Jerico, definitely he's a guy that, besides being very young and motivated, he's used to big waves as well. You can see that people that are used to heavy conditions, when they go in heats like this, it's something else. You don't have to really break the ice. They are much ahead of other people that are not used to surfing big waves and heavy waves, or like on a daily basis, right? So that makes a lot of difference.
I agree with you. He's very used to surf really big. For some reason, Galapagos, gets all the best Pacific swells. All right, Jorge Huerta, un localazo. Vamos a ver en esta olita. No ha podido encontrarse mucho Jorge. Una pena porque la verdad que a nosotros nos gusta que todos tengan la oportunidad de mostrarse, ¿no? Como que uno no quiere que los competidores entren, y esto estoy segura que lo sienten todos ustedes en casa también, como que uno quiere que todo el mundo tenga la oportunidad de hacer un trabajo, de hacer algo, de mostrarse. Ahora, pues que gane el mejor, sí, normal, pero que la verdad que a veces da pena cuando no consiguen las olitas. Igual, lo que siempre decimos, no podemos juzgar a un rider por su performance en un hit. 25 minutos no pueden definir el nivel de un bodyboarder o de un atleta. Ahora, si es verdad que los atletas profesionales se preparan justamente para poder surfear bien esos 25 minutos. Ahí se separan un poquito los atletas más preparados, digamos, en esto. Vamos a ver, Jerico Rosero viene en una ola grande, cómo supo cuál tomar, ataca, rompe el labio de una vez el ecuatoriano. No le importa nada y hace un 360 bonito, pero ese sí que no lo concretó. ¿Viste qué inteligente fue? Se fue hasta el final.
Sí.
Y supo cuándo hacerlo, porque no es todo el tiempo. Pasa un set, no te puedes ir muy arriba porque tienes que como medio contar las olas y saber cuándo están llegando esas olas grandes.
No, y se está posicionando muy bien, ¿sabe? En el pico y mira, a ver, después de esta ola, una izquierda, hace un buen rolo por bajo del lip y sólida ola de Jerico. Este es un 7 puntos para él.
Y quería comentar un poquito acerca de Jorge Huerta, que es un bodyboarder que comenzó gracias a uno de los talleres de la Municipalidad con la Escuela Coloso, que la Escuela Coloso es la de Manuel Cepeda y Daniceli Vallejos, que son dos riders emblemáticos de aquí de Antofagasta. Así que no se ha podido encontrar tanto, probablemente por el hecho de que si eres de Coloso, estás muy acostumbrado a surfear la cúpula y la cúpula no se parece en nada a esta ola. Entonces,
Nada.
nada, nadita. Yo ayer cuando estaba surfeando pensaba eso, yo decía, wow, qué diferencia esta ola. Con razón, igual es normal que la gente que surfea más aquí no va tanto a la cúpula y la gente que surfea más en la cúpula no viene tanto para acá porque de verdad son muy, muy diferentes. Y ahí están las piedras que yo estaba hablando que le llaman ese muro de los lamentos y esas son las piedras que hacen que la ola choque y se genere ese backwash, ¿no? Que a veces molesta un poquito en la ola cuando hay marea alta.
So there comes Jorge Huerta, goes right and don't really find anything. He has only a 1-point ride and a 0.95. Jorge is looking for a 6.01 right now to qualify. Remember, guys, this is an elimination round. So only first and second will stay in the competition and advance to round number 2. And third and fourth will be knocked out. So definitely got to accelerate a lot more right now in this 4 minutes and 20 seconds that we still have on the clock. And you guys can check this beautiful view here on this amazing Sunday and full here in Antofagasta. What a beautiful place.
Well, I'm enjoying a lot this place, really. I think everyone, and if you don't know, we even have like super clean bathrooms. They have everything you need. Look at that. What a great thing to watch. I was wondering if people will come and it's completely packed, man. Everyone is watching the competition. They're not like hanging out or, they're mainly watching the competition. That's really beautiful to see, Well, I can remember this last year in Gran Canaria for the Gran Canaria Fronton King. You have no idea how full the area was, man. I was so impressed.
Spectacle, huh?
It is usually full, but last year was something special.
And he is always there. Jerico Rosero takes off and nice backflip on this wave. Now he's just upgrading stuff, Bagel. He already is done with the rolls. He has a 7 and a 6. That's actually, he improved his situation on that last left, with a solid roll. And I believe there's surely space, to improve even more right now. Just doing a perfect job here on this heat.
I think that was really impressive. The wave is kind of breaking. Conditions are not the best. We know this place is really sensible to chops. And check this out. Good size of wave, such a good approach, such a good execution of that backflip. I think that was a very complete wave, and the scores are going to talk about it for sure. He even used that mini, momentum to go for forward. So it is a 7.75. So, everyone is in combo right now. What is happening with Jerico? He came so ready for this. Miren lo que acaba de pasar. Jerico Rosero, después de esa ola que fue excelente. Well,
yeah, just blue taking off on the right. Not much actually for Jordan on this one, Bagel.
Increíble, 7.75, pone a todo el hit en combo. Ahora sí que sí, 1 minuto con 56. Esto es más que seguro por nuestra experiencia. Nadie le quita ese primer puesto a Jerico. Solo queda el segundo puesto que se lo tienen que pelear Jorge y Xavier. Pero Xavier ha estado súper inactivo en realidad en este hit y Jorge no se ha podido conectar. Jordan, sin embargo, a pesar de que tiene scores un poco bajos, tiene suficiente nota para estar ahí, porque los otros necesitan 6.01. Es increíble la diferencia, ¿no?
Yellow takes off, not much for him. And yeah, as Bagel was saying in Spanish, Jerico Rosero just doing a perfect job and putting everyone in combo land. So yeah, the work's done for this heat for him. You can see White doing a quick roll in that white water over there. Jorge Huerta looking for a 6.01. I'm not really thinking that this wave will provide all those points for Jorge, but at this point you just got to keep moving,
You
and
gotta save the honor, man. You want to at least complete a maneuver, right?
yeah, I mean, yeah, and now you want to, if you're going to fall, you got to fall shooting, right?
Look at that. We have Jordan. Let's see, Jordan Villalba, un poco tarde. Sí, Jorge por lo menos logró concretar una ola. Estaba leyendo que él, si bien empezó en el Club Coloso, se cambió hace poco al Club Budeo porque quería progresar, hacer otra, o sea, surfear otras olas y buscar otros apoyos y es súper joven. Este martes cumple 18 años este chico que viene corriendo esta ola y esta es su primera maniobra concretada que decíamos que probablemente no es suficiente para hacerlo avanzar, pero siempre es rico como, bueno, me eliminé, pero no me voy sin concretar una maniobra. Y mira, una pena porque si tuviera un poquito más de tiempo, tuviera más oportunidades. Ahora con ese 3,4 podría haber conseguido el 3,61, pero es definitivo y quienes van a avanzar indiscutiblemente es Jericó Rosero en primera posición y Jordan Villalba. Felicidades a ellos dos.
That's it, guys. We're done for this heat number 7. We're going to call a quick commercial break before we come back with less heat of round number 1 men division. So stay tuned.
Cross the line, I feel there's no one turning back. The fuse is ready, all to do is strike the match. 'Cause I carry the weight of my stress, burning flame lit the way out the darkness. I know that you lied straight through your teeth, and I know that it haunts the air I breathe. Try ignore all the noises in my mind as it sends shivers down my spine. These bones, they don't easily break my soul. God, it's like a razor blade I froze. Then you'll feel the pain. These bones.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to day number 3 of the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. And we are in round number 1, last heat, heat number 8. Not last heat of the competition. We're waiting for the official information, but let's hit the water because this one, is going to be on fire. Hi, Eric. How are you?
Doing great, Bego. Doing great. Enjoying the action today. All right. So today in round 1, heat number 8, we have Michele Arriagada from Chile. We have Never Romero from Venezuela. We have Miguel Encina, who is a local here in Antofagasta, one of the older school generations. And then we have Alfonso Aguilar from Mexico. So should be an exciting heat today.
Alfonso Aguilar, also known as the Jeff Hubbard of Mexican Jeff Hubbard. He is going to put on a show for sure. All right, but all of the other riders are really good as well. Michele Arriagada, he's an amazing junior, being very close to become the junior world champion 2 years in a row. So, yeah, it is a pleasure to see him there. And we have some waves. Alfonso Aguilar just took his first wave, and we're going to see the replay. Check this out. Poncho coming in hot, attacking that leap, going for the basic roll, of course, and just the forward there.
Yeah, getting a little bumpy, right? The wind chop's starting to come up a little bit. So, yeah, let's see what happens, see if they're going to be able to continue this or not. But, yeah, it's questionable right now.
It is. I was thinking about it. I don't know what the technical division is going to decide, but keep in mind that they get together with the riders rep and they decide alongside to them. And, it's if they feel, because people, you have to understand, they put a lot of effort in studying what the forecast is doing and what the options are. So sometimes they continue a competition because what it's coming, it's not better, and also you have to keep in mind that we have a limited time here. So, it can't last forever, of course.
Yes, yes, we can't just wait the
Although
whole.
we would like to.
Yeah, yeah, it'd be nice if we could have a year holding period, right? And just kind of take our time, best days ever, but that's just not the case, right?
Oh man. All right. So if you're just getting here, hit number 8, round number 1 of main division in the water, we have Alfonso Aguilar leading this heat, Mexican warrior, also known as Poncho. Everybody loves Poncho. And Michele Arriaga, we haven't seen that wave. Maybe that happened when you know we were in the commercials or watching the replays, but Michele already has a 5. So he is in the second position. Miguel Encina is a local from here. And Neiver Romero, he's Venezuelan, but he lives in Iquique.
Oh, okay.
And he has done a very good job in the World Tour too. You know, he doesn't really travel much, but every time he competes, he put on a show. I remember him in Arica, the last version of the Arica Cultura Bodyboard. He was impressing the world. You know, he was not holding back, going for big, big maneuvers, big waves, you know. Really impressive. We were all very impressed by Neve Romero. So let's see if he can do the same here.
Yeah, living in Iquique is such a good training ground, right? Glassy mornings every day, consistent.
But you know what? In my eyes, sometimes it spoils you too much, you know.
Oh, really? Yeah,
Yep.
everything's too easy, right?
Yep, you know, I was having that word with Connie Constanza Soto. She was telling me I surf a lot in Budeo. It's very perfect, you know, and sometimes it's not so good. Not so good. It's not so good. You know, Eric here, people, he's a English teacher, and I'm enjoying so much that he's at all times trying to, you know, help me with my pronunciation and everything. And I have some stuff, and he just told me that I say good, good. Oh, man. And I
epic.
saw
There you
his
go.
face. He was like, what? Don't say it again.
Oh, that's epic. Yeah, it's kind of a slow start so far. But so Michele Arriagada, I was curious, which part of Chile is he from? Is he from Iquique?
El Quisco.
Oh, he's from Quisco, way down south.
Sí.
Oh, okay, awesome.
I mean,
That's
Central Coast.
not super far down. It's a lot further than here, but yeah, just south of Santiago, right?
Sí.
Yeah.
De la zona central de Santiago, saludazo a toda la gente de la quinta, de la sexta. La verdad que hay una cultura de bodyboard gigante, una pasión muy, muy grande por esas zonas. No con las mejores olas, fíjate tú. Y esto a lo que estábamos hablando Eric y yo, decía, ay, Iquique, qué lugar tan bueno para entrenar. Vamos a volver a esa idea después de esto.
All right, so we have Neve Romero with a little ARS and little spin off the end. So, yeah, just making the best of that wave that he can, right? And looks like some more action out the back.
Miguel Encina, el localazo, vamos a ver el negro Encina como se conoce, qué bonito rolo. Ya de una vez concreta con un reverse. Y mira, se tomó una de las olas de atrás y viene Michele Arriagada. Vamos a ver, este chico del Quisco, no logra concretar.
Yeah, just kind of shutting down there with that wind chop, right? And yeah, Miguel Encina, he's one of the old schoolers here in Antofagasta. He's been around for a while. But yeah, he loves that wave Noidi. I remember seeing him charge Noidi. Such a nice slab, right across the channel from Cúpula.
Eso es. Bueno, pues en el agua todos hablan español. Voy a tratar de hacer un poquito de actualizaciones y siempre recuerden que la lengua oficial mundial es el inglés. Por eso es que nosotros hablamos en inglés, porque también tenemos que pensar que hay muchas nacionalidades que no hablan pues español. Pero claramente estamos acá en Chile, claramente sabemos que hay un montón de gente sintonizando de México para Poncho, un montón de gente de Chile para Miguel y Michele y un montón de gente también de Venezuela para Neiver. Así que saludos gigantes a todos estos países y a toda esta gente que apoya el Tour Mundial. Suscríbanse a este canal de YouTube rapidito, solo le tienen que dar ahí un clic. Vamos a ver si viene una ola. Sabemos que tenemos a Lucas y al competidor que ganó el hit anterior, Jerico Rosero, esperando, pero vamos a ver porque parece que viene una olita ahora. Ahí viene, a ver si alguien la toma.
Yeah, so it looks like we have someone taking up on the right. We have Neve Romero looking for something on the inside, but that thing just faded into nothing, so nothing going on there. But yeah, it looks like we can take it to the interview. Go ahead, Lucas, take it away.
Thank you, Eric. Here with Jerico Rosero. Jerico, first of all, let's talk about the heat. I mean, you were positioning perfectly, all the good waves you got. You improved your scores wave by wave. How did you feel in the water?
Bueno, me he sentido muy tranquilo, la verdad, estoy muy mentalizado para lograr lo que quiero y pues me manejé bien dentro del agua. Hay buen nivel, la verdad, los chicos están metiéndole súper duro, pero gracias a Dios estoy haciendo las cosas muy bien y vamos a seguir así.
Yeah, so he actually said that he is feeling very relaxed, you know, and he managed to compose himself and to behave well in the water. The level's pretty high out there. That's what he said about the other guys, and he's happy with his result. Now, zooming out a little bit, we have been talking a little bit about Sammy, you know, that he won the event both in prone and DK division, and now your name is just popping up, you know, so how are you feeling after those two results, both on the DK and right now as well, successful on the men division?
Bueno, como lo dije, estoy en las dos divisiones y la verdad estoy haciendo el trabajo muy bien. Me he mentalizado para hacer esto y bueno, estos son los resultados que estamos obteniendo y vamos a seguir así hasta el final.
He's saying that these are basically the results that he's achieving from a very good mindset work, you know, and all the work that he's doing back home, preparing for these events. Do you have any words for people watching you back home in Galapagos or sponsors, anyone?
Claro, por supuesto, quiero mandar el saludo a mi querida familia, a todos mis amigos que están ahí, siempre apoyando, a mis sponsors, a Shark, Sky, que siempre están ahí comprándome los pasajes para estar presente aquí. Muchas gracias, a Scuba Kicker Rock, a Gapso, a Municipalidad de San Cristóbal, y bueno, a Jet Handling también, que me está apoyando mucho y pues eso, estoy muy agradecido. Vamos a seguir trabajando duro para obtener el título de campeón del mundo. Saludos chicos, los quiero mucho.
Amazing, Hiriko. Good luck on the next one. Congratulations on a good job. Back to you guys at the booth.
Thank you so much, and I'm so happy we had that picture-in-picture because we saw some serious action. They're going off. And look at those numbers. We're waiting for scores, of course. There's Michele who took a wave, and we're waiting for replays. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, Bagel, some action went down. Looks like Alfonso scored an 8.5. I'm really curious to see the replay of that.
Aquí vienen. Vamos a ver si vienen las repeticiones.
All right, so here we have Alfonso.
No, Neighbor.
Oh, yeah, Naver. I'm sorry. Naver taking off. Good roll. Extended arms. Little 360 on the end. Let's see what other kind of replays we have.
Sería... Ay, ahí Miguel con un rolo. Claro, lo vimos... no lo vimos. Lo hizo después. Bonito.
And then we have Michele Arregara doing a nice little ARS out of the lip. And yeah, so situation, we have Alfonso in first with a total of 15.25 and Miguel trailing just behind him, the total of 7.5, needing a 9.76 to take the lead, with Michele in third, needing a 2.51 with a total of 6. Mero needing a 6.76 with a total of 5. Well, actually, yeah, it's been updated. Actually, he has a total of 7.5. So, yeah, they're out there waiting. And as we're getting down to about 13 minutes in the heat, and looks like we have a little bit of action coming in, but, yeah, not really hitting the reef too well on that one. But, yeah, as of now...
Whoa, man, stressful moments for all these riders. And check this out, 6.25 for Michele. Proper ARS, you know, sometimes there's a mix between ARSs and
I know. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Right? There's that gray area. You know, it's kind of like a gray RS or like a ARF, like you always say, right? And
but that was a proper one.
Yeah,
no,
properly.
Hands down.
Yeah, proper ARS. You're saying, right?
Yeah,
definitely. But yeah, it can be close, right? It can be kind of right in between. So.
Yeah, I mean, it is a competition thing. You know, riders. They sometimes twist the boards in order to, you know, land better. So it looks like an ARS, but it's actually a bit depending on what.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes the body will do a perfect backflip, but the board will be switch, and people are like, wait, that was an ARS, right? But yeah, it's just there's not all yes or no, right? It can definitely be somewhere in that gray area between an ARS and a backflip. But yeah.
Bueno, un saludo a todas las personas que están sintonizando. Ya saben que nosotros no leemos los mensajes. Oh, leíto hablar. Y ha sido comunicado que vamos a continuar con DropKnee, para la ronda número 3 de DropKnee, que son 4 hits, atención, de 30 minutos. Se sube el tiempo por las condiciones. Y cada uno de esos hits, señores y señoras, está heavy metal. Tienen que verlo. Si no los han visto, váyanse a la página de la IBC World Tour. Tenemos aquí un QR que les va a llevar a toda la parte de la IBC. Escaneen eso ahora, pueden ver los puntajes, pueden ver toda la transmisión, todo el mundo de la IBC está ahí. Y oye, vayan a ver los hits que se vienen de infarto, van a estar de locos. Y yo estaba diciendo también un saludo a todas las personas, eché un ojito rapidito ahí al chat y vi que hay personas de Euskadi, hay personas de... ¡Oh, el gran Gabriel
Momio.
Brantes, el momio, el capitán! Se viene con todo, el hit que viene es de loco. Viene Michelle Copeta, Leo Alar, el momio y había alguien más, ya lo veo. Creo que es alguien de afuera. Se viene con todo.
Yeah. So as we're waiting for some sets, yeah, just want to give big thanks to our sponsors with Escondida BHP and the Municipalidad de Antofagasta, and also our collaborators with Colbún, Antofagasta Minerals, and Peri Chile. Also, we want to thank Carniceria Arauco, and well, looks like there's a little bit of action, and yeah, we're gonna take a look at a little replay here.
The 8.5 from Poncho that we were waiting. Let's see this one. Alfonso Aguilar, we were expecting that, and check that huge proper backflip. People, if you have doubts, come on and study a little bit about it, because that is a proper backflip for Poncho. And what the hell was that? Did you see it? It was like a reverse to roll.
Yeah.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah, that was trippy. Not sure what that was.
Oh man, maybe we can see it again whenever we have
That
time.
would be awesome
No,
to get a replay there.
let's just wait to see if someone's gonna take that. If not, let's just see it again, because I love that replay. Yeah, because there might be some ways, but because we didn't have that wave
Yeah,
live.
so let's get
Take us through it.
Yeah. So here we go, in white coming down the line, and yeah, that was nice. I'd say that was a backflip.
Proper.
Honestly,
But check this out. Check this out.
Oh yeah, that was. Yeah, I remember that move. They used to call that a hub flip way back in the day. It's like a spin to a roll.
Ow. Okay,
Yeah.
it's a super old. I was not
Yeah,
aware
that
of
was
it.
like in the 90s, I think. But yeah, I don't know. There might be another name for it. But yeah, that was cool. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Oh, in competition for the 12 years that I've been working as a commentator, this is the first time I see it. So pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, that was cool. And don't quote me on that 100%, but I remember something like that. But guys used to do it back in the day, kind of in contests and stuff. But I haven't seen that in a long time.
Poncho se mandó una innovación. Está contando Eric que esta era una maniobra que se veía mucho en los 90 y ¿cómo se llama? Y no lo hemos visto. Yo no lo había visto nunca en competencia. Así que increíble de Poncho. All right, so if you're just getting here, people, this is day number 3 of the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. I'm sorry. We have a beautiful Sunday here. If you missed it, we're going to continue with the DropKnee division, and people, every single hit in that round is going to be so stacked. You have no idea. Go and check it out. Go to the IBC World Tour website. We have this QR code that we were promoting and showing before we saw those replays. Everything is there. You can check the previous heats, the upcoming heats. It's there. But we really encourage you to check what's coming up, because that round number 3 of the DropKnee division, I think we're going to see some serious action.
Yeah, definitely should be some action to see in those last 2 heats of the DropKnee division in this upcoming round. So it looks like we have someone paddling out there.
Esa es la máscara.
La Máscara.
Sí, el Ricardo.
Oh, that's Ricardo, también conocido como La Máscara.
Sí.
So where's the origin of that name, La Máscara?
I don't know. It comes. I think they're friends. Some
Oh, okay.
friends. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, so here we have Miguel Encina coming to that inside, little roll off that oncoming section. and yeah, making it out to the flats. But yeah, look how bumpy it is right now, right? And yeah, like you can kind of see he's kind of going towards the other side to avoid the Kraken, right?
De Kraken, el Kraken loco ese que está allá abajo. Es tan difícil no pensar en él cuando vas en la izquierda. Yo tuve la oportunidad de surfear ayer un ratito para poder sentir lo que era. La ola no estaba buena, yo sabía, yo la vi y dije, bueno, no está buena, había un montón había un poco de viento, no tanto, pero había mucha agua. Pero yo quería ir al agua porque hacía 10, 11 años que no me metí aquí y quería experimentar para recordar un poco y poder comentar propiamente lo que se vive ahí. Y esta es la última de Miguel Encina, que aprovechó lo que pudo de esa ola porque no ofrecía mucho más. De hecho, se estaba cerrando y lograba hacer ese rolito. Pero sí, es tan diferente allá adentro y tiene como 2 cachos y luego tú estás bajando a la izquierda y tú estás como tratando de frenarte porque ves que se va a reformar y de repente miras un poco más allá y ves el Kraken ahí
Sí.
salido como esperándote como si fueran unas garras de un monstruo y tú dices, creo que no, ¿sabes? Y como que te vas y en verdad es una sección que se ve buena.
Sí, sí, de perspectiva de cuando estás en la ola parece que va a estar buena y de repente sale esa roca así con
Como
los
que quieres
dientes.
pegarle, claro.
Sí, si no hubiera estado ahí esas rocas, imagínate tan buena que sería la
sería una
ola.
locura, claro.
Sí, la única vez que vi antes de este campeonato estaba gigante, vi unas izquierdas largas, pero esa roca que lo hace tan peligroso. Ahora no se ve tanto porque la ola está un poco chico, pero con tamaño. And over here, yeah, looks like we have someone taking off on this right. Who do we have here? So we have Never Romero taking off on that right. Kind of trying to pull something off of that, but just not enough power there.
Sí es, Neighbor la verdad que también ha estado tratando un montón, pero es que miren esos scores de Alfonso Aguilar, o sea, el hit anterior de Jericó Rosero puso a todo el mundo en combo. Los chicos no están en combo ahora, pero miren las notas que necesitan. Miquela necesita un 901, que no es imposible si es que consiguiera una excelente ola, pero tal vez, dadas las condiciones, no sé, o de repente si se mandara un maniobrón altísimo,
Sí.
probablemente, ¿no? Pero Miguel, a ver, vamos a ver esta ola de Alfonso, que lo estamos viendo por primera vez a la derecha. ¡Oh, qué lindo! Tiene un estilazo este chico, la verdad. Es un estilo diferente.
Yeah, they're very unique style there from Alfonso Aguilar. And yeah, you mentioned earlier, he's kind of like the hub of Mexico, right? Like,
Wow. Bueno, situación en el agua sigue igual, porque obviamente Alfonso el que está ganando y con esa última ola, aunque consiga más puntos, pues nada va a cambiar. 3 minutos con 28 y vamos a continuar con el DropKnee, la ronda número 3, full eliminatoria y además llena de puro monstruos.
puras monsters, right? And here we have that replay of Alfonso in that end section, and nice little ARS, pulls it off, yeah, and comes to the end, and yeah, made the best of that wave. And yeah, as we continue, that's a little bit of a lull right there. Yeah, let's just continue thanking our sponsors, Municipalidad de Antofagasta, Escondida, BHP, collaborators Colbún, Antofagasta Minerals, Peri Chile, Carnicería Arauco, Abastible, Hotel Arque Antofagasta, Ruta 1 Restaurant, Mirador Sandwichería, Costa Club Antofagasta, Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión, AC Chile, FM7, El Regionalista Diario, Antofa Despierta, Puro Surf Chile, Latin Wave, Cura, Tres Puntas, and Región 2. Okay, and look like we have some action out the back. Miguel Encina taking off on this, hoping for something on that end bowl, but yeah, not much. But yeah, he's hoping to get something decent to bump him up into second place at least. But yeah, it's getting a little bit stressful for Miguel and Never with only 2 minutes left in the heat.
Sí, con este poco tiempo en realidad es un poco difícil. Bueno, yo me atrevo a decir que nadie le va a poder quitar a Alfonso esa primera posición. y que la pelea está por la segunda posición. Michele tiene que ser inteligente y guardar esa primera prioridad para cuidar ese segundo puesto. Y esa es la posita exquisita que hay al frente del point. El agua entra fresquita todo el tiempo, está buenísima. Yo ayer salí a surfear y me quedé como media hora ahí flotando. Está muy, muy rica. Si está fría el agua, ¿ah? Yo pensé que estaba menos
Yes.
fría, pero sí está. Porque acá la corriente de Humboldt no pasa por la propia, digamos, por la propia costa, pasa un poquito por afuera, pero la verdad que me impresionó, ¿eh? Estaba bastante frita. No, no es imposible, pero los
Yeah.
mexicanos, me está diciendo Kalani Favela,
¿Qué te
yo,
digo?
¿cómo estás? Me dijo, muerto de frío. No me dijo contento, nada, me dijo, estoy muerto de frío. Y le tuvieron que prestar los trajes porque ellos trajeron creo que unos cortos. Y le tuvieron que, aquí se surfa con 4.3, gente, 4 milímetros. Igual se puede competir con 3.2. Y
Sí.
se puede competir con corto también, depende de tu, por ejemplo, no sé, las chicas, las brasileras, Neymar, Mayla Venturín, Luna Harman, ellas compiten con corto aquí.
Wow, bueno, están acostumbrados de repente, ¿no?
Pienso que es un tema de que te sientes más fresco,
Sí,
¿me
más
entiendes? Depende de
activado.
la persona, ¿no? Como
Sí.
si eres de estas personas que sufren más de calor o de frío. Bueno, 18 segundos se va este hit con Alfonso Aguilar poniendo un show para el mundo entero. México avanzando en todos sus hits de primer lugar. Increíble, ¿ah? Buen ojo el de Jean en apoyar a este equipo porque está muy fuerte. Y felicitaciones a Miquel Arriagada porque también está avanzando. Y bueno, lamentablemente Miguel Encina y Neve Romero se despiden de competencia, pero nosotros vamos a un corte comercial y vamos a volver con el DropKnee y unos hits de infarto, así que contamos con ustedes.
Yeah.
Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos... Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña. Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. We're heading into round 3, heat number 1 of the DropKnee division. Let's take it to the water.
That's it. We're gonna see some more heats of the DropKnee division. Not sure if I believe it's 4 heats actually, and we'll check who we have in the water right now, Eric.
Yeah, so it looks like we have Ricardo Sotelo from Peru. We have Gabriel Brantes from Chile. We have Michel Copeta from Chile. And we have Leonardo Alar from Chile as well. I believe he is an Antofagasta local. So good to have. And yeah, let's see what goes down in this heat. Hopefully the conditions will be okay. Hopefully it won't get any windier than it is right now, because these chops are already a little bit challenging for some of the prone riders. I can imagine for DropKnee, it'll be tricky as well.
Yeah, definitely. Pretty epic heat, I would say, this one. I mean, four legends, one coming from Peru and the three others from Chile. But yeah, I mean, four big names in the DropKnee division. And we have 30-minute heats, actually, guys, for this round number 3. So there are a few waves being surfed already. That's why taking off on the left, the wave just foams in front of him. He passes through that section to do a nice snap on top of that wave, and another one, and then just reaching that final spot on the rocks there to leave it. So I believe that was a 4-point ride for Leonardo Alar, and taking him to the first position.
Yeah, good little start from Leo, right? Getting a good score, like a decent score right under his belt within the first couple minutes of the heat. So yeah, good beginning there for Leonardo Alar, the Antofagasta local. And yeah, there we have the rider of the Lassie. I believe that is that Alfon? No, who is that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll get to hear from the winner in a few minutes. Bego's getting that interview ready, and the place is just crowded over here. I mean, the energy outside, it's so good. I mean, guys, it can't get much better than this. I mean, it's a sunny Sunday over here. This infrastructure where we are holding the event was just built. So this was a place that usually nobody would come to in Antofa, and now it's just full of people. And check this out, Gabriel Brantes debuting on the heat, starting with the quick turn. Let's see if he's going to be able to do something else. Not really. So it's going to be a smaller score than that 4-point ride we saw Leo get.
And then here we have Ricardo Sotelo doing a little snap there, taking it to the inside, and not much on that end part. But yeah, just a little bit of action in the beginning, making the best of that wave.
Yeah, and as the tide drops, probably we can see maybe some waves still projecting, still giving sections, even though it's pretty windy right now. The wave is maintaining its shape, and there are some sections there for these guys to just rip it on the knee, right?
I agree. I mean, that's kind of making up for the wind, right? The lower tide, still giving it that extra power, right?
Yeah, and as it's not big, it's not too big right now. I think it will hold up pretty well, at least for these 4 next heats that we have to come. And we are basically 5 minutes into this one. Leonardo Alar taking that first spot with a decent wave to begin with. He's getting back there, and you guys can check the priority live, just beside the athlete name, there will be that P1, P2, or PX, meaning the line of priority. So priority number 1 has the utmost priority, then priority number 2. Let's check this one by Ricardo Sotelo, takes off on an insider. Nice speed over there to do quite an extended turn and trying to come back to that source of power. But then the wave just leaves no energy for Ricardo to basically complete that maneuver. So that was a 1.5 for the Peruvian in red jersey, and he's looking for just 1.01. I mean, these guys are just getting started, and thankfully we have 30-minute heats for them, to be able to perform and choose calmly and precisely those waves,
Yeah, it's that extra 5 minutes on top of the normal 25 minutes can make all the difference, right? So I can imagine they are appreciating that extra time in the heat, especially given the conditions. It'll give them a little bit more time to be strategic with their waves.
Yeah, definitely. The 25-minute mark is the minimum that the IBC really allows on the events. Let's see. That's why taking off. Nice line over there, just trying to get some speed. The wave kind of dying on Leonardo Alar, the leader of the heat, manages to pull that snap, quick one, but not too expressive, so I don't think it's going to be a big score for Leonardo. But anyway, just getting his second wave.
Yeah, still lots of time on the clock for Leonardo along with the other riders, right? So here we have a set coming in from deep, but not much wall there, but it looks like there's something else out the back. And let's see if someone can catch this thing. But yeah, that one almost looks a little bit too walled, but let's see if anyone takes off on this thing. Unfortunately, yeah, that one did not line up very well. If it might have been cleaner, might have been doable, but yeah, fortunately that one wasn't. But
You
yeah,
can see the guys drifting. The guy is kind of drifted to the right side
Yeah.
of the peak, and now drifting back to position themselves. But it looks like we have a few replays to come up with. So let's check up on that.
yeah, so let's take out this replay of Leonardo Alar, kind of doing a little turn off the beginning, kind of working it to the inside, little mini snap, and yeah, not much there, but definitely making the best of it. I think someone was on that last wave backsiding towards the inside. I don't know if you saw that. That just kind of popped up, but yeah, coming out the back, and yeah, a little bit of a lull in the sets right now. Is there something coming in?
Yeah, looks like a nice line. Ricardo Sotelo
Yeah.
paddling to that one. He's
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
positioned at the end of the wave, but maybe, just drawing that line, getting that speed, goes for the turn. And I believe that's going to be it for La Máscara, as he's
La
known.
Máscara.
Ricardo Sotelo from Peru getting probably his best wave, as he just has a 1.5. And guys, if you're just tuning in, this is the day number 3 of competition for the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, an event that has been happening for so many years in the World Tour right now. And definitely we can put it as one of the main events, since up to a few years ago, we had all the 5 divisions. Let's just check this replay.
Yeah, so we have this replay here of Gabriel Brantes kind of doing that little spin, little snap, backside snap on the end, going for that inside and pulling out. And we'll continue with Ricardo Sotelo with that snap on the takeoff and then taking it off there. So yeah, that wasn't just making the very best he could with that. So as of now we have Michel hasn't got a wave yet. I think he's being very choosy, but here we go. We have something out the back. And yeah, I think we have Leonardo Alar taking off on this one again and kind of working into that inside section, little snap, going even further in, and very wise to pull off right there.
Yeah, Leonardo was actually keeping the lead of the heat, but who took it was Gabriel Brantes with the 4.75, matching with that 2.5 that now took him to the first position. So Leonardo needs a 3.26, as you guys can see on the leaderboard. And Ricardo Sotelo fell to the third position, looking for a small score of 2.51 to qualify. Remember, just first and second will advance to the next round. And Michel Copeta, no waves being served so far by the Chilean. So yeah, I mean, we're basically 10 minutes into this heat. 1/3 of it is gone. And definitely the tension is going to start rising, for Michel.
Yeah, it's starting to times clicking, right? So, yeah, I think Michel, he's kind of waiting for those rights. Yeah, kind of taking off deep on those rights. But, yeah, I haven't really seen too many rights in this heat so far. It's been mostly lefts, kind of wedging from the left and going down the line. But, yeah, a little lull in the set. So, yeah, guys, be sure to check out our website, ibcworldtour.com, and be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Give us a follow on Instagram. And what do we have right here? We have Michel. There we go. A little right. Nice snap. Threw some spray there. It's pretty solid spray. So, yeah, he definitely made the best of that wave. I would say this. I mean, for how small and lacking of power that wave had, I'd say that was nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of flow there by Michel, throwing definitely a lot of water and executing a clean turn. But we didn't see too much trajectory, as we are seeing on the left.
Yeah.
But definitely was a good maneuver. So this will make a lot of difference for him. And let's see if he's able to escalate a few positions on this heat. Basically 10 minutes just floating out there. Pretty sure he was, willing to get that first wave. And the good thing about the rides, as we say, usually is that you can get back to the outside zone pretty quickly. You see, he's already there and ready for another attempt. So, yeah, good call for Michel Copeta, getting 4.35.
Yeah, kind of makes it a little bit closer, just climbing his way up the ladder, a little bit closer to being in the top 2 of this heat. So, with a good amount of time in this heat. So, what do we have here? We have Gabriel taking it off this right. Wow, nice snap reverse. Little reverse on the inside as well. Yeah, that might be a decent score for Gabriel, I would say. I mean, he just needs a 3.01. It might be enough to get him in that first position, right?
Yeah, I think he just, maybe saw, I don't know if he saw Michel's wave, but definitely the ride, maybe it's a little bumpy, because we're seeing a lot of flow in those rides, right? And the guys are able to execute clean maneuvers, and pretty tough to see that on the left. But we have a slow moment right now in the water, and it looks like Bago is ready down at the beach with the winner of last heat. So on to you, Bago.
Alfonso Aguilar, we know all of you want to hear from him. What an amazing performance, Alfonso. Not just it's your first time, and for all your friends as well, but you left everyone in very tough situation, not in combo, but very, very hard to find that first position. So we would like to know, how do you feel surfing here in such a cold water, so different from where you come? Este lugar que es tan diferente, tus compañeros avanzando primero, y tú, y no solo avanzando primero, sino con excelentes puntajes. Cuéntanos un poco cómo se siente todo eso.
Pues más que nada, muchos nervios al entrar, mucha gente viendo este evento, gran evento, y pues la verdad se siente chido, bien, alegre, y pues más que nada motivado con todos los atletas y pues dando los resultados, el agua fría, y pues más que nada te revive el cerebro, todo para pensar bien y activarte todas las energías, y pues en el agua es fluido nomás, pegar baffles, rolos y todo. Es Nilda te puede dar una oportunidad de ola o no te puede dar algo. Es algo que es engañoso, pues, pero así como todos pueden hacerlo yo, y pues algo agradable.
Well, I really like what he said. He's coming from very warm water, and he said actually he feels the cold water gives you an energy and keeps you cool, and you can think better, like clearly. I really like that. I was not thinking about it, and yeah, I mean, he's enjoying very much, and he feels Nilda can offer you a huge opportunity, but also it is a difficult place to surf, so it could be all or nothing here in La Nilda. Very happy to be advancing, very happy to be here. El hecho de tener este campeonato de Pascuales Pro, que no es tu estado, pero está súper cerca, ¿qué piensas que va a ser eso para el bodyboard mundial y para el bodyboard mexicano?
Pues es algo, para el bodyboard mexicano es alguna experiencia para los demás atletas. No nada más estamos nosotros en México, hay más atletas también que quisiera competir contra los profesionales, y eso ayuda mucho a ellos también en su avance, y pues más que nada, pues la ola también, ayudar, el clima es más caliente también para los atletas que corren frío, pues es algo que deben de llegar una semana antes de entrenar la ola también, pero la ola de Pascual es increíble, es algo como Paipela en México, Cicatela igual, tienen sus diferencias, pero es buena la Pascual, es muy agradable la gente también.
Well, he said he feels, having the event there is going to help a lot to many riders from Mexico that really, he says it's not only them, there's many good riders that have no possibility of traveling. So definitely that event is going to offer them the chance of, competing with the best. And he's also saying that the wave Pascuales is really good. He says they have to, riders from cold waters will have to train, will have to get there earlier, because it's a whole different story to surf in really warm waters. But yeah, it's just so happy to have the event and saying that Pascuales is a really good wave. So looking forward to seeing you all. You want to say something? ¿Quieres mandar algún saludito para alguien?
Quiero mandarle saludos a todos los que nos están viendo en México, a toda la banda, y pues a mis patrocinadores, Boogie Line, Hubars, Perlanera, que hizo lo posible por venir y sacarnos de México a estos grandes eventos, y saludos a todos, sigan viendo YouTube, sigan viendo IBC.
Eso es, y que viva México.
Viva México, cabrones.
Bueno, felicitaciones y mucha suerte en el resto de la competencia.
Thank you, Bago. I mean, Mexicans are putting on a show, man. I mean, all the Mexicans are getting through those heats, their heats, and really, setting the rhythm here in even in the drop knee or man division. So, yeah, very nice to see these guys that we hadn't seen before in the World Tour and doing so good and so consistent, right?
I know. I mean, they just came out of nowhere and just started killing it. Like 3 heats won by the Mexicans. It's really good to see. Okay, here we go. That was Ricardo Soto on that little backside with a snap on the takeoff and a little mini snap on the end. But yeah, a little bit of a situation change, right? Looks like Gabriel El Momio got bumped up to first place with a total of 9.75, with Michelle making it to second with a total of 8.6, needing just a 5.41 to take that position away from Gabriel. And Leonardo has gone down into third, needing a 4.46 to get back into that advancing position. And Ricardo, depending on what happens with that last wave, previously the update was 8.1, needing a 3.76 to get into an advanced position.
Pretty interesting heat. I mean, basically halfway throughout this heat, and we have been seeing so many position changes, right? Looks like we have a few replays, so let's see these ones. That's yellow going right. Beautiful. Snap to reverse over there and managing to do one more reverse as the wave loses energy. And on the other side,
yeah, so we have Ricardo taking off on that left. This little snap, going down for that inside section, hoping for a little wall, another mini snap, and
that's blue going right as well on a smaller wave. But anyway, managing to throw a lot of water there and keep that flow going. Trying to fill in one more reverse, not really completing that one.
And then we have Leonardo Alar taking off on that left, doing a little floater off the white water, making the very best of it, heading to that inside section, hoping he gets something else, a little mini snap.
And the right by red. That's the last replay. Throwing a quick little snap to the right. Not too powerful, and even another one.
And we have
even one more.
Yeah, Momio, one more for Momio. Let's see. A little snap to reverse. Yeah, that last one that Momio got, Gabriel Brantes, just before that, he threw quite a amount of water on that reverse, right? That was nice.
Definitely. And in his last wave, Gabriel Brantes managed to get a 5-point ride. So slowly improving, he started with a 2.5, then a 4.75, which he is still holding, and then improved with a 5-point ride to stay in the lead. So yeah, coming all the way from the last positions in the heat, and who's falling back is actually Ricardo. Ricardo looking for a 3.76. In the beginning of the heat, actually we saw Leo Alar, starting in the lead, getting that first 4-point ride, but now it's Ricardo looking for bigger scores.
So that looks like we got a replay of Leonardo Alar with a nice little snap to 360, taking it to the end, kind of pumping, hoping to get something more, but just faded out on the end there.
Yeah, so a lot of waves being served, during that interview, right? We have quite a few waves over there. So, yes, guys, make sure if you're just tuning in here live with us, this is the third day of competition here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. An amazing event happening here in a recently built public space in Antofagasta that's called Parque Trocadero, and it's full of people today over here. It's so nice to see all the riders going out of their heats, and giving autographs until they get to that interview zone, and all the people, talking to the riders, and the applauses and everything, and everybody's stoked whenever a rider gets a good wave. And it's not every day that we see so many people and people outside of the bodyboarding world, coming to watch a competition, especially in such a great space like it is over here. So yeah, definitely not an everyday experience.
Yeah, I've always loved that about Chile. Like every bodyboarding comp I've ever come to, whether it be Arica, Iquique, Antofagasta, even in the south, way down near Curanipe, I just see so many people who aren't even into the sport of bodyboarding just showing up and filling up the beaches, and everyone's just stoked on it. It's pretty awesome how community driven it is, and just how it brings people together, and not to mention all the positive changes that it brings, and changes to the city, this new infrastructure. And here we go on this left, and someone was trying to take off on that. I think they might hit a chop and got caught up there. But yeah, 8:50 to go in the heat, and yeah, something going on here.
Yeah, that's Leo Alar taking back that second position. Nice snap on top of that wave, maintaining that speed. Even does one more, but let's see if he's going to be able to increase that 4.15 that he has. So Leonardo Alar actually got 3.75 on the previous wave before this one that we just saw, and got back to that second position and took Michel Copeta to the third. So yeah, there he is.
Back in the
He's got
first.
himself a 4.75, and that's it. That's a 4.75, I believe, and managed to get back to the lead.
Yeah, it's just front, and yeah, and some sets coming out the back. Looks like a little paddle battle going for this one, and we have Michel Copeta taking off on this right. Little snap, not much of a wall being provided there, and something else going on out here.
Looks like it's Ricardo Sotelo, taking off on an inside wave. Let's see if there's going to be any potential for him. Tries to extend that turn, gets very close to the rocks, and I mean, it's not really possible to keep going from there. I mean, at least not today. We could see yesterday, I believe. No, actually, the day before, if I'm not wrong, we could see Sami taking a wave all the way after Kraken,
really?
as that rock is called.
The Kraken, right?
But today, it's really not possible. I mean, it's just wrapping up around that rock, and it's really like jagged with spikes pointing upwards, and you really don't want to end up there, right?
Yeah, not to mention all the pico rocos it has on it, right? Like if you hit one of those, like it's worse than hitting sea urchins, right? You don't want to touch those, right?
Yeah, it definitely cuts like a knife, and that's what we're talking about, guys.
There we
Check
go.
this contest over here. I mean, so many people, people that don't really have much contact or any contact at all with bodyboarding, and with our world. So very nice to see. And we definitely have to thank Club Budeo, Escondida BHP, and Municipalidad de Antofagasta for this.
So yeah, there was Michel Copeta with a nice snap. Just quick one, but yeah, threw decent amount of water there. So yeah, good one with Michel Copeta. I wonder if that's going to give him that 5.41 that he needs to take that position from Gabriel. I'm not sure. I doubt it, but yeah, we'll see.
Bueno, gente, 6 minutos para el fin de la manga. Tenemos 3 chilenos y un peruano en esta manga que está muy, muy disputada, muy difícil, pero el primer lugar ahora es de Leonardo Alar, que tiene un 5.5, un 4.75, pero Michel Copeta también está muy fuerte, está ahora en la tercera posición, y Gabriel Brantes, que viene desde Iquique, está ahora en la segunda posición. El peruano Ricardo Sotelo necesita de un 4.91 para avanzar a la ronda número 4, y esta es una ronda eliminatoria. Así que apenas primero y segundo avanzan a la siguiente ronda, y tercero y cuarto se eliminan de la competencia.
And yeah, just 5 minutes to go. And yeah, so Leonardo's still in the lead with a total of 10.25 points, with Gabriel in second position needing a 5.26, Michel Copeta in third needing a 5.41, and Ricardo in fourth needing a 4.91. And someone taking off on this, I think it is Leo. So yeah, coming down the line and coming, little snap, heading to that end section, and another little mini snap and 360, and pulling off before the Kraken.
Yeah, definitely Leo is looking very consistent on that left. We can see some riders like Gabriel Brantes and Michel Copeta, they are, preferring those rides.
Yeah.
But Leonardo Alar is making a good use of the left-handers, and as they stretch more and provide a bigger and longer trajectory, he's making good use of this. Like, see this set that is coming in.
Wow,
Nobody was really in position. And it's very complicated over here, guys. The spot is so wide that sometimes it makes it really hard for you to position yourself. You know, you have waves coming from all over. Sometimes they break way further on the outside. So yeah, very complicated. Let's see this replay by Leo. That's his last wave. Not sure if that score came out already. But yeah, just a quick snap on the lip, and then trying to add a few more maneuvers over there. But check this out. Máscara coming with a lot of speed. Goes for that snap on top. Still going with a 360. And he is looking for a 4.91. So let's see if that wave can take him from the 4th position to a better one.
Could happen, right? He had a little bit of variety on that, you know, a little snap to spin on the end. So, yeah, that might get him what he needs. But, yeah, let's take a look at that again with Ricardo. And there you go, little turn, carve thing coming at the end, little 360. So, yeah, not sure if that's going to give him what he needs. Is that going to give him his 4.91? And, wow, what just happened there?
That was pretty sharp, eh?
Yeah, it was Michel Copetta with a pretty solid snap to 360, little combo. I like that. That was good.
Yeah, Michel's really being able to get that first pump that the ride gives you, you know, and just really like get as much speed as he can to do one sharp snap, you know, and try to impress the judges to get those scores. I mean, we usually talk about the judging criteria, you know, and aspects like speed, power, flow, completing the maneuver, showing a lot of control is what the judges will be basing themselves upon to give the scores. And we can see Michel just trying to do, you know, as best as he can to impress the judges there. He's looking for 5.41. He didn't get enough, but he's still in the 3rd position and improved his situation a little bit.
Yeah, there's Ricardo Soto with Sotelo with a little snap on that one. And yeah, so yeah, still Leonardo still in the lead with Gabriel in 2nd, Michel in 3rd, Ricardo Sotelo in 4th. And I believe all the scores have dropped so far, right? Oh, there's that replay of Copetta. Wow, he threw some pretty far spray on that one.
And you know what? He got 4.6 for this wave. Let's see if he changed position. Not really, you know. He's still in 3rd right there, but he looks for a 5.16.
Yeah.
It's a smaller score than he previously needed, but there's still 1 minute and a half. I mean, we already saw so many changes of situation in this heat, changing of position, and definitely it's possible that we can see a few more, right, in this last minute. I mean, these guys are unstoppable. All of them getting 7, 8, 6 waves already. So, yeah, definitely not resting at all.
Pretty solid wave count for all the riders, right? They're just on top of it, just making the best of it.
Last minute, people. Yeah, we're getting confirmation here of this heat. I mean, it's just getting to the final moments right now. The chances of change of situation become smaller, you know, and definitely the tension start rising. So let's see, looks like it's blue. Michel Copetta, as usual, just throwing that sharp snap, but I don't believe this wave will give him a higher score than he already did. I mean, let's wait on that to get a confirmation, but maybe he can get closer to that 5.16. We are not judges over here.
Yes.
We give our opinions based on what we see, you know, and we try to dissect and analyze the rides, but that's up to the judges, and there comes white.
Yeah, Leo, backside snap on the takeoff, coming to the inside and kind of working into that end part. But yeah, it looks like Leonardo's did pretty well in that heat, right?
Yeah,
it looks
I think
like
it was the first right-hander that he got.
Yeah,
you know,
it is.
That was basically the cherry on top, guys.
There you go.
It's Leonardo Alá advancing in the 1st position. Gabriel Brantes in 2nd position. Michel Copetta didn't get enough score, and he is out of the competition as well as Ricardo Sotelo. Guys, we're going to call a quick commercial break before we come back with next heat, so stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. This is the third day of competition here at the 2026 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We are currently on round number 3 of the DropKnee division, and we're about to see heat number 2. Welcome back, Bago.
Man, I'm just loving the action in the DropKnee division. Everyone's surfing so good. They are so impressive, for me. It's so inspirational. It's hard, DropKnee without having the fins as, the surfboards. But check this out. We have no one else than Sammy Moratino looking for his 6th title in this event. Wearing the red singlet, Ubaldo Funes, the local. And there's Sammy. We're going to introduce that later. Sammy, we're going to get to see the replay. But yeah, Manuel Cepeda and Jonathan Chaparro, right?
Yeah, pretty heavyweight type of stuff over here. I mean, big names. We have the local Manuel Cepeda, the defending world champion Sammy Morantino, Ubaldo Funes. Ubaldo Funes has been going all in all of these heats that we have seen before, and Jonathan Chaparro as well. So yeah, we're gonna check up on those replays. Looks like someone is taking off, Bago.
All right, so it's Ubaldo Funes to his backhand, trying to go for a maneuver there. I mean, at least he did the movement, you see, but probably he didn't, throw so much water. But there is Manuel Cepeda, loving his style as well, Manuel, right there, just with the first move, and, that will be pretty much it for that. But yeah, I was just thinking how beautiful to watch is the DropKnee division, knowing how hard it is to actually bend the knee.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, definitely taking off is pretty hard. Doing those bottom turns, and especially dealing with these types of conditions. Still have the waves still have a decent shape out there, but you have to go through many bumps. And dealing with those bumps. Maintaining the speed, maintaining the control. It can get pretty tough. So Manuel Cepeda is taking that first position. Looks like we have a few replays coming up from what we didn't see yet.
All right, so this is the first wave of Sammy Moratino. As you can see, he was already putting some numbers. Nice snap there. Try to generate some speed, reaping there, and found a little section for a little floater. Oh, and one more there.
God.
Whoa, that was risky.
That's White coming up on the left. Throws a sharp, nice, quick reverse, and that's just it for him. I mean, Sammy is not looking like he's caring at all about the rock that is, in the end part of the wave. So definitely, he went all the way. Check out where he is. I mean, just trying to get as much as he can out of that wave, and he got 6 points. So starting very well right now, taking the lead with just one wave under his belt and putting the local Manuel Cepeda back to the second position, right now holding 3 and 2.5 as his 2 best score. Manuel is definitely the guy that has the crowd on his side over here, right? I mean, he's from Antofagasta, he's a local in La Cúpula, also very used to this wave over here called La Nilda, and definitely everyone here at this place is cheering for Manu.
Actually, coming up in this one, let's see if Manu can find something, a floater there. Looking comfortable and taking it all the way to the inside as well as Sammy, Risky area. But yeah, he knows his way. Actually, I saw him getting in from a channel that I didn't even know it exists. I was like, what are you doing? He's like, there's a channel there.
Oh, he just went above Muro de los Lamentos, no?
No, a little bit further than la second posta, segunda posta que está ahí.
Yeah, usually the locals, they just get in through their own places, right?
Yeah. All right, so Jonathan Chaparro, another local. Nice looking reverse there for him. Keeps going, maybe one more, yes. So we'll see, just building his score step by step. First wave of Sammy was a 6. And pretty sure Manu wants to, continue competition because, he is the best Chilean, the Chilean that has achieved the best results in this division. He has had 2 third places in the DropKnee division. And once he was second in the man division. So yeah, it's the one that collects the most achievements in this event.
Check this out. Yellow taking off, tried to put the knee on, but ends up falling back to the prone position. So not really much anything for Ubaldo Funes. And yeah, talking about Manu, you know, such a nice guy, despite being an amazing bodyboarder as well and bringing so much, so much pride to Chile. Such a nice guy. So yeah, check this out. Pretty tough there, right? With those bumps, and sometimes the wave is already breaking on your back, and setting up the knee position is pretty tough.
That's the thing about DropKnee, you know, if you lose momentum, let's see the momentum here. A snap for Sammy Moratino, one more there, stylish. And also, you know, we had a little bit of an upset early in the morning in the first heat. Sammy unfortunately got eliminated in the men's division. But yeah, I think he's gonna give his 3,000% in the DropKnee division now. Yeah, of course. I mean, he's got all this energy, you know, he's so powerful. He's got a powerful personality.
Last wave from Manuel Cepeda. Getting a lot of speed. He goes up, tries to hit that lip, goes for a floater, and then tries to get out of it as he gets close to the rock. And White taking off on this one. Basically taking off at the end of the wave, so there was not much for him over there, just doing that reverse. Try to fit in one more, and that's the last wave by Sammy. Check out this speed and the lines that Sammy draws. You know, he shows so much control, and definitely that's why he's one of the best out there. 5 points for him. Pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Sammy, you know, getting those scores, already putting big numbers, and already, you know, creating some distance for the rest of the competitors. All right, so we have Eric ready to go for the interview. Let's hear from them.
Thank you, Bego. Leonardo Alar, congratulations. It's good to see an Iquiquen out there killing it, and congratulations on winning this heat. How did you find this wave for DropKnee? I mean, coming from Iquique where the waves are so much more defined, and how did you find it out there? Was it a little bit challenging for you?
Sobre lo complicado de la ola, sí. Mira, Nilda, buenas tardes. Bueno, Nilda, una ola complicada para correr DropKnee, ya una ola exigente. A nosotros que somos del norte y venimos en teoría de ola un poquito más compleja, ¿cierto? Se nos hace muy difícil correr Nilda, tiene un timing distinto, ya tiene un drop distinto, es prácticamente otra pisada de la tabla. Ya es una ola complicada de surfear. A esto súmale el nivel de los competidores, están los mejores del mundo. Ya acabo de correr una manga con Gabriel, el mejor de Iquique en mucho tiempo, nuestro capitán, Michel Copeta, que debe ser uno de los mejores DropKnee a nivel mundial también. Ricardo Sotelo, número 3 en el último Sintra DropKnee, entonces gente que corre muy bien, es un momento de felicidad. Nilda es una ola compleja para surfear, y así que estoy muy contento de poder pasar a la siguiente ronda.
Yeah, so he's super happy to make it to the next round, but yeah, he said it was a little bit challenging of a wave, you know, to surf as the peak kind of moves around, and but yeah, he's really stoked to be out there with Gabriel and Ricardo and Michelle, and yeah, it's just such a stoke for him. And Leonardo, so what do you think about DropKnee in Chile, its current state? How is DropKnee in Chile? What are you hoping to see?
Mira, el DropKnee en Chile está en una etapa bien particular. Yo creo que la categoría DropKnee partió aquí el año 85, el año 90, los primeros DropKnee reales de Chile, digamos, que corrían solamente DropKnee, no corrían prono. Ya una generación muy buena, 85, 90, 2000, 2010. Si tú te fijas, los DK más experimentados de Chile son todos mayores. Somos todos mayores. Michel Copeta, Gabriel Blante, Leonardo Alar, Brian Medina, Renato Arellano. Los que han representado a Chile estos últimos tiempos, prácticamente las últimas 2 décadas, seguimos siendo los mismos. Yo creo que hay una camada de vieja escuela DropKnee muy buena, que todavía se mantiene con toda la complejidad y los esfuerzos que hay que hacer, ¿ya? Y echamos de menos un poquito a las nuevas generaciones. Me gustaría ver, en Iquique hay indicios de que hay jóvenes que están entrenando DropKnee, acá también se vio algo, ¿cierto? Pero nosotros que somos la vieja escuela, echamos de menos a la nueva generación en DropKnee. Ojalá que con estos eventos, con el IBC, con el ABF, que están reincorporando la categoría de DropKnee, ¿cierto? Podamos tener una nueva generación acá en Chile de corredores.
Yeah, he's hoping with this event it'll help DropKnee to get back into the spotlight, because he feels like the new generations aren't really into DropKnee that much. So he's hoping to see an increase in DropKnee as you know, coming from the 90s and the early 2000s, DropKnee was pretty good in Chile, but yeah, it's kind of slowed down a little. So he's definitely hoping to see the younger generations get back into it. And yeah, we'll see what happens with this event, get the Groms motivated to get back on top of the DropKnee. And Leonardo, ¿algún saludo, algún shout out por alguien?
Sí, bueno, dar un saludo primero a mi familia, a mi señora, a mis hijos que están en la casa, espero viéndome. Gracias por la paciencia, por celebrarme mis aventuras de bodyboarder, ¿cierto? El apoyo que siento de parte de ellos. Ya estamos en un momento muy especial, así que gracias a ellos, a mi sponsor también, el Núcleo Limitada, a Steel Army, Steel Fins, ¿cierto? Internet Store, a Gonzalo Gil por apoyarme todo este tiempo con las mejores marcas. Estoy muy contento de pasar a la siguiente ronda y gracias a la ABF y a la IBC por incluir la categoría de DropKnee en este mundial.
Congratulations, Leo. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. Great interview there. Leo had a lot to say. That's pretty cool. You know, he wanted to. Sometimes the riders, they really, these kind of things are really good because they have that momentum. You know, that chance to speak to the world, right? So yeah, we had some waves going on there. Let's see two replays. Manu.
Yeah, that's Manu taking off on a nice wave. Building that speed on the second section, going all the way, managing to do one more turn. And it's impressive how these guys being able to go all the way, right? I didn't even see Kraken in the way.
And I'm just loving the fact of Sammy going to his backhand and just boosting those two great snaps. He has a lot of control. We were just saying that. So it's really good, Sammy. No wonder why he's got 5 titles. Oh, let's see how this one falls for him. But yeah, so far so good for these riders. Remember, this is round number 3 of the DropKnee division full elimination round right there. Jonathan Chaparro generating some speed and finding a very beautiful snap to reverse. Stylish, huh?
Yeah, that was pretty nice, right? Just driving outside of that section that broke in front of him to go up and execute that reverse with so much speed. Usually the guys, they use the snap to, you know, just throw a lot of water, reduce the speed, and then pull the reverse. But he just went straight to the spin, and with a lot of speed, you got to have a lot of control. But yeah, Sammy managing to get 6.75 on his last wave. Let's check up this replay. Yeah, so you can see he's just going to the outside. Then he goes up and throws that reverse with a lot of control, but then right afterwards, hitting that bump and nose diving. So let's see what the judges will give to him on that wave. It looks like it was a 4-point ride bagel. So he's still in third right now, as Manu just assumed the second position right after Sami. So Jonathan now looks for 3.76 to go to a qualifying position.
Really like the way he carved to that reverse. It was more than a snap. When I saw it again in the replay, I figured that it was more as a carving reverse.
Yeah.
You know, he used his weight and the weight of his body towards, you know, his rail, and managed to carve really deep. And you know, just that when you carve deep, you get that amount of water getting out of your tail. So it looks really beautiful. It's like what, you know, a lot of Brazilians do with the reverses, you know, carving to reverse. Really beautiful.
Yeah, but that's what you said, right? One thing is carving and then like doing the snap and then pulling the reverse, but then he just did like a proper reverse, carving a lot at once. So yeah, you got to have a lot of control. I think that changing rails is probably the hardest thing. It's probably the hardest thing in bodyboarding, you know, because you can see like some guys that really like do all types of maneuvers, but they don't have that control, you know. Like Damian King is a guy that is definitely on top of it, you know, and seeing that change of rails, it requires so much control, so such a good reading of the wave and what's about to happen as well. So yeah, these guys definitely showing such a good performance over here.
All right, everyone. Bueno, a todas las personas que están recién llegando, estamos en el hit número 2, ronda 3 de eliminación, completamente de eliminación. Esto significa que van a pasar primero y segundo, nada más, primero y segundo, perdón. Tercero y cuarto van a quedar eliminados de competencia. Así que es la última oportunidad para estos riders. Ya tuvimos una manga increíble la anterior, en donde lamentablemente el campeón nacional Michel Copeta se eliminaba junto con la máscara, parece que fue, ¿no? ¿Con quién? No.
La máscara estuvo en cuarto, se
Claro,
eliminó.
la máscara y Michel.
Sí,
Sí,
sí.
una pena para ellos, pero excelente trabajo de Gabriel Brantes y Leonardo Alard, los dos iquiqueños. Gabriel que toda la vida ha surfeado DropKnee, pero que ahora está, bueno, de un tiempo para acá está surfeando bastante y la verdad está haciendo un bonito performance. Y aquí tenemos a Manuel Cepeda, que es el chileno que ha llegado más lejos en esta categoría, porque él tiene 2 terceros lugares en este evento, en esta categoría, y una vez quedó segundo en hombre. Así que muy, muy lindo. Y bueno, Jonathan Chaparro, que también es antofagastino, también con Ubaldo Funes. Ayer igual corrí con Ubaldo en el agüita y un control, una lectura que tienen de esta ola que necesita eso, necesita conocimiento, necesita horas de agua.
That's it. And now we're seeing that the crowd is has left a little bit. I mean, less people right now. It's just about lunchtime, so everyone looking for lunch, and probably in the afternoon we might see some more people. We don't know if you're gonna be continuing after the round number 3. We still have 2 more heats to go after this one. We don't know if we are gonna keep going after that, but certainly we'll have a check-in tomorrow or the next few days. We will confirm on that. And yeah, there's so much to come up still, and yeah, so much.
Today we're not gonna see anything else. It's just this. All right. So Manuel Cepeda coming in a smaller wave, but either. I'm sorry, it's not Manuel. It's actually Jonathan. Yeah. Oh, the glare right now. It's kind of making us confused the colors, but yeah. No, nothing else is gonna happen today. This is definitely the last round. We're gonna finish round number 3. I'm gonna take it all the way up to. Oh. Man, I was distracted with this. Of course, it's Sammy Moretino coming in hot. Oh no, man, that would have been a huge score. He actually took some airtime, man. That would have been an aerial more than just a floater, huh?
Yeah, he really tried to land it. I at some point I thought he was gonna land it, but the impact just took the board out of his his foot. So wow, pretty crazy, and that would have been a big score, Bago.
Check out those warriors, man, coming up. Another ultra mega super stacked hit. That's gonna be, we just saw Jerico Rosero, Fabián Tazar. And that's gonna be a show. Let's check this one for Manu Cepeda. Huge hair. Oh man, that's gonna be a beautiful picture. Oh, I want Manu to land those things. It was kind of impossible to land it, right? He lost the control of the board in the air.
Yeah, it was just a big sand, I think. He didn't even was in position, like didn't even get projected to the flats. But it's it's so tough, right? You don't have any fins, you don't have anything fixed. Everything is just so moving so much, under yourself. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how these guys pull this type of stuff out,
I mean, you have to be, actually what you're saying is accurate. In DropKnee, it is so important how you actually stand up.
Yeah, taking a look once more at this wave, he builds that speed, attacks the lip, and you see he's keeping the control. But then when he lands, as he has that impact, he just loses control. That was really crazy. That was just a big sand. I think he didn't even intend to land that, actually. And Sammy's coming up with something.
And look at this wave. It's looking good. Let's see. Manu is taking off. Trying again and almost. Man, Manu is going to chase that thing,
Now he intended to land.
Yeah. He said, all right, so there is a possibility. I'm going to search for that. There's still 9 minutes and 50. And they're pretty comfortable. I mean, in the case of Manu, I wouldn't be so sure, because Jonathan Chaparro, it's only looking for a 3.76. But I just love that Manu I think in his eyes or in his mind is it all or nothing. I'm gonna try the most vertical maneuver possible in order to get that 8 that I need. And here comes Jonathan, dangerous moments for Manu. Whoa, one more attempt. What is going on? These people is surfing so good.
Wow, and also taking off on the right, Ubaldo Funes. Wave didn't provide too much. You can see as the tide drops how much the wave is stretching and wrapping around the reef, and how long it becomes. And let's just check this replay. Yeah, that's Sammy Morantino takes off, drawing that beautiful line. And wow, what a beautiful maneuver, just releasing the rail and even throwing one more as he leaves that wave. That was beautiful. Oh,
And I just love it.
that's insane.
Oh man, so unfortunate that he is not being able to land those things, but definitely it is really inspirational to watch them, pushing the limits, pushing, rising the bar,
Things are getting interesting here,
Yeah.
Vago.
Man, when I saw, because sometimes we work so much that sometimes we don't really check the heats until we get here, or if, we don't know if it will continue or not. So when I learned that we will be doing, the DropKnee division, and I saw the heats, I was like, what? Man, these heats are going to be amazing. I was like completely sure that the action was going to be so good, and it's happening right now, even though we are not in the best conditions, but I think in terms of tide, I think we are in a very good moment, because I've seen some sections that I haven't seen in the previous days. What about you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as the tide bottoms, it definitely becomes much longer. Check this out. Sami taking off on the right, a lot of speed, throwing a lot of water, and he keeps going as the wave just fades away. But yeah, Bego, definitely we saw few hours ago the DropKnee heats at the high tide. You could see just like very quick peaks as the guys would have to just take off and then try to do one quick snap, but not the case anymore.
Well, this last wave of Sammy, he threw waterfalls there, and I don't know. It's a 5:35. It's not really doing much in his total score, but the previous one, it did make a difference. It was a 6.4, and now situation is a bit more complicated for Manu Cepeda, looking for a big score at 8.41. So that is why Manu is pushing the limits and trying to go for a huge maneuver. We'll see if that goes, if it goes his way. But yeah, see how ocean just all of a sudden it's flat and it looks like
Yeah.
there's no waves, but there are waves.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? Still talking about Manu Bego, he really has to watch out, because he has quite a small second score. It's a 3 point, and Jonathan is just looking for a 3.76. So you might get into that wave and get a little crazy. Like these guys are just sanding it, but really has to keep your foot on the ground and try to improve, because despite needing a 8.41 to take the first position from Sammy, there's a lot of room for improvement in Manuel's condition. He has a 3 point ride as a backup score and definitely needs to try to improve that as fast as he can, so Jonathan Chaparro don't take that second position from him.
Yeah, totally agree with you. This is why we say, it's not really safe there for him. He has to get rid of that 3, maybe get something similar to his main score, or maybe even, something bigger, higher. I'm sorry. And yeah, guys, the next hit number 3 will be another crazy hit. It's Fabián Tazar, Juan Medina Grau from Peru, and Jerico Rosero and Felix Marin. That's happening next. And the last hit of the day, don't get me started, it's Amaury Laverne against Xavier Andrieux, Alejandro Artiles y David Valladares. Se viene, como dicen aquí.
Wow, things are looking wild over here. I mean, looking very, very good to finish this third day of competition, with the tide going down, the waves stretching quite a lot, providing 1, 2, even 3 sections sometimes. In the case of the left-hander, I believe we're gonna start seeing some high scores, throughout this last moments. And check this out. That's Manuel taking off. Oh, kind of gets stuck on that snap. Not really successful on this wave and loses priority. So yeah, gonna get back for another opportunity. There's still time over there, 4 minutes and 20 seconds, but definitely a stressful heat right now.
I think so too, for all of these riders, Jonathan and Waldo, they really want to keep advancing. They've been having a good run. Remember, this is an elimination round and one round away from the quarterfinals. So, there's a lot in stake. Of course, in the case of this event, since it's a world championship, we are crowning the world champion with this single event. So it's all about taking the win, of course. You want to be the world champion. What a great opportunity to, have that, to be crowned in one single event, the champion. So it is very important. What do we have here?
Yeah, so that's the DropKnee World Championship. Like, just check what Ubaldo is going to come up with. A nice reverse, not such a big wave, doesn't look too good, but let's see what he gets and where he gets in terms of position on the heat. So, yeah, talking about the DK Championship, it's going to be decided in a single event, which is this one. And this event meets the greatest standards in the competition of our sports, just as the Prime Series event. And whoa, someone coming out of a barrel, and that's Manuel Cepeda. Wow, are you kidding me? I want to see that replay because he came out of that thing clean, Bago.
All right, and Jonathan Chaparro unfortunately falling in that one, but we were watching the graphic, and wow, Manu, it looks like we're gonna get to see that replay one more time. But yeah, Manu is all in, man, all in. He's leaving everything on the field. He knows he's facing no one else than, the guy that it's definitely the one to beat in this competition. Of course he is. He's got 5 titles, man. And also he's so driven to get that sixth title. Let's see. Check it out, people. The first DropKnee barrel, proper barrel that we have. That's Manuel Cepeda. Super cool and calm as usual. Let's see. I don't know if, it's going to be an 841 because it wasn't a huge wave, but
surely he will improve that 3-point ride, right?
only the judges. Whoa.
Yeah, but that was a very smart move for Manu. He just saw that wave, doubling up and providing that quick section, but that required a lot of control, so just taking off with control, scooping into that barrel and coming out cleanly. That was amazing to see. And check this out, Bago. Check out the score that came out for him.
Hey.
Excellent.
All right, he is coming in hot in this one. Tries to go for a floater there, but not able to complete it. And now he is back on track. With the problem is that there is only 1 minute and 10, but a 5.16, it is a doable thing for Manu. It's just that, he's got to paddle back. Let's see, Sammy Martino, back end, attacking that section with the first snap and maybe something else, and probably just leaving the competition area with that. And yeah, let's see if Manu can make it before the clock shows us the end of this heat.
Wow, that was insane. I mean, I want to see these 2 last heats that we are about to see. I mean, Hitty-Call coming up on the next one. This is looking so good. Excellent scores. Definitely at this size, with less water over the reef, Nilda looks pretty good, especially for the DropKnee. So let's check that replay. Last wave for Manuel Cepeda, just attacking that lip closeout section, but then it just a lot of white water on his way and he loses balance.
All right, last of Sammy.
Yeah, Sammy on the backside, just throwing that snap and leaving the area, as Bago said. And I believe it's pretty much it, Bago. I believe the results are not going to change. It's Sammy and Manuel advancing to the next round, to the quarterfinals already, guys. There's so much to come. 2 more stacked heats to come. Make sure to tune in. We're going to call a quick commercial break, and we'll come back pretty soon.
falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña. Thomas Alva Edison falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres.
Well, hello everyone. We are right now in heat number 3, round number 3 of the DropKnee division. A very stacked heat, so we don't want to take any of your time. Let's hit the water so we can show you who's there. Big names coming up in this one. All right. So yeah, check this out. I mean, the good thing is that we don't have so much of a strong winds. So, you know, there is some chops.
Yeah, so let's check it out. We got Fabian Tazar representing Reunion Island. We have Juan Medina from Peru. We have Jerico Rosero from Galapagos, Ecuador. And then we have Felix Marin from here in Chile. So quite an international heat here.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. This is going to be on fire for sure. Let's see. These are the first takers. We have Jerico Rosero. Oh, unfortunately, falling in that one, and Fabian going backside to his right hand, that right-hander.
Yeah, and someone else taking off on this one. We have, let's see, we have Felix Marin taking off on that, getting a little snap, but not much power after that.
Right, so just, you know, trying to put some scores. These are 30-minute heats, people, and full elimination. Only first and second will continue in competition, so it is very important for them to try to put the numbers fast. You know, at the beginning of the heat, this is what we have seen. All right, who do we have?
Yeah, so it looks like we had Juan Medina trying to get that one, but just kind of closed out pretty quick. They didn't give him enough time to get speed to do anything.
Well, we had an upset for Peru with La Máscara being eliminated. He's, you know, one of the favorites, but Juan Medina Grau, he's really good as well. So we'll see if they can continue some replays.
Yeah, so here we have that replay of Fabian doing a little 360, little snap on the end, and taking it to the inside, hoping he can get a little wall, but things just kind of faded out right there.
Right, and we have Jerico. Is that? No, it's not. It's Fabian. Oh, nice. Kind of like not too smooth.
Yeah.
Cody there, but yeah, still, you know, he's building step by step, putting some numbers. Why not?
Yeah, it's like you say, get those scores under his belt, right? Get some scores in the first 5 minutes, right? It's always a good strategy. Get some backups in there, right?
Yeah. I mean, some people has that waiting strategy that, you know, it's super tricky. It's super dangerous, man. And you wait too long.
It is.
Yeah.
It's dodgy to do that because you end up waiting, time goes down, and it gets down to the last few minutes, and you don't have a good wave or even a decent wave to back you up. And definitely recommend getting those scores on the board.
But definitely, I admire very much when they wait and then find the waves. So that's crazy. Let's see. Jerico Rosero taking off in this one. Not the biggest one, but enough for him to perform that first snap. Another one there right now with a tail slide. And yeah, powerful.
Yeah, that's some power for that. I mean, I don't know how much more powerful it could get in such a small wave with limited power. You know, he made the absolute best of it.
And we are not really sure what's going to happen tomorrow. We know for a fact that we will have a check-in. We don't know the time. That's going to be confirmed by our technical team, but it looks like, yeah, we're going to come here and see what the wave is doing and decide there. The, technical commission always meets, with the event organizer, the technical director of the event, plus head judge and riders reps.
Yeah, so here we have Fabian. Nice little snap, going for the end section, looking for a little wall, little turn right there. Coming down towards the Kraken, and good choice on not hitting that end section there. So yeah, definitely to stay updated, check out our IBCWorldTour.com. Give us a follow on Instagram. Also, give us a subscription. Go ahead and subscribe on YouTube as well. And there we go. There's that view of that new infrastructure being made, that has been made by the Municipalidad of Antofagasta, coming from the dream of Arturo Soto, creating this bodyboarding spectacle, this bodyboarding amphitheater. Just such a good spot to view the waves for these spectators to get out there and enjoy. And then we have Juan Medina with a little snap off the takeoff, and wave just kind of faded into nothing right there. And then we have Felix Marin going for that little inside, and yeah, kind of faded off into nothing right there. So yeah, not much going on the horizon right now.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they have a lot of time, 30
They
minutes.
do.
It's super comfortable to, surf with so many, so much of time,
Yeah.
But it is Fabian Trazar right now in the first position, coming all the way from Reunion Island. He was giving that interview this morning when he advanced in the men division. He was saying, I'm coming from very far away. It is very hard to travel for me, people, Reunion Island, it is, I don't know, probably 4 flights to get here.
Yeah, it's
You know?
a far trip.
Far and expensive,
Yeah, it's literally on the other side of the world, right? So, yeah, 2 oceans away.
So yeah, it is great to see that he's taking advantage of every single opportunity in both divisions. Men, DropKnee. Actually, I came to surf yesterday and I saw him by himself sitting, analyzing, and I can tell he is really focused. And it depends on what works for you. Every person is different, right?
Yes.
There's people that do not need so much of a concentration,
Yeah.
and there's people that do need that, to stay away, to kind of like isolate themselves from, the others and try to, spend as much time as possible in the beach.
In the beach, yeah, and I agree, Big. I mean, you have certain competitors who you just see them sticking to themselves, focusing on the waves, studying it. But yeah, well, looks like we have that interview ready, so let's take it away, Lucas.
Thank you, Eric. I'm here with Sammy. Sammy, one more step. Now you're sitting in the quarterfinals already, but you see, let us know a little bit about how you felt in the heat.
Oh, the conditions are super difficult right now. But yeah, it was fun. Good to get wet. Kind of been here all day waiting around. Lost in the prone first heat, so it's kind of bummed on that, but just reset and give it all I got in the DropKnee now.
And how are you feeling the other guys on the DropKnee division, like guys like Jerico Rosero, David Valladares, and such big names? I mean, a few days ago you said that you were glad Dave is not here, but there's definitely like high level, right?
Yeah, there's a high level of riding. Jericho's wave the other day was pretty sick. But yeah, I'm not really worried about anybody else. I'm just trying to focus on my riding and have fun, It's really easy to get caught in your head and think about the wrong things that are out of your control. So yeah, I've just been trying to stay in my own head.
And how did you feel going in the water right now with the lower tide? The wave was stretching a little bit more, looks like you could extract a bit more of the wave. Did you feel that?
Yeah. It's kind of tricky though, like going left. I caught one all the way in and ended up being stuck in the current for like a good 4 minutes. So probably not the best idea, but yeah, the waves, it's a good wave. It's hard to read, but hopefully we get some better conditions for the end of the waiting period.
It's good. Any shout outs?
Yeah, just to my boys back home in Hawaii. My dad, Sam, Mahina's watching also. I think my friend Daniel Bird, and just the KUG crew back home, everybody that's watching. And yeah, Kavika Kamai and Waimanalo, just all the boys and everyone that supports me. And my sponsors, Trad Bodyboards. Tomba Surf and Black Mountain Surf Wax, and also Boogie Land family.
Amazing. Congratulations, Sammy. Good luck in the quarterfinals. Back to you guys at the booth.
Yes, but Sammy.
Yes, yeah, awesome. Sammy, good to see him take
What
that
is, what
heat
is
out.
some, hit me with some Hawaiian slang.
I don't know, brada, how's it? You know,
Oh, really?
we go for sure.
How's it? It's like the
Yeah,
South
it's kind of like, how are
Africans.
you? You
Yeah.
know, how are you? That's got, how's it?
South Africans do
Yeah,
that
oh, they
too.
do that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, situation in the water remains the same. Is Fabian Tazar in first position, followed by Jerico Rosero, Juan Medina, and Felix Marin. Haven't been able to, do much for themselves, but yay, a lot of time still to go. This is the second to last heat of today, people. We had a little bit of a break. We have been here since 6:15. We come here very early to check the waves and check the situation. And yeah, I think it's been a very productive day. We'll see how it unfolds tomorrow, but I'll take that out. Fighting for that left and using his priority, Jerico Rosero. Oh, it's actually Felix Marin.
Yes, yes. Yeah, unfortunately, he could not continue on that little snap. But let's see who we got going next. Looks like we have Fabian taking off that nice snap. Threw quite a bit of water out there. But yeah, going for that inside and not much happening, but like it looks like he's still going for it. Is he going for the Kraken? No, good job. All right. And who do we have here?
Juan Medina. Oh, finally, nailing one of those snaps, and one more continues with control. But yeah, just that way faded away for him. And yeah, what a great event for the DropKnee division. I'm so happy to see how many, great riders show from, all different parts of the world. Let's see this one for Jerico. And he's got that thing. Oh, no way.
Oh, that was too bad. That was nice. Yeah, unfortunately, he couldn't pull that off. But that last one he got kind of made up for it, I think, right? That last one I think he got was like I believe it was a 4.6, I believe. So he's still sitting in first position, right, with a 10.15 with Jerico. Fabian with a 10.15 in first, and Jerico with a 9.1, needing a 5.56, and Juan Medina sitting in third, needing a 6.46, and Felix in fourth, needing a 7.86 to advance. And let's see who we got out the back. Someone was almost trying to get into that thing, but with the wind, those late takeoffs are a little bit challenging, right?
Let's talk a little bit about the story of DropKnee in this event, the Antofagasta. Oh, 1 second. We have a couple replays queued in for us. Let's see. Oh, this is the last of Fabian Tazar. I really enjoy that snap. He was tail sliding there. And this is the last of Juan.
Yeah, last one of Juan Medina, little snap off the takeoff and little mini snap on the end. Just making the best of that one.
And Jerico, man. Yeah, that's the one that he lost his
Yeah.
control in the when he was coming from back from the from the snap. But yeah, I was just gonna say this event. The first time we had DropKnee here was in 2019.
Yes.
And that was a year that the event has more money. It was so much money up for grabs. The prize money was huge.
Yeah.
And all divisions. That was the first year that we had all divisions. And from there, oh, nice. Backhand snap combined with the speed.
Wow. Wow, just action. Yeah, backside snap to combo with 2 360s. And who do we have taking off on the back? Looks like we have Felix Marin. Not too much wall, but going for it and doesn't really make it into that inside wall, which didn't have much to offer anyway. But yeah, so 2019 was historical, right?
It was historical in terms of money and in terms of waves. I remember it was Cupola was huge, and we saw so many maneuvers and spectacular performances. That was the year that Sammy took the 2 wins, and then in 22, Dave Hubbard took the win here. Check this out. That's the last of Fabian Tazar. Yeah, stylish.
Yeah, that's a super stylish backside. And here's that replay here of Felix Marin with a little cutback and 360 and kind of losing the speed there. But yeah, looking at the back, not much on the horizon. But yeah, just want to take a minute to thank our sponsors. And yeah, we want to thank Escondida BHP. We want to thank Municipalidad de Antofagasta. Also, our collaborators with Colbún, Antofagasta Minerals, Peri Chile, Carniceria Arauco, Abastible, Hotel Arque Antofagasta, Ruta 1, Restaurant, Mirador Sandwicheria, Costa Club Antofagasta. Also, we want to thank our media partners, Mercurio de Antofagasta, Antofagasta Televisión, AS Chile, FM 7, El Regionalista, Diario, Antofa Despierta, Puro Surf Chile, Latin Wave, Cura Tres Puntas, y Región 2. Wow, there's a lot of rolling of the R's there. Yeah.
You're doing great,
I
man.
mean, sometimes I miss them, you know, like.
No, you're good. It's like me with the good.
I get a lot of practice with my wife in southern Chile. She speaks so quickly. It's yeah, hard to understand. But yeah, looking at that view, lovely view. Such a nice thing they've done to this coastline. Just that beautiful costanera for the spectators to come and watch and enjoy. And, you know, like Lucas was saying earlier, most of these people don't even surf. They don't have anything to do with the ocean, but they're coming out there and enjoying it. And it's just, it's good. So epic to see the community get out there to the coast and enjoy. And the ocean is just, it's good just to breathe and be there, just be present. And yeah, it's just epic to be here and epic to see the spectators.
Yeah, I agree with you, definitely. And look at that guy. It's going to be epic to watch him surfing here. That's no one else than David Valladares from Venezuela, but representing the Spanish flag. I was just trying to give you some intel about, you know, the story of DropKnee here. So first year, Sammy Moratino took the win. McCreely was second. Manuel Cepeda was third. And Leonardo Alar, he was fourth. And in 22, which that was the first year of the IBC World Tour, Dave Hubbard took the win. Jerico Rosero was second. Sammy was third. And Amaury Laverne shared that third position with Sammy. And back in 23, Dave took the win again. And Amaury Laverne was second. Sammy was third again. And Manuel Cepeda third again. And the last edition was in 24 when Sammy Moratino took the win and the title from Dave Hubbard. He was second, runner-up, and Amaury Laverne third. And this guy that right now is in first was third as well, Fabian Tassar.
All right, I think we have Felix Marin taking off on that. And who do we have at the back? Bego?
We have Jerico Rosero, you know, who already had a podium here a long time ago, and wanting to have another one with a couple snaps there, combining with the reverse. Very, very good. I think complete wave, huh?
Good little combo there, right? Like 3 maneuvers on one wave. It's not a very long wave, so it's impressive to see.
I believe it's the fact that, you know, the tide, it does makes a difference here,
Yes,
you know?
yes.
I think less water, it's important in this area.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like a on the low tide type of wave, right? That high tide just makes it just real quick into nothing. But looks like. Right, so here we have a little replay of Jerico and
Wow.
there it went.
Oh, wow. We're going to get to see it better afterwards. But yeah, that was a good wave for Jerico Rosero, el ecuatoriano desde Galápagos, desde San Cristóbal, dando una cátedra de bodyboard aquí en las dos categorías y haciendo un trabajo hermoso en el DropKnee. Este hit tal vez no lo ha tocado tanto. ¿De quién es Juan?
Yes, we have Juan Medina taking off on this one, and yeah, just kind of went into nothing, not much power on that little wave. But yeah, heading back out, still a good solid 11.5 minutes left in the heat. Let's see a replay of that. So yeah, there we go. There's that replay of Jerico coming down the line, and nice little snap. Coming down again, little reverse right there. And yeah, see if, yeah, it's a good little combo there for him.
All right, he got a very good score, though. I mean, a 7 right now. He's looking for a 5.01, so it is a possible thing for Jerico, you know, to take that first position from Fabian Tassar. more difficult is the situation that Felix and Juan have. You know, it is
Yeah.
those numbers are not a joke. I mean,
Yeah.
886 to be second for Juan Medina, and Felix is in combo land.
Combo line,
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, 10 minutes is still some time, huh?
Yeah, it could happen, right? And we have
Juan.
Juan Medina in that, taking a little cutback on the takeoff, and yeah, kind of fading out into nothing. Oh, is that left, Bagel? I think kind of barreled a little bit. And look at the rider there with the Grom all stoked on him, getting a shot.
Canadian.
Yeah, Canarian rider right there, right?
De Artile.
Oh, a little floater there by Jerico. I believe that was Jerico, right?
Sí, sí,
Yeah,
Jerico.
good. He pulled it off, too. He didn't have much speed either, and he managed to pull it off and get out into the flats. So, yeah, nice performance there by Jerico as we're heading out. And, yeah.
Mauri.
Oh, Mauri's in the next heat. Stoked. Yeah, there he is getting his fans. I think might be signing something.
Mauri Laverne chasing that dream of his of having two titles. You know, I mean, a title in two different divisions, world title. Let's see if he can make it. He has been close. You know,
Yeah,
he has
yes.
had good results.
Just hunting for that thing, right? Hunter.
As you see these replays, last of Blue, loving his control. You know, some people say the fact of grabbing the rail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, some people would like for the riders not to grab it so much.
Yes.
But there are critical moments that you do have to grab it.
Yeah, it's totally subjective, right? Some people don't like it. Some people are okay with it. You know, it's totally subjective. I believe it's a matter of opinion.
Yeah. And then, well, some people say they might be easier, but hey, you know how hard it is to
Yeah.
land without fins, a floater.
Yeah, yeah.
You gotta be there in order to, stay.
Yeah, I mean that kid's killing it. That snap he pulled the other day.
Look at that pool, man. That's the second pool that I've been told, the third pool, I'm sorry, that I've been told is bigger and wider and deeper. I really would like to go and swim.
Go for a
one of
swim.
these days. Yeah.
They're constantly adding more pools to the city, I believe, too, right? They're bringing
But
sand
those are
in.
natural. No.
Yeah.
Those are actually rock pools.
Yes.
You know? All right, getting ready there. David Valladares, Artiles, y Amaury Laverne. Next hit, the last of the day, people. Is going to be on fire for sure.
Yeah, that should be a fun heat, like every heat. But yeah, that with the Hunter in there and then David in there, yeah, it should be an interesting heat.
All right, so yeah, tough situations, but right now 7 minutes and 50 seconds. Jerico Rosero only needs a 5 to get that first position from Fabian Tazar, Juan Medina, and Felix Marin are in a little bit more difficult situation. But what a day here in Antofagasta!
Beautiful day, beautiful.
It's been a while since I don't see. Do you see the size of that pool?
Yeah,
it's
it's
really
a good
big.
size. Good thing for a morning swim. Better than coffee, right? Just jump in that ice cold water, go for do a couple laps in that thing, right?
You're right.
So good to start the day.
You're
and
right.
yeah, nice view of the city from the north end here, all the way down to the south end, right? With the desert mountains, where the Atacama Desert reaches the ocean.
Yeah, beautiful. That's something super remarkable of this city. You're driving, when you drive from Santiago to here, you have to go through good 5 hours of driving through the desert,
Pure desert, right?
And then you get here and it's just so stunning, you really want to see the ocean. And
Yeah.
then good thing is that from here till Arica, well, Arica has a little bit of a desert time as well.
Yes.
But from here to Iquique, it's only a coastline.
I know, love it. I love that drive between Antofa and Iquique. It's such a beautiful drive. Checking
There's
out
so
all the
many ways.
setups. It's like, what? Every time. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. So that was Fabian, the little snap, and going for that inside section. And wow, he's taking it to the inside. And wow, he's getting close to the crack in there. And wow, yeah, no, reverse off that end part. And yeah, looks like someone's paddling for this one here. What do we have, Bego?
We have Felix. Let's see if he can, perform something for himself. Nice snap. You know, I always say that sometimes the riders they know they will not advance, but they keep trying, which
Yeah.
is of course what they have to do. And at some point, it's kind of like to save the honor. You don't want to leave
Yeah.
the area without performing a maneuver or something. You want to at least do. I mean, at least that's what I used to
Yeah.
think back in the day.
I agree, Bagel. I mean, it's not just, of course, everyone wants to advance and win, obviously, right? But putting on a show too, right? And we have that aerial view looking back at the city. I love that view right there because you can just see the city with the mountains in the background just lit up by the sun. Just so you can see that contrast of the ocean and the desert. Here's a little replay of Fabian with a little snap, taking it to the inside, all the way to that inside wall section, and kind of hitting that oncoming section with a little reverse. But yeah, that didn't quite pull off that end part, but yeah, good effort there by Fabian. It's just 5 minutes left to go in the heat with Fabian just sitting comfy in first position with 12 total points, and Henrico in second with 11 points, needing a 5.01 to get up in a first, and Juan Medina with, oh, here we go. What do we have here? We have Henrico with nice snap right there and going for another little mini snap on the inside, and couldn't really quite recover from that second one. I think those little chops kind of slowed him down a little bit. But yeah, regardless, that first maneuver was nice. He had some pretty good style, through a decent amount of water there. And something else coming in here. Looks like no takers on that one. But yeah, while we're waiting for some waves, everyone be sure to, check out the IBC website. We do have a QR code if you want to take a little shortcut and you don't really feel like typing it in. Yeah, give this a quick scan there so you can just pull it up, get some updates, check out the rankings, check out the calendar. If you go to the bottom of the front page, you'll see a link that'll take you to see some live scores and, of course, see the live feed.
All right, ya saben, escaneen ese código para que puedan tener toda la información. Si quieren saber sobre los scores, tenemos a alguien ahí.
Yeah, it looks like he didn't make that anyway, but yeah, I think it was kind of.
And there was a change of situation, after that last wave that we saw from Jericho.
Wow.
He got a 7.35, and now he's taking away that first position from Fabienne.
Definitely a change of situation there, Bego. And someone taking off on that, is that Jericho again? Oh, no, that's Felix Marin. I'm sorry. Yeah, little spin on the end.
His best wave.
Yeah. Will that give him what he needs? Yeah, it probably won't give him what he needs to advance, but yeah, good effort, and he's still just giving it his all, and like you said, not getting discouraged and keep going, and that's the way to do it.
All right, people, Sunday here in Antofagasta. We are in the second to last here. We're gonna hit, I'm sorry. And this is his Felix's best wave so far. Very happy to see him performing, that snap to, kind of like snap to reverse or carving reverse, and another one. And here comes Juan, also saving the honor in the dying minutes of this heat, trying to put some numbers. But yeah, man, look at those knees.
Yeah.
9:21 for Juan, and 8 for Felix. Yeah, it's going to be hot.
Yeah, that would be super tough with just 2 minutes. You need a whole lot of luck and to make that happen. There we have the view of the little tide pools. Families out there enjoying it. The kids are loving it, just with the sunshine, warm weather, getting that fresh, cold water. And yeah, looking out the horizon, not much coming in right now, but hoping we'll get some action coming in with just 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go in the heat. So it's counting down, looking pretty stressful for Juan Medina and Felix Marin to advance, as they do need quite high scores, but you never know, right, Bego? Like, it could just be a matter of the perfect wave coming in and be in the right position, but
you never know. It's a matter of finding, a big wave. It's just that we cannot, we know how the day has unfolded. We know what the possibilities are, given what we have in the water. So we kind of know what can be done, right? So thinking about that 8.91, if you see the rest of the riders' scores, no one
Yeah.
has such a score,
Yeah, yeah. I
So
mean,
it is kind of tough.
it's going to take a lot to top those scores from Henrico and Fabian, right? So, yeah, just counting down, just 40 seconds to go in this heat. And, yeah, not seeing too much on the horizon, but, yeah, stoked. Just one more heat in the day, I believe, right? So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what's happening in this next heat. And someone almost looked like they're going to take off on that, but yeah. Will we get one more wave to finish off the heat? Looking skeptical there. So, yeah, just 10 seconds to go. And counting down, looks like that is going to be it. We're going to have to say there we have it, folks. It's going to be Henrico in first place, Fabian in second, Juan Medina in third, and Felix in fourth.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with the last heat of the day after this commercial break. And if you haven't seen it, last heat is going to be on fire. So we count on you. Don't go.
Cross the line, I feel there's no one turning back. The fuse is ready, all they do is strike the match. As I carry the weight of my stress, burning flame lit the way out the darkness. I know that you lied straight through your teeth, and I know that it haunts the air I breathe. Try to ignore all the noises in my mind as it sends shivers down my spine. These bones, they don't easily break my soul. God, it's like a razor blade I froze. Then you'll feel the pain. These bones.
Welcome back, everyone. We're heading into round 3, heat number 4 of the DropKnee division. Let's take it to the water.
That's it. Last heat of the day. We finally got here. Stacked heats already, and looks like the V Valladares. It's coming up with something already, doing that snap and going all the way to that last rock. And we're going to start to see some scores coming up. Amari Laverne on the way.
Wow, here we go. Amari taking off on this one. Nice little snap right there, going for that end section. A mini snap there, not much wall going, but yeah, good start. So yeah, we have Amari Laverne from Reunion Island representing Spain, Xavier from France. We have Alejandro Artiles from Islas Canarias, and also David Valladares from Islas Canarias, originally from Venezuela, representing Canaries, I believe, right?
That's it. He's from Venezuela and currently lives in Tenerife, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, such a great character. I mean, David Valladares is a lovely person, such a fun guy, and yeah, very dear for everyone, and adding up to the Canary team,
Yeah.
just as Amari Laverne as well, riding for the Spanish flag this
Yeah.
year. And yeah, I mean, Amari is a guy that moved to Canary Islands
Yeah.
many years ago, and he's being absorbed by the guys there, and very dear for everyone.
Let's check out that replay of David. Nice, powerful snap there. And going for that inside section. Yeah, just one moving.
Yeah, and Moss coming up on this one, building that speed. You can see how he just draws a beautiful line, and that's a rat snap over there, throwing a lot of water, a lot of control. And yeah, I really liked the movement he did, just to get through that bump
Yes.
and not losing speed and keeping the flow.
Yeah.
That's definitely key for this moment right now, as we still have some wind.
I like that flow. You could kind of see with his hand gestures, right? He was kind of pumping and getting that speed, definitely flowy, right? And yes, a good couple scores right off the bat for David with a solid 6 and a Omri with a 5.5. And it looks like Xavier had one wave, which was a 1, and Alejandro Artiles is still waiting on a wave. But there we go. We got some sets out the back, Lucas. So let's see if we can get some little bit of action on this thing, but not really looking like this thing's lining up very good, but maybe on this end part.
Yeah, looks like it's David one more time, just driving through that section, getting hit by the lip, and
Yeah.
not really able to get through that. And you can see the tide is pretty low right now as the wave is just doubling up on the rocks.
Yeah.
And good thing is that it becomes longer when it's at that size, right? But definitely gets more dangerous and closer to the rocks as it wraps around the reef and all the jagged rocks that end up showing up, right?
Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah, looks like somebody getting in position.
Yeah, so here we have Alejandro Artiles, so backside snap right there, going for that end section, and decides to pull off, and good call there, not much wall to work with.
Yeah, right out the back we have, I believe, David, Simone Andrew, Xavier Andrew. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, just spinning all the way and snapping all the way until that wave closed out in front of him. So, wow, very good ride for him. He just has a 1-point ride and a 0.1 so far. So this is going to be his first decent score so far in the heat.
Yeah, good to use that strategy and just get some scores under your belt right away, right? Always good to have those backups in there. And I'm really stoked the conditions kind of held up. I felt like it was getting like super windy earlier and it almost like tapered off a bit. It's still fully doable, right? Like still some walls to work with, still some speed to be obtained to get some snaps in there. But it looks like we have someone taking off on this end part right here. Who do we have here? Looks like David again, going for it and hoping to get like a little wall there, but not much on the outside section. But it looks like it's kind of lining up in there. But getting too close to the Kraken, as they call it, that end rocky section.
Yeah, a lot of movement in the heat, in the first 5 minutes that we saw already many waves, and Alejandro getting 4.25. So assuming that third position right now, and Xavier now looks for a 2.51. So situation still pretty, still getting started over here. Nothing decided yet, but most of the riders, basically every rider already got their first wave, their first decent wave. So definitely it's just a matter of improving right now, and we can start having an idea, a better picture of the heat of what's to come.
Yeah, so it's definitely scores are quite close. So no one really needs a big score to take that first lead. So everything's quite close, and still got a solid 24 minutes in the heat. So no one's really, there's not much tension right now. Everyone's kind of taking their time, getting the waves they can, choosing the right waves. There's no need to rush right now, as these 30-minute heats make it a lot less stressful, right? But let's see. Looks like something's coming in out the back. Who do we have here, Lucas?
Look like it's Moss. Oh, that's a crazy takeoff over there. Yeah, that was definitely a free fall for Amaury Laverne, who had the priority, but ended up using it. And probably wanted to scoop into the barrel, with the late takeoff.
Yeah.
But it didn't go as planned for Moss. So definitely going to get back there and go for a few more attempts, surely.
Yeah. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if he took off too late or if he had a chop or something, because it was kind of zoomed out. But no worries. Still a good 23 minutes left to go.
Y bueno, para la gente de Canarias que nos ve, tenemos prácticamente 3 canarios, uno casi canario, tenemos 2, la verdad, casi canarios. Tenemos a Alejandro Artiles, que es de Gran Canaria, a Amaury Laverne, que es ciudadano español y vive hace muchos años. Y ahí viene David Valladares, un buen reverse limpia a maniobra, hace más un snap más. Y David, que es venezolano, pero vive en Tenerife hace muchos años ya así, entonces que la gente de Canarias seguramente lo están viendo y deseando lo mejor. Esta es la última manga del día y mañana tenemos la confirmación que es un lay day.
So let's take a look at that replay of David right there doing a nice little snap reverse. Stylish, good execution there by David. And little mini snap on the end part and fading off into the end. And looks like someone's going on. Oh,
Someone else.
oh
free
yeah.
falling.
Yeah, that was, yeah, it almost reminded me of that one that Omri did like a few
Yeah.
minutes ago, right? But yeah, it seems like something that Chile and Canary Islands have in common is it's just such good training grounds for bodyboarders. You know, I've seen a lot of bodyboarders from outside of Chile come here to bodyboard, and same thing with
Yeah.
Canary Islands too,
Yeah,
right?
Definitely special places for whoever loves to bodyboard, right? Such high quality and frequency of waves. Maybe Chile can be more constant,
Even more
when it
so.
comes to swells.
Yeah.
But definitely Canary Islands doesn't stand too far
Yeah.
back, and the quality of its waves as well. You have all types of waves. You have Gran Canaria, for example, that has more right-handers.
Yeah.
Tenerife has more left-handers.
Yeah.
All the islands are pretty close, right? And yeah, I mean, such a good place to be a bodyboarder.
Yeah, that's why so much talent comes out of these two places. You know, the first time I was in both Chile and Canaries, I was just blown away by the talent, and
Ooh.
oh, what was that? Someone on that right. I believe that was Alejandro.
Yeah.
Oh, that's-
And David is still there on that left, still trying to keep that speed, does that snap, but doesn't really get
Yeah.
enough speed, to project and execute the maneuver. So yeah, it looks pretty tough over here. I mean, we're seeing the guys miss quite a few waves,
Yeah.
and that shows certainly how tough it is out there. I mean, we're looking from here, but when you get there, those bumps don't really make it easier for these guys. So yeah, just an update on the situation. David is in the first position with a 6 and a 3.6. Amari Laverne right behind him. So yeah, David has 2 waves, and Amori, Alejandro, and Xavier are still looking for their second wave. So checking this replay, kind of lost his balance during the bottom turn, really threw the rail all the way, and really released the rail. And then the wave didn't provide any more speed for David, to keep going. But that first maneuver was very beautiful. I think the judges will really like that. And yeah, the score just came out.
Yeah, it's a good score, and that was nice. Like you said, he kind of almost lost it on the end, and then he recovered and just came around bottom turning. Nice snap there. So, yeah, good performance there by David. And there we have it, the beach. Everyone's loving it. The spectators are out there enjoying this sunny day, watching the riders compete, having fun, socializing. You have families, kids playing in the tide pools. Just everyone's having a good time today. The music's blasting and everyone's enjoying. They even have some markets up top. They have some
Yeah.
little, little shops that are selling artisanal things, So, yeah, it's such an epic event being put on.
Yeah, definitely. A few people went away to get lunch, but we can see people, coming back once more, to enjoy this beautiful Sunday over here. And as it doesn't look like there's any waves coming, we can get to hear from the winner of last heat with Bago down at the beach. So please, Bago, bring it on.
Well, thank you so much. Guys, of course, we have asked you so many times of, how is it to be advancing in both divisions and doing so well, but we already know that answer. And I want to ask something different. A lot of people in Ecuador sees you as the best ever bodyboarder there. You have achieved things that no one else have done. You serve with a level really, really high. I want to ask you, what is missing? What do you think you need?
Bueno, la verdad, yo necesito bastante apoyo para seguir el Tour Mundial. Tengo muchos proyectos en casa y no quiero sacrificar todo mi dinero para salir adelante, pero necesito un soporte fuerte para estar ahí presente, porque tengo el talento y la verdad sí puedo llegar muy lejos.
Well, I mean, I asked him. I mean, he replied he does need a financial support because he is a fisherman, and he works really, really hard to get the finance. I mean, the money he needs to travel. He really would like to travel. He knows he's got the level. He's got the talent, and he just needs financial support. So this is something important. People sometimes we think they have everything, but they don't. He struggles a lot in that situation. Also, I would like to ask you, and this is very important, what's your mental preparation to come here to face this challenge of being in the World Tour, and competing in 2 divisions? Le estoy preguntando cuál es su preparación mental para venir a enfrentar el Tour Mundial en una ola tan fuerte, en una ola tan complicada, y además estar compitiendo en 2 categorías y además estar ganando y avanzando.
Bueno, como lo he dicho antes en las entrevistas, yo me levanto por las mañanas a entrenar fuerte y a meditar. Así yo entreno mi mente, hago apnea también, doy clases de apnea. Y esas preparaciones que hago a los niños también me ayudan bastante a mí, aprendo de los niños y eso también me ayuda bastante para estar aquí enfocado en presión, con grandes competidores. Y eso, me levanto a entrenar fuerte todos los días con el sueño de ser campeón del mundo.
Well, he says every day he wakes up directly to train and also to meditate. It's part of his daily routine. Also, he practices apnea, which is, it's kind of like submarine respiration, and he trains a lot of kids doing that, so he learns from them. And yeah, definitely, meditating, it's for him the key. You want to say something to anyone right now? I'm sorry.
Sorry, no te escuché bien, estoy... Bueno, perdón a todos, estoy un poquito cansado ya. Quiero saludar a mi familia, a todos los que están sintonizando. Estoy muy enfocado para el siguiente round. Vamos a darle con todo. No quiero exceder mucho las palabras, pero muchas gracias a todos los que me están patrocinando. Y vamos a seguir adelante. Vamos para adelante.
Felicitaciones, Yorico, y que siga haciendo lo que estás haciendo porque estás haciendo lo increíble. De regreso a ustedes para el último hit.
Thank you, Bago. Great to hear from such a warrior. I mean, you can see this guy is a soldier. And oh my God, what a wipeout.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be easily the wipeout of the day.
Yeah.
Or maybe even the one that he got before. But yeah, it shows how tricky it is.
Yes.
It is right now to take off from that part exactly, right? Because we have been seeing the guys taking off from the end of that first section, which is not as hollow as where Amori, Davi, and the other guys are sitting right now. So they're sitting right in the middle of the spot.
Yeah.
And it's pretty tricky to get the wave there.
It's hard because you want to take off deeper so you don't take off on that hollow part and get pitched, but then the choppiness makes it a little bit more likely to get shut down, right? So super tricky out there. And I think the droning shows some action coming in. Got a couple lines coming in, right?
Yeah, looks like there's something coming up on the outside. And check the next one. Looks like Amori, if I'm not wrong, is paddling into this one. Definitely Amori already attempted a few, and there he goes. Builds that speed, goes up, throws a lot of water. The wave just becomes very wide and bumpy, and that's just one maneuver for Moss to exchange that 0.5. And wow.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about, guys.
Yeah.
That's Davi Valladares there. I mean, wiping out, and it's pretty tricky right now.
Yeah, those chops, they're much more manageable prone, but when you're drop kneeing, it's just so much harder to control, right?
And if you compare it to surfing, for example, the guys are standing up completely.
Yes.
So you can use your knees as a leverage, right, to kind of soften those bumps.
Yeah.
But on the knee, you can't really do too much, right? Let's check some of the replays that we just saw.
Yeah, so there we have Armory with that replay. Nice snap right there. And taking it to the inside, and wave faded into nothing. And then, looking at the back, it's like some more action coming in. But
we had a score coming for Amari Laverne. That's a 5-point ride, a good snap that he managed to do himself on the left. So that improved a lot his situation. He had a 0.5 as a backup, and check this out.
Oh, there we go.
So nice to see all the riders coming out the water and giving autographs.
Yeah.
And people asking them to take pictures. that's so reinforcing, I think, for the
It
athlete's
is.
identity, you know, for their self-trust and for the whole process that it is competing in the World Tour, right? And having this recognition right out of the water is probably very fulfilling for this guy. So the environment is so good over here.
Yeah, and just to stoke out the groms. Everyone's willing to, give a few minutes of their time to sign an autograph, chat it up with the kids, just motivate the future generations. Looks like we have David taking off on this Igniso inside wall, and let's see if he can hit something here. And wow, that was like a little 360 floater pulling off right before the teeth. And
Wow, it's tough takeoff over there. That's Xavier Andrio that so far hasn't found any strong waves in the heat. He has a 3,
Yeah.
but his second score is just a 1, so he's in need of a quite big score, 7.51, and that's to go to second position. You know,
Yes.
because if you take into account David Valladares, then Xavier would need a few more points. And there it is. He saw something in front of him. The wave is stretching, as you guys can see. But then as he hits it, a very cool maneuver. I mean, just going up for the spin, it doesn't look easy at all. But then the wave kind of crumbled right upon him and didn't make it look the best or the cleanest. So this wave didn't enter David Valladares' final score, and Jericho is still there. I mean,
Yeah.
this guy's bringing the entertainment for us, right?
Yeah.
He's already took out, 9.5 from the judges, and every heat that he has been, he's passing him first, man. That's insane.
let's say we have Amaury taking off on this one. Little snap off the takeoff with that spitting barrel behind him. Oh, it's nice by Amaury. Yeah, good move there.
Yes, guys. So if you're just tuning in, this is the last heat of this third day of competition. Let's see Xavier attempting to take off. He manages to do so. I mean, it's a tough one. Throw some water with that snap. One more, and you can see his frustration,
Yeah.
not being able to materialize what he's intending to do over here. And we can see actually this from all the 4 riders. I mean, even the guys like the V and Amaury that found themselves better scores, you could see that they missed many waves, right? There were many attempts over there, so yeah. It's pretty tough.
Challenging, right?
And that's the last wave by Amaury. Nice bottom turn, goes up, throwing buckets of water. That was rad to see, and then the wave just closed up on him, so yeah.
And there's that replay of yellow, and just really tricky to get speed, right? And with that oncoming wind chop, so yeah, showing a little bit of frustration there. And so Amaury is now sitting in first place. I guess he scored an 8 on that last snap. That was a good score by Amaury, with leading now with a 13.5, with David just going down into second position, but still solid, just needing a 7.01 to take the lead above Amaury again. And Alejandro Artiles sitting in third with a 5.5, needing 8.26 to get up there into advancing position, with Xavier in fourth position, needing a 9.51.
And 8 points is what Amaury got for that last wave. I mean, that's insane, guys. But you guys could see, he kept that speed. The maneuver was so clean. He went all the way up, doing that bottom turn in a very good way, drawing a beautiful line. So, yeah, reaching the excellent score there. And David Valladares right out the back, goes up, releases the rail. Let's see if there's going to be anything else. He liked it and he claimed it.
That was power.
Yeah, I mean, just one shot, but good maneuver, cleanly executed, showing a lot of control. And that's definitely going to, take a few points from the judges.
Yeah, I think that was quality over quantity, right? Didn't really need much of a combo. That was just all focused on that one maneuver, and powerful maneuver there. So not sure if that's going to give him that 7.01 he needs to get back into first position, but thinking it should be a decent score.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, because Amaury just did one maneuver as well to get that 8. I think it was a cleaner wave, with less water on the way and, less water spilling. But
there it
yeah,
is.
David managed to get a very good score as well. 7.25 takes the lead.
Yeah.
And this is a good game that we are seeing over here between these two, right?
Yeah, some action rivalry right now between David and Amri, right? And taking off on this little right on the inside, we have Xavier with a nice little snap, aiming for that end section, but it looks like it's just fading out.
Yeah, pretty good wave for Xavier as well. I think that's going to be his best wave, you know.
Yeah.
And we can see clearly that there are two types of, surf in the heat. I mean, David and Amori are being able to, just impose their strategies and get good scores. And Xavier, check this out, a lot of speed, very clean maneuver. I believe this is going to be a very good score for Xavier, but both him and Alejandro are in combo land right now, so they still need a lot to get back on the game, Only first and second will advance, guys. So, yeah, Xavier got a 5.15, but he's still pretty far from what he needs, to qualify to the next round. And we're just about to see the quarterfinals next, right? It's not going to be today. We just got confirmation as well that tomorrow is going to be a lay day. So there's not going to be check-in tomorrow. Mañana no tendremos check-in, apenas lay day. O sea, mañana no hay competencia, no va a pasar ninguna manga o nada por aquí. Y el día siguiente, el martes, nuevamente estaremos aquí. Así que sintonícense en todas las redes sociales de IBC, en el Instagram, ABF Chile también, para que vea todas las noticias y las actualizaciones de todo lo que pasa aquí en el ABF 2026.
Yeah, I think that's a good call because I think tomorrow is like a little bit of a lull in the swell. Doesn't really pick up much, but
yeah,
according
like
to the
it's gonna
report,
drop.
looks like Tuesday comes up a little bit, and then the tide will be lower in the morning as well.
Yep.
So hoping as long as the wind cooperates, I think that could be a good call. I think by then it'll be like at least low, medium, low tide in the morning. And what do we have here?
Amore Laverne taking off, steep drop. There he goes, manages to get through, throws a nice snap. Let's see if that's going to be able to, to give him more than a 5.5. The maneuver itself wasn't too expressive, but the takeoff was sick. Whoa.
Yeah, good takeoff there. Wow, who was in that? Was
I believe
that
that's Alejandro,
Yeah, just kind of a little bit closed out. Had to jump off there.
Yeah, this guy is very used to Confital. He surfs there a
Confital
lot.
local.
Yeah, so very nice scoop. Unfortunately, he couldn't keep going, and exit. The wave just crumbled on him, and I think he actually nosed dove before the wave really broke. So let's see it once again.
Let's see that replay of Amari coming down and kind of took it to the end. There's not much wall in the end, but nice little snap there on that end part.
Yeah, pretty sure that if he was on the prone stance, he would have done a big backflip on that pocket,
But looks like it jumped him back into first. So him and David are just going back and forth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so still another 4.5 minutes in the heat. So let's see if David gets that score back again, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. Amori gets 6 points for this last wave. As I said, the takeoff was pretty sick. It was a steep one, but then he couldn't really project the maneuver and throw a lot of water, and come up with a sharp snap. So that's why I believe he got that 6-point ride. But definitely, if he did that takeoff in the way he did, and then managed to do a more aggressive snap, that would have been an excellent score, I think.
I think so. It's just like such a gamble, like you're waiting for the end wall to do something with, and then before you know it, it fades into nothing, right?
Yeah.
So it seems like in both prone and DropKnee, I see that happening with this wave. Sometimes with prone, they're trying to aim for that end part, and it just fades, and maybe I should have hit that first part, right? So yeah, definitely not the easiest wave to figure out, but guys are figuring it out.
Yeah, definitely not. I think it's probably I think that's the hardest type of wave to figure out. Actually, these types of waves, when you have deep spots, when you don't have a regular slab on the reef, which makes it much easier, and predictable for us to read the wave. But when you have instead, you know, deep parts and then you
Yeah.
reach a shallow part
Yeah.
and different spots, you know, and such a spread spot as well, you know, the outside is pretty spread. So
Yeah.
that's why they say that when it becomes big,
Yeah.
it's basically unsurfable because,
Okay.
I mean,
It's just
the
all
wave
over the
just
place.
comes from all over, right?
Yeah.
And there's even like an outer reef.
Oh, really?
when, like it looks like there's an outer reef because when it gets bigger,
Mhm.
the left just comes breaking from you
Pretty
know
far
the left
out.
really far out. So yeah, I mean, all the factors don't really help you,
Yeah.
you know, predicting what's gonna happen in the water, right?
I believe you said you arrived a day before I did, and you mentioned it was a little bit bigger that day.
Yeah.
What was it breaking on that outer
yeah, it
bombing
was
when you
coming.
arrived?
Yeah, it was coming like way like from what we see right now.
Yes.
On the left side of the screen, the wave was coming from far out, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I believe that if the swell is really, you know, straight on a good direction, you can sit right very deep. But yeah, anyway, it's pretty hard, and that's what we have been hearing from the guys. You know, that's a hard wave to figure out.
It is. It is a tricky wave, right? Yeah, not like El Gringo or the Flopos, as some will call it, and or like Punta Dos in
Yeah.
Iquique, Playa Bella Vista, right? Those are a lot easier to figure out, right? With it pretty much breaking in the same place. But yeah, this wave definitely is a little more technical, trying to figure out where to sit. You know, sometimes it could be good on the end, sometimes on the beginning. But yeah, guys are definitely putting in the time to get it figured out. But yeah, just a minute and 15 seconds left to go with Amory sitting comfy in first position with a 14. David trailing, needing a 6.76 to take that first position back. Will he be able to do it? Never know. 1 minute to go. A lot can happen, right? Just a matter of luck and getting a set in. And Xavier sitting in third, needing an 8.61 to get back into advancing qualifying, and Alejandro Artiles needing a 9.51. So yeah, it's looking pretty tense for them, but good show everyone's putting on here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, last dying seconds over here, guys. Really want to thank everyone that tuned in. Don't leave just yet. We still have the last interview. Let's see if there's gonna be a Mario Laverne himself, because there's still 20 seconds. David Valladares is holding the priority. Looks like there's a few more waves coming up. Let's see if anybody's gonna take off on this one. And looks like there are two guys, one taking off on the right, and that's David Valladares. Goes up, uses his priority, releases the rail, doesn't really make that maneuver, and the heat is done, guys. That's it. Don't leave just yet. We still have that last interview, as I just said, and it's going to be it, guys. So stay tuned. We're going to call a quick commercial break and come back very soon.
Like Everest, I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places they never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. No stop, then tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. No stop. It's time to go higher. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places they never been. We go higher. No stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. No stop, then tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing higher. No stop, it's time to go higher.
veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa.
Donde las personas disfrutan del deporte, donde nuestro compromiso promueve el desarrollo de nuevos talentos y los espacios públicos se transforman en lugares de encuentro. Nuestro futuro
Es con más deportistas.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Conoce más sobre cómo imaginamos nuestro futuro con todos en bhp.com. Nuestro futuro es con la región de Antofagasta. Con una Antofagasta donde las personas disfrutan del deporte, donde nuestro compromiso promueve el desarrollo de nuevos talentos y los espacios públicos se transforman en lugares de encuentro. Nuestro futuro
Es con más deportistas.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Conoce más sobre cómo imaginamos nuestro futuro con todos en bhp.com. Nuestro futuro es con la región de Antofagasta.
Cross the line, I feel there's no one turning back. The fuse is ready, all they do is strike the match.
Well, what a great day of competition. I'll have to say super productive. You know,
Definitely.
we left the DropKnee division in the quarterfinals. And we actually started with the round one of the men division 8 thrilling heats. So yeah, what's your take on the day?
I mean, just to have the men division going in the water after so many days since the window, the waiting period started, you know, definitely these guys were anxious, you know, to go in the water and to try themselves out, you know, and we could see high scores as usual, you know, Jerico Rosero, I mean, we saw Gabriel Castro and so many other names and some upsets as well, right? Sammy
Yeah.
Morentino and some, I mean,
Yeah, I
Manuel
mean,
Cepeda.
It's an elimination round, and I have to stand out the performance of the Mexicans. You know, the three
Yeah.
of them advancing in first position, first time coming here, first time in the World Tour, first time surfing in cold water. So definitely it's remarkable. And yeah, man, so many amazing moments. And right now, the DropKnee division, you know, we do have our
Yeah.
quarterfinals. And yeah, let's just first of all hear from the interview with the winner of the last heat, which is Amaury Laverne, and then we're gonna come back here to close. So take it away, Eric, please.
Thank you, Bego. Congratulations, Amaury. And I'd like to ask you, I know you've been on the podium a few times here at the Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival. What are you feeling about this comp?
Yeah, it's just really good to have a DropKnee event at some stage. I mean, I love DropKnee. DropKnee has such a big community around the world. It's part of my riding. And yeah, it's really thankful that the Antofagasta organization decided to put on a DropKnee event this time. And yeah, just try to do my best and represent.
So what do you think about the current state of DropKnee? What would you like to see more of?
Yeah, I mean, DropKnee really deserve to have more events. You know, there is so many good riders around the world, so many communities. It's sometimes in some place I feel that we are losing DropKnee. I mean, I don't know, in Canaries, for example, we don't see many young guys DropKnee. I just pushing my son just to DropKnee and being stuck every time I saw a younger kid get on the knee. So I think, yeah, the event, this division really needs like more attention, and hopefully this is a good start now, and hopefully in the next few years we're going to see like a decent and a proper DK World Tour.
Awesome, Amaury. You want to shout out for anyone back home?
Yeah, thanks to all the guys tuning in, watching the IBC, and un gros bisou à toute la famille. Merci qui me regarde, et voilà, merci à tous pour votre soutien. À bientôt.
Congratulations, Amaury. Back to you guys.
Well, amazing days of competition here. We have a late day for tomorrow, you know, which I think it's great decision from the technical commission, because tomorrow looks actually smaller, and you know we have been here 3 days in a row, so definitely, you know, it will be nice to wait. We have a lot of time, you know, waiting period is still Sunday.
Yes, and you know, Bago, this event, we have to remember that this event used to have the 5 divisions in it, and we used to have like 11 straight days and full days of competition. So a good thing that now we have the 2 divisions is that we have more time. The technical staff and the athletes, they can, you know, just pick the best times. Like today we had the event put on hold, an interval to wait for the right tide and everything. So we'll be back on Tuesday with hopefully good waves here.
Right, so en Spanish, en español, todas las personas que están sintonizando en este momento, muchas gracias. Ha sido un día súper productivo de competencia. Hicimos la primera ronda de la categoría masculina, que la estábamos esperando con ansia. Seguro todos los competidores querían mucho competir. Tuvimos alguna sorpresa, una felicitación gigante a los mexicanos por haber sido su primera vez en venir al Tour Mundial, su primera vez surfeando en olas de agua fría. Y los 3 avanzaron en primera posición, dando un espectáculo. Por supuesto, Jerico Rosero. Una pena que Sammy Morentino fue eliminado, y bueno, muchos más. Y nada, decirles que para mañana se ha decidido que no va a haber campeonato, no va a haber evento, es lo que llamamos Lay Day o día de descanso, y vamos a volver el martes, ¿vale? Entonces la invitación es para que se suscriban a este canal de YouTube, para que nos sigan en las redes sociales oficiales, tanto del evento como de la IBC World Tour, y así puedan enterarse siempre de la información por los canales oficiales, y no, bueno, nos puedan acompañar en todo y no vayan a equivocarse ahí consiguiendo información de otros lados. Así que muchas gracias a todos, en especial a Escondida BHP y a la ilustre Municipalidad de Antofagasta por presentar este evento un año más, y a todos los patrocinadores y personas que están involucradas. You want to say something else?
That's it. That's a wrap for today. Just tell you guys to make sure to follow all the IBC social media, also the ABF Chile Instagram, and there you guys will have all the updates and everything about the event. Some pretty good content as well with the athletes. Like yesterday, we had an autograph session over here. So a lot of content for you guys and all the updates. So we'll see you on Tuesday. Thank you for tuning in.
Chao, chao.
Donde las personas disfrutan del deporte, donde nuestro compromiso promueve el desarrollo de nuevos talentos y los espacios públicos se transforman en lugares de encuentro. Nuestro futuro
es con más deportistas.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Es con todos.
Conoce más sobre cómo imaginamos nuestro futuro con todos en bhp.com. Nuestro futuro es con la región.
Falló más de 1000 veces antes de inventar la ampolleta. A Marie Curie le dijeron que la ciencia no era para mujeres. A Nikola Tesla nadie le reconocía sus logros. A Albert Einstein le dijeron que nunca llegaría lejos. Pero la historia nos demostró que cuando hay pasión y pones toda tu energía, los sueños se transforman en realidad. Colbún. Transforma, impulsa, sueña.
Like Everest, I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places they never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher. Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. No stop, then tall like Everest. My man, we go. It's time to go. Let's take this thing. Woo! Let's take this thing higher.